Exciting news, New Yorkers! Juneteenth, the celebration of freedom and unity, is just around the corner. Want to be a part of this historic celebration? Now's your chance. Juneteenth applications are now open for the Juneteenth festivities in New York City. It's simple and easy to apply. Just visit our website at www.juneteenthny.com and fill out the form. Can't wait to see it. Make sure you have all your essentials ready. A unique product, your contact info, and a desire to share in this special occasion. Join a vibrant community of vendors and share your talents and culture with thousands of attendees. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity. Apply now because the world is about to celebrate and you should be a part of it. See you at Juneteenth in New York.
My name is Athenia Rodney and I'm the CEO. And founder of Juneteenth NYC. It is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome each and every one of you to our virtual Juneteenth Summit. As we gather today from different corners of the globe, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your unwavering support over the past 15 years. Your commitment has been instrumental in our collective journey toward progress and empowerment. Being Black in America has often been a journey fraught with the challenges and obstacles. Yet, Juneteenth stands as a beacon of hope, reminding us of the strides we have made and continue to make in the face of adversity. It is a day to honor and pay homage to those who came before us, whose sacrifices and struggles paved the way for the freedoms we enjoy today. Juneteenth is not merely a celebration. It is a testament to the resilience and perseverance of our community. It is a reminder of the rights and privileges we have fought for and continue to fight for. The right to vote, the right to start a family, the right to marry, the right to own property, and the right to pursue our dreams through entrepreneurship. Today, as we come together to commemorate Juneteenth, let us use this moment as an opportunity for growth, reflection, and support for one another. Let us honor the legacy of our ancestors by striving for justice, equality, and the opportunity for all. Together, we can continue to uplift our community and create a brighter future for generations to come. Once again, I extend my deepest appreciation to each of you for your ongoing support and commitment. However it may be. May this Juneteenth be a celebration of our past, a reflection of our present, and a catalyst for a future filled with hope and progress. Thank you again for joining us. Have a great one. Bye.
Let us pray. Most gracious and loving God, we bless your holy name. For this is the day in which you have made, and we are rejoicing, and we have made to be glad. Father God, who is the creator of heaven and earth, we bless you and we thank you for this opportunity as we celebrate Juneteenth, New York. We thank you for your loving kindness to us, your faithfulness, for your mercy and your grace. But most of all, Father, for your unfailing love. We ask that you forgive us for the times where we have fallen short. And in your forgiveness, Father, we forgive others. Now we are so thankful, Father God, for your goodness as we celebrate the triumph we received through you. We ask that you provide us with strength as we advance your kingdom with humility, with grace, and with thanksgiving. We reflect on the lives and the sacrifices that were made on our behalf. but we pray that we will be empowered by your Holy Spirit. Father God, I lift up to you the team, the volunteers, the participants and the guests, the sponsors and the vendors, and for all who have contributed to this wonderful event. Father God, we pray as African Americans that we continue to embrace our culture and its richness, its value and importance to your world. We pray for your continued prosperity and protection in all that we do. And may your blessings be on every business. May we continue to grow in financial literacy, being good stewards over what you have blessed us with. And in that, Father God, we will be free financially, that we will be the ones who do the lending and not the borrowing. Father God, we pray that we will be united in spirit, for we understand it's not by might, it's not by power, but it's by your spirit, oh God. And then that we will be unified, that we may act justly, that we will love mercy and walk humbly with you. May we continue to use these blessings to do kingdom building right here on earth for you. And Father God, as we continue to grow as a people, may we share the freedom that we have with others. May oppression be gone, and may everyone be able to experience your love, your grace, and your mercy. Now move, Holy Spirit, like only you can, and bless your people. We love you and we thank you. And we pray this prayer knowing that you have heard our call and our cry. It is in Jesus' name that we give you thanks. Amen.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmony of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening sky. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the presence has brought us. Ooh, facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won.
People of Texas are informed that in accordance of a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between an employer and a hired labor. The freedom men are advised to remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages. They are informed that they will not be allowed to collect at military posts and that they will not be supported in idleness either there or elsewhere.
What's going on, Juneteenth family? As we know, this is the virtual summit, and I've been coming across some amazing people today. Especially, we have Pastor Gabby Wilkes in the building. How are you today?
I'm good. How you doing, Ambi? It's good to meet you. Is it AMBG? Do I need to keep them together?
I mean,
AMBG?
it's MBG. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, I can do that. I
The
can do that.
pleasure is mine. So I want to jump right into it. We're talking about faith and purpose today. Let's just get straight to it. We are here for, of course, the amazing celebration of Juneteenth. But when talking about faith and purpose, I think that comes with so much unity, so much community. There's so much substance to that, right? In relationship. What are some of the things that you feel that we need to address in the community that uniquely starts with faith and purpose and God's covering as a whole?
Okay, faith and purpose. I love it. I love it. Well, first, hey Juneteenth, what's going on? Listen, I think it was 2 years ago. My husband and I had the honor of preaching at the all-day Prospect Park official Juneteenth event. Man, oh man, did we have a good time? I think the year prior we had our music ministry out there, and we got rained out, but we still had a good time anyhow.
Come on
and
now.
So, you remember that? So listen,
Come
y'all
on.
are family. Y'all are family. It's so excited to be together. For those who don't know me, my name is Pastor Gabby Cudjoe Wilkes. I am the pastor of the Double Love Experience Church in Brooklyn, New York, Bed-Stuy to be specific.
Yes.
We meet at Restoration Plaza right there on Fulton and Marcy, Sundays at 1:30 p.m. Okay, let me answer the question. Faith and purpose. So one of the things that's so powerful about the message of Juneteenth is that enslaved Black folks had already been legally freed. But the word had not made its way to them in Texas. And so think about that. People who have been enslaved, because nobody's born a slave. You're born a human being, and people choose to enslave you. That's why we're very specific about our language. Nobody's purpose is to be a slave. We are purposed to be children of God, but systems and structures try to enslave us. Not only back then, but even in 2024, they try to enslave you into a mindset that is not yours. Nobody's born a slave. But what's powerful about the message of Juneteenth is that word had not reached these Black folks in Texas that, guess what, legally we're free. The Emancipation Proclamation has gone out, and they just didn't tell you because they knew you couldn't read. And we don't have the news and the newspaper and the radio and television and social media back then. And so what's powerful is I believe every year when we honor Juneteenth, we honor the faith of individuals who said, no, I'm going to make sure these Black folks in the South are clear that noose on their neck has been released and removed, right? Because they are not purposed to be slaves. They're purposed to be children of God. And so I think that in 2024, when I think about purpose, when I think about faith as it relates to Juneteenth, I believe that it's important for us to be reminded that Galatians 5 says to us that it is for freedom that Christ has set us free. You have been set free for the purpose of being free. That's literally what scripture says. It's not so you can do other stuff. If you do other stuff, wonderful. Clap, clap, clap. But literally your freedom, the project of freedom and liberation is for the purpose of freedom and liberation, that you might then more fully discover your purpose, because you can't really discover your purpose when you're not free. And so I want to ground us in the beginning of this conversation that freedom is your birthright. Liberation is your birthright. It is not something that anyone should be able to give or take from you. It is the way that God has created you. Even God gives us free will. God doesn't even require us to choose him. He hopes that we do, but he doesn't even require us to choose. He gives us free will to even choose him. So why would anybody else who's not God have the power to enslave us? And so I think as we're talking about purpose and freedom, remember, you were never purposed to be enslaved to anything. There's a pastor in Virginia who says anything you cannot rest from, you're a slave to. We don't want to be a slave to anything. We want to be free people. And so Juneteenth is a celebration of that liberation.
Such a word already, just starting it off in such a powerful way. And it leads me to my following question, because I wanted to get into the church, right? And the support of the church. How does the church support and empower? Now, the church to me is when we go to the word place of two or more gathered, some amazing things happen. But in that sense, it cultivates my relationship with God, my relationship with the word, my relationship with people that share the same beliefs as me. So when I ask the question of how the church supports and empower the Black family into navigating these relationships and maintaining these strong bonds and sticking together, what would you say is some of the most important key, I guess, concepts and outreach that the church has in our communities today?
Yeah. Well, you know, the word says, honor your father and mother, for this is right, right? We never grow out of that. Even if your parents are deceased, you know, our lives are a way of honoring them. And one of the things that's really interesting is that, you know, it took a while for New York to start celebrating Juneteenth. I know y'all been on the battlefield a while, but
Mm-hmm.
it took a while for folks to catch up to you. But what's interesting is I've noticed some tension in the Black community and the Black church between Juneteenth and Father's Day,
Mm-hmm.
because Juneteenth often falls on the same weekend as
Yes.
Father's Day. And so
Yes.
what we have done in our church is we've made a commitment to honor both. I think
Mm-hmm.
it was last year that Juneteenth even fell on a Sunday, or maybe 2 years ago. But Father's Day is always the third Sunday in
Yes.
June, which means it's going to always be a few days away from
Mm-hmm.
Juneteenth. And so one of the ways that I think we know that our relationship to the ways in which Black men can be active fathers, we know that it is strained in our community, to say the least. But I
Yeah.
believe the Black church should always create a space, right? Create a space for us to honor the men who are trying to get it right. Right? The
Yes.
fathers who are active, whether they are blended families, whether they are single dads, whether they are widowers, the fathers who perhaps made some bad choices and haven't seen their children in years. Guess what? That child still wants to hear from you. That child
Yes.
still, even if they've got anger, even if they're frustrated, they may be deserving of that anger, but they still want to talk to you, right? And so I think that one of the ways that I would answer your question is that we have to keep the priority of the family unit, even beyond these other things that are worthy of our attention, right? Juneteenth is
Mm.
worthy of our attention, but let's not make it at the expense of Father's Day, right? And so many other things. The other thing I would say is that the church is a great centralized and neutral place. Let's be
Yes.
real. There are some families where parents don't have custody, where, you know, aunties and uncles are really the ones raising the kids because the
Mm.
parents are at work and, you know, what have you. And one of the things that is really powerful about churches is that on a Sunday morning, you got free childcare. Come on, somebody. You got
Come
2
on.
hours of rest. You got public speaking classes if they decide to give a little Easter speech. You
Yes.
got music classes. You see the kids sitting behind the band. And so the Black church has always seen ourselves as a part of the community. And
Yeah.
many times Sunday school and youth choir and, you know, debate team and all that other work that we do as the church, it helps to support the family, because many Black families cannot afford to pay for arts programs, cannot afford to buy instruments for their children, cannot afford to have a place where for 2 hours their children can be under supervision in a daycare setting, which is basically where the nursery where the children go during the church. So, you know, I
Mhm.
think that even before we get to midweek work that some churches do, that Sunday morning for 2 hours, or for us a Sunday afternoon, you know, that's an opportunity for the family to come without cost, without judgment, and to
Yeah.
start to find avenues into not only finding ways to give the parents a rest, to give the aunties and uncles, the grandparents a rest, but also to get poured into as you
Yeah.
pour out throughout the rest of the week. And I think we can't lose that as the church.
Very vital and very important. And just like you said, you know, it continues to build and hold structure within the families, and it's a release and a relief for some families that need it, in all aspects and all angles. I need to have this personal time with
Yep.
what I'm facing. So, you know,
Yep.
I be able to know and trust that yes, my kids do have people that love them and, you know, extend help. And I think that that's always been a beautiful thing. I want to ask you, what teachings and practices within faith, right, and tradition and things of that nature, do you think that we address in times of social justice, in times of inequality, in times of racial disparities and things of that nature on that part of the spectrum.
Yeah, yeah. Hebrews tells us that faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And so, one thing that I want to remind everyone who is fighting against injustice is that faith is literally the evidence of things not seen. That sentence sounds so strange. How am I
Yes.
going to have evidence and proof of something I haven't seen? But that's literally what faith is. And
Yes.
so, when we believe that better is possible, we are actually declaring that I believe that these injustices that are harming my people will not forever be this way, and my faith allows me to see it, right?
Yeah.
It allows me to hope, right? It gives me a renewed sense of hope that even though I don't see the change, I do believe it's possible. I also believe scripture says faith without works is dead. And so we muster that faith to see what we haven't seen, but then the work is the work of social justice, the activism, the ways in which we put our bodies on the line, the ways in which we have some degree of resistance, the ways in which we do not only deconstruction, but reconstruction, right?
Come on.
Not only tearing down what doesn't work, but rebuilding something in its
Building.
place.
Yeah.
Because if we don't rebuild, they're just going to come back and build more in the space
Yes.
that we left after we've torn down, right? And so I believe that faith is critical. We cannot do this work without that. And my husband and I, his name is Andrew Wilkes, Reverend Andrew Wilkes, Reverend Dr. Andrew Wilkes. He actually
Come
just
on.
graduated with his PhD from the CUNY Graduate Center. Yeah, he just graduated earlier this month. Thank God we celebrate that. But he and I have a book called Songs for Black Lives, Reflections for the Work of Liberation. And in that book, we literally are encouraging folks to have that faith to do social justice work, but to keep rebuilding and replenishing our faith, because the injustices that we're fighting can weigh on us in such a way that it can strip us of our hope and our capacity to dream. And when they strip us of our capacity to dream and our capacity to hope, the systems and structures have won. And we can't let them win. And so faith is something that is renewed. It's something you don't have to have a whole lot of, just a little bit, just a mustard seed, a tiny bit of faith will take you a long way. And so we have to continue to build that faith muscle in our communities.
What advice would you give a young person or anybody that may be watching this right now who's struggling with identifying what they may think their purpose is in life? You know, sometimes I think that it's a struggle for us to really, you know, the challenge and feeling overwhelmed with today's society. You got social media that's giving you this image of a perfect life. You know, you see people and you try to mimic that, and you see, you know, well, this is working out for this person that way. How is this not working out for me? You know, am I not doing something right? What is the barrier in between here that's blocking me between getting from where I am to where I want to be? I don't know if this is my purpose. I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing this. Sometimes, you know, we struggle with that. So what are some points and, you know, advice or scriptures or anything that you would give to somebody who's in that space right now?
Yeah. What a great question. You know, when it relates to purpose, the first thing I would say is, what is something that you would do for free? What is something that when you do it, you lose time doing it, you love it, it lights you up, it makes you just come alive, that you would do for free, that you would do even if there's no budget around it, right? You know, musicians, artists, poets, writers, critical thinkers, folks who take pictures, you know, photographers, videographers, teachers, educators, all these folks. If you talk to folks who are really locked in on their purpose, not doing it just because someone said, here's a check, but who are really doing it because it's their purpose, they're staying late, they're waking up early, they're all night editing, they're all night, you know, having conversations, they're doing extra tutoring sessions. They found their purpose because it's something they would do whether they were compensated or not, because their compensation really isn't that fulfillment, right? Now, everyone, work is worthy of the hire, right? Labor is worthy of the hire. So I'm not saying you should work for free. I'm saying what's something you would do even if you were not compensated. That's one way to think about discover your purpose. The other thing, and this is a little counterintuitive, but stay with me. What makes you angry? Like, what is the thing that other folks get mad and move on, but you can't move on?
Yeah.
Right? Your purpose is somewhere in there, in rectifying the thing that makes you angry. I mean, sometimes, you know, folks will just really, you know, have these moments of going off, and they, you know, they go on these kind of tirades, and people ignore them because, oh, they just talking about what they're talking about. But there's something about that issue that brings them to a point of, scripture would call it righteous indignation, which means it's an issue that perhaps you are uniquely positioned to start solutioning towards, because it makes you so mad in ways that it makes others mad, but it's fleeting for them. And so I think the thing you would do for free and the thing that angers you that you cannot move past, somewhere in the midst of those two areas of self-examination, is your purpose.
I love it. I love it. And I absolutely agree with that, because, you know, it's in this world, I think it's like a problem solution based thing. Like, you know, if I feel so strongly and I have a passion about this, how can I create, what is the problem that's created around this, and what are the benefits and the solution that I can provide and I can give, and, you know, I can hone in and really make the change and make a change. And when speaking of making a change, I know that your purpose, you know, God has fulfilled and is continuing to fulfill through you and through, you know, your words and the way that you're able to deliver the word. I want to ask you personally, how do you pour back into yourself? How do you, you know, stay afloat? How do you give yourself that faith and that encouragement, and, you know, those talks in the times that you may not be feeling at your highest, but you know, okay, if I'm going to lead, I have to make sure that I'm good first. How do you do that?
I love that question. I love that question. Listen, Nehemiah 8:10 is one of my favorite scriptures. It says, the joy of the Lord is my strength. I take that scripture literally. And one of the ways that I replenish myself so that I can lead at the highest level is that I make space for joy. I make space for vacation.
Come on.
Real vacation with out of the office notices. And, you know, I keep a very small group of friends. We call ourselves 50 Summers because we have pledged to one another to spend 1 week of the summer together every year. And we pray we get 50 of those years. And so they are not in ministry. They are not pastors. One of them's a lawyer. One of them is in the military. One of them is an accountant. And, you know, one of them is a teacher. One of them is a content creator. They are not in ministry. They are my best friends. And I think that that's so important and critical, because when you are a leader, when you're pouring out, sometimes we're tempted to have our only community be those that we're serving. And I learned early in my ministry that when you do that, the lines get very blurred. And it's not the people's fault. It's your fault as the leader for putting everything on them. Social, emotional, you know, physical, spiritual. They can't be all things to you. And so I really believe that all leaders, regardless of your field, you have to have something set apart for joy, right? And so maybe you can't afford to do a vacation, but you can go to Central Park for the day, right? And put your phone on do not disturb, you know, and have a picnic and reconnect with yourself. Like you can go to a free movie in the park. Look, it's summertime. There's so many, especially in New York, we are so blessed. There's so many things you can do at no cost that can replenish you. But I really believe that the joy of the Lord is your strength. I really believe that the strength that we need, joy funnels that. It's one more thing I'll say. There's a photographer who was hired by Johnson Publishing Company. Johnson Publishing Company published Ebony and Jet magazine. And at the height of the civil rights movement, they were the publication. It was Jet. You had your Jet Beauties every week. You had your Jet that came weekly, your Ebony that came monthly. And there was a photographer hired by that publishing company by the name of Moneta Sleet Jr., Monetta Sleet Jr. was hired by the publishing company to take pictures of civil rights activists that we all know and love, but he was not chronicling their activism. He was chronicling their family life and periods of joy. From him, we get pictures of MLK pushing his kids on the swing. We get pictures of Malcolm X laughing. We get pictures of these civil rights folks and children running through fire hoses in New York City at the height of the civil rights movement. And what I love about what that reminds us is that even in times of greatest resistance as Black people, we have always had joy, which is its own form of resistance, right? We've always played spades and talked trash and did basketball games, at the park. And, we've always found ways to curate non-expensive ways of joy and release. And that has always refueled us to go back into a world that doesn't love us. And so I think the biggest trick of movement work right now is making people feel guilty about having joy. You post something positive, and they're like, how you post something positive when this is going on in the world? Because we've always had to walk and chew gum at the same time. I mean, what do you mean? And so for me, listen, my church knows it. When I go away, they know. I tell them. My husband and I take a sabbatical for 2 weeks in August every year, where we replenish ourselves. We go away, and we've equipped our church to be able to. If our church can't last 2 weeks without us, then that's a problem with our leadership. And not with the people. And so I think, and like I said, everyone doesn't have that luxury to take that much time away, but you can find pockets of joy. And I truly believe that is what leaders need to replenish us. There's a whole lot of stank, angry leaders because they've allowed themselves to buy into the lie that they don't deserve joy. But everybody needs joy. Everybody needs a release, right? And so that's how I do. That's how I refuel my soul.
Oh my God, I love that because, you get to see both sides of a person. And when I say both sides, I mean, just like you said, the generational traditions of love that's been passed down from the very beginning of time. We've always found and created an outlet for us to feel love, to feel joy, to, love on each other, to show the true happiness that we have, despite anything that's going on. So I agree with you 1,000,000% on that. And I think that that's something that we need to, continue to build on, to not let go culturally, to keep and to, just continue to grow within. I don't want to hold you for too long, but I do want to ask you, what does Juneteenth mean to you?
Juneteenth means to me that our freedom is communal. You don't get Juneteenth without the community coming together and making sure that everyone is clear that we are free. And so I don't think you can do Juneteenth without the community. And I just love the fact that now it is being recognized at a national level. That gives all of us, look, we got 4th of July, we got Juneteenth, but I love that Juneteenth comes first. But we have two expressions of freedom, but in particular for Juneteenth, Black communal freedom, because we're not free until all of us are free.
Come on. Last thing, what is one thing that you want the community to take away from our session today?
Yeah, again, how we started, that no one is born a slave.
Yes.
We're all born as free people. That is God's gift to us. And so Juneteenth is a great opportunity for you to take a look at your personal life. And if you've allowed anything to metaphorically enslave you, today's a great day to get free.
Oh, yes. Please tell the people where they can keep up with you, where they can follow you, where they can purchase your book, all of that great thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, you all can always come visit us at our church. We're Sundays at 1:30 p.m. corner of Fulton and Marcy at Restoration Plaza, 5th floor, every Sunday, Double Love Experience Church, where I pastor along with my husband, Reverend Andrew Wilkes, Reverend Dr. Andrew Wilkes. And then also my book, Songs for Black Lives, wherever books are sold, you can buy it, Amazon, Barnes and Noble, the whole nine. Pick it up. I believe it's going to be a blessing to you. And then, yeah, you can follow me on social media at Dr. Gabby C. Wilkes on Instagram and Twitter. Or you can visit my website if you want to leave a message for me at www.gabbykudjawilkes.com.
Oh my God, it has been a pleasure. I'm gonna make it my personal, my personal position to make sure I stop by.
You gotta pull up, MBG.
On a
You gotta pull
Sunday,
up.
and you gotta come by. Absolutely, you right down the street. I gotta come through. I have.
We would love that. We would love that.
So until next time, please keep us updated with everything you have going on. Juneteenth family, we love you, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Greetings to everyone watching this virtual summit. My name is Alyssa Luce, and I am the creator of Intentions of Light. It has been my honor to work with the Juneteenth Advisory Board as their official fashion show coordinator, and I can thank everyone enough for putting together such a spectacular show and giving their time and energy to really bring to life our vision of celebrating Juneteenth in the way it deserves to be celebrated. I personally believe that when you live in your purpose and when you pursue your dreams with constant belief that you can achieve them, you can be, do, and have anything and everything you want. I created Intentions of Light with the hopes and dream of one day influencing the world to be a better place. And sometimes people will look at me and think, is she okay? I'm very much okay and well aware how absurd that can seem to somebody who doesn't see things my way. And that's okay. Everyone is meant to have a different purpose. Everyone is meant to have a different belief system, a different idea, a different personality. That's what makes living fun. That's what makes creating a very unique experience. And every day you're creating. But what intention do you use when you create? Sometimes we unintentionally use malice, hatred, fear, anger, frustration, anxiety, stress to create the circumstances that we see around us every day. You turn on the news, you hear about shootings, you hear about war, you hear about hunger, you hear about so much angst and sadness that people really do experience. But if you took the time to truly decide what you want to see, what you want to experience, what you want to have, what impact you want to create on the world, and trust me, it doesn't matter if you lock yourself up in the room all day long and never decide to talk to anybody, you still impact the world. You impact the world by not doing anything about all the bad we see. And you impact the world when you use your voice to speak up and create something good. So I'll be the first to speak up and say, pursue that dream that you've been putting off for all this time. Because there's someone somewhere in the world who needs you to lead them to the place they need to be. Everyone has a desire to be useful, to help others. Don't let your circumstances nor other people's criticisms stop you from being your favorite self. If you want to learn more about how you can work with Intentions of Light, follow me on any social media platform at Intentions of Light. You can also find me on Instagram at Veggie Godmother, where I share regular podcast episodes from the Favorite Self podcast. You can learn about health, a holistic overview of how you can become your favorite self, and most importantly, why you should become your favorite self today.
Get up, get active, and get fit with D-Fit. Right now, we are gonna do chair aerobics. We're gonna start, grab your seat. If you're home on your couch, if you're in your office right now, just have a seat. We're gonna start with overhead pull downs, right? You're gonna start with your arms over your head. You're gonna pull your arms down to your shoulders, squeezing your back. What I want you to do while you're doing this is engage your core, keep it tight the entire time, breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, okay? So arms over your head, and you're gonna pull and squeeze. This you can do 15 to 20 reps, at least 3 to 4 sets. Good. I hope you guys are following me while you are watching. You can do this home, at the gym, in the park, wherever you are. This is something you can do, and it's low intense. So if you have different ailments, injuries, you can do it. Next, we're gonna do heel taps. Again, make sure you're sitting up straight in your seat, and we're gonna reach for the back of our heels. What I want you to do is keep your chest and your shoulders back. And again, remember, core tight and breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. This too, you can do 20 reps, 3 to 4 sets. Good. All right, next we are going to do oblique twists. Again, we're gonna keep this posture straight, y'all. You're gonna bring your fist to your chest, and we are going to just twist our obliques and abdominal area. All right, this we could do 20 reps or 30 seconds of. And I do not want you to move anything else but your abdominal areas. All right, that should be breaking a sweat already. So again, 3 to 4 sets. Good. Next, we're gonna do leg extensions. So this, you're gonna sit, you can hold your chair, sofa, whatever you're sitting on, and you are going to extend your leg and squeeze your quads and bring it back down. The foot doesn't have to touch back the ground, but continue to raise and squeeze. Again, keep your core engaged and breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Let's do 20 reps on each side, and then you're gonna switch. Again, this is something you can do at home, at your desk, in the park, wherever you at. You can get your workout on. Good. Remember, keep your core tight and breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. All right, so we're gonna do one more chair aerobics, and then we're gonna take a break, right? So this, one of my favorites, is a seated squat. You can stand, oh, should I do this? And you're gonna sit back down. You can have praying hands, or you can keep your hands behind your head. Inhale down, exhale up. Inhale, exhale down. Good. If you want to activate the glutes, you can definitely squeeze your glutes when you come up. And again, this is something you can do 20 reps, 15 to 20 reps, 3 to 4 sets. Good. And those are 5 exercises you can do from anywhere.
gentlemen, Juneteenth Virtual Summit. I am here, your host, Kiara Ambi G. Green. And today I am welcoming one of the most prestigious Black women that I've come across so far, okay? I'm talking about Gabrielle Taylor, a seasoned clinical professional and the CEO of Gabrielle Taylor LCSW, PLLC, and the Change Agents Firm, LLC. With over 25 years of experience, her expertise empowers individuals to discover their purpose and create fulfilling lives through her transformative masterclass, Purpose Over Pleasure. Your destiny awaits. Welcome, Gabrielle. How are you today?
I'm well. Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you for being here. So, when I saw this topic, I was so interested in sitting here talking with you because investing in Black women through health equity, the importance there is major. I want to start off by just talking about what health equity is. And just give somebody who's watching, who may not have the information, the resources to have knowledge on this topic, some background.
Well, health equity is ensuring that everyone has an opportunity to have access to an optimal level of health care. Mm-hmm. And in order to obtain that, it's going to take a concerted effort with communities, stakeholders, and policymakers as a whole.
Yes, and I see you have an extensive background and with so many different experiences in mental health and substance service, and how has that shaped your career to your point today?
Wow, starting in the field as a part-time residential housing counselor in Harlem changed my life. I wanted to learn more about substances and addiction and mental health as a whole. Yeah. So I just gave it everything that I had. I had wonderful supervisors and people who really invested in me. Mm-hmm. And so where I am today is I'm always willing to give back because I want to make sure that every
you doing your thing.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Don't even
I think I was overthinking it.
Yeah, don't even think about it.
Okay, we still rolling?
Start with your answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. We start with the answer. Yes, please.
Wait a minute.
With the answer or
with the answer?
Yeah.
Well,
so
okay.
You can just restart your answer.
Okay.
Yes. What was
you want me to ask you a question? Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
It's like this. Get that flow going.
For real?
It'll work.
So with an extensive background, I know you have various roles in mental health and substance service. How has that shaped your career?
Wow, well, first I had wonderful supervisors that were really invested in my education and my success. And also growing up in a large family, we always had people in the house. So I kind of grew up in what you call a social service home.
Yeah.
Being also a PK, a preacher's kid. So we were always doing service. So I think I was destined to be a social worker and someone that provided services.
Your destiny awaits. Yes. It was awaiting for you. So when we talk about Black women through health equity, what does that look like?
Wow, it's so much. As Black women, we are told that you can be a woman, but you can't be Black. Or if you're gonna be Black, you can't be a woman. Because Black women are told that we're supposed to be strong.
Yes.
We're supposed to be able to take pain and multitask. So what I'm looking at is the health disparities in terms of how we receive care, how we receive medication, and just how we are diagnosed or misdiagnosed or underdiagnosed in the healthcare system.
Yes, and I was doing my research and I found so much about maternal health and the challenges and obstacles there, and the prenatal health and the postpartum health and the resources and the lapse, especially when we're talking about our Black and brown communities. What do you feel are the biggest challenges when it comes to being a Black woman in healthcare and specifically maternal health?
I think we would have to start back in the 1800s. where there was a gynecologist who went to slave owners and leased 5 African enslaved women to perform surgeries on them without the use of any anesthesia. And this went on for maybe a period of 5 to 10 years. There were at least about 13 surgeries, and this is well documented.
Yeah.
And then you could fast forward to 1966, where Dr. King was giving a speech talking about the infant mortality rate and the mothers dying during childbirth, and talking about how the discrimination in hospitals for Black women. And also, most Black women were either denied access to the hospital or had to be seen by a local veterinarian.
A veterinarian.
And
not ignoring how far we've come, because we've come far from that, but the social determinants of health, just that within itself, and the socioeconomic status, and, you know, the education, the instability within housing and things of that nature. How, like, the outcomes, what are some, if I may, interventions or like needed in those areas to address what the real issue is today? Because we're talking about 200 years, you know, of the same thing. It's evolving, but it's still an issue.
I think representation is important. We need more doctors.
Yes.
That look like us, that understand us, from the anatomy to our language, the bond and, you know, sisterhood.
Yeah.
We need representation. I also think policy change, because America's rooted in racism.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the people that were tied to slavery, their descendants are still heading up these facilities. So we need a concerted effort of people who are, one, ready to acknowledge that there's in fact a problem, and also recognizing that we don't need a mandate, we need a movement.
I love that. I love that. And that just addressed the disparities. And even with, it came to my mind just now, the word shameful, right? Because it's been on our hearts from the beginning, if you may, that we have to be strong. We have to take this. We have to, you know, just take the pain and kind of be quiet about it. How do we as a culture, specifically Black and Brown and our Latinos, how do we get out of and break that stigma of being so strong? You know, as the Black woman, it's almost like a superpower that we have, but unveiling what's really happening. How do we work on that? Where do we start? Where does that conversation even start? I mean, with us sitting here starting, you know, but what do you think is needed there?
I think recognizing that we need all persons of color, and we also need key persons of the majority to first denounce racism and sexism and say we won't stand for that. You know, I often think about when Dr. King initially went to the White House, the conversation was initially separate but equal.
Yes.
And then somehow we got to integration, and integration did not benefit us. What it did was take away our facilities and businesses and properties that we had. So I think recognizing that we as a people are more than capable of taking care of our own, and building and expounding on something that's meaningful, and then recognizing the importance of collaborating with the majority to help us pool equal resources together to make sure that we can move forward. And we also need the voice of our Black men. We need their support in encouraging us and standing with us to say, you matter.
because we absolutely matter. And without us, I mean, you know, it's one hand washes the other, but without us, like, holding down the house, holding down the families, holding down ourselves, you know, we often take care of everybody else and think about ourselves last. And that brings so much magnitude to our health of why is grandma sick? You know, why is auntie not feeling well? Why is this happening? Why is, you know, when we go to the doctor, they're asking our family history and our answers are always, you know, diabetes or cancer, you know, it's always something. Why is this happening? How do we, I guess I want to ask about the historical context of just the opportunities within, like, medicine and the resources that we have when we are sick. How has that grown? And over the years, how has that grown, if it has?
I do think that there have been improvements.
Mm-hmm.
I think the issue is when we look at neighborhoods. Certain neighborhoods that are impoverished may not have the best facilities.
Yeah.
So I may go to the doctor. There may be equity, but is there justice? And what do I mean by that? Okay, it's like I put a hospital in your community, but you do not have the proper equipment to properly diagnose what you're experiencing. Whereas if I travel 20 miles out to a more affluent neighborhood, they may have the latest technology and something could be picked up right away. So I think facilities, being state of the art, the latest technology, those are things that we can do. Also recognizing that not everyone has access to a car. So if I'm a mother and I'm pregnant and I have a toddler and I live near an elevated train and I can't afford an Uber, am I going to make my appointment if my appointment is 10 miles away? So these are things that may seem minuscule to someone else, but these are real issues in our communities, and this is why several people do not maintain optimal levels of health, because we just can't make it or we can't afford the medications.
I was thinking the other day, when you saying that, it made me think I called to schedule an appointment for my daughter to be seen, and the appointment that they gave me was 2 months out. And I'm like, well, if I'm telling you she's sick right now, how is it possible that I have to wait this long? I don't know. I don't always remember it being that way. I don't know if this is something, you know, new or like, how do we change that? Because if we are calling, if we are, you know, trying to figure out a way, and the opportunity is almost like, oh, well, either you just have to wait. Why do we? I know that that's not, you know, the case in every neighborhood, like you said, or, you know, with every facility. So why is it that in more urban areas, that's the option?
So in my experience as a healthcare administrator, there are certain doctors and providers that work in certain areas, maybe a few times a month, versus working in more affluent facilities. And sometimes you just may not have a provider available, or because of how with the HMOs, with the healthcare management organizations and how they bill, it makes it difficult because certain providers won't accept the lower fees. And it just may not be conducive to their lifestyle. If I'm driving from Connecticut to work in a hospital in the Bronx, then maybe I should be compensated for my time. So we have to figure out how to balance the resources, how to balance the care for the patients, as well as self-care for the providers.
Absolutely. Absolutely, because they have to be good in order for us. Absolutely. So I agree with that 100%. I'm just looking over some things, and it brings me to the qualifications as a licensed clinical social worker and a licensed clinical alcohol and drug counselor. Can you elaborate on what those qualifications look like, and how do you qualify for those positions?
A lot of time and studying. You know, I started my career, I got my bachelor's first in human services, and then I went on to get a master's in social work. And once you get your MSW, you can take a test.
Okay.
And so the first license I received was a licensed master social worker. And so the LCSWs, there's degrees of separation, because now you have to have a certain amount of years of experience providing specialized treatment and services. You take another test, and then you can work independently. Whereas an LMSW would need supervision. As far as the LCADC, it's right along the same lines as the LCSW. I think overall, maybe 8 years that I put in to kind of get to that point to have both of those licenses. So I could be a doctor.
You are a doctor today. Yes, yes, you are. Can you share some insight as your role as a CEO of Gabrielle Taylor LCSW, PLLC, and the Change Agents firm?
Yes, so I started the Change Agents firm initially because I wanted to be a change agent. I wanted to be the change that I desired to see. And so Gabrielle Taylor LCSW PLLC is more of my consulting piece.
Okay.
I also have a small private practice where I see clients virtually for various disorders. I also am an adjunct, so I teach. I do a lot of clinical supervision, and my passion is developing workshops and presenting opportunities for learning. I believe that, you know, if we're purposeful and intentional in our efforts, then we can see some real healing.
Yes, yes, and that leads me to the master class. I love the title, Purpose Over Pleasure, Your Destiny Awaits. First of all, let's start there. Where did you come up with that concept, and why did you choose that title? And then tell me about what's provided in the master class and what motivated you. I mean, you've been telling us, but what motivated that specific idea?
So purpose over pleasure is a mantra that was actually birthed in my prayer closet. You know, just at a place in my life where I felt overwhelmed. I felt undervalued, and I remember just praying for clarity. And I remember just saying, like, you know, I need healing, but I want to do it right.
Yes.
And so I don't want to rush it. So someone that pops out, purpose over pleasure, is someone that understands that the purpose is the main thing. Why am I here? Yes. You know, if I can make the main thing, when I get to my destination of purpose, the pleasure will be there waiting on me.
You better preach for us today.
So
Come on.
What's important, like making the main thing. So that's how I came up with that. In terms of the master class, I encounter so many people, young, middle-aged, you know, older adults, even teens, that want mentorship, or they know that they want to do something, or they want to have an impact. They just don't know how to get started. So my goal is to help you to tap into that purpose, to help you to not only be purposeful and intentional, but also, are you directional? Are the steps that you're taking leading you in the direction that you want to go into so that you can achieve the goal? So that's the purpose of that masterclass.
I love that. What are some of the most impactful, coachable moments you think you've had in that masterclass, or just, you know, helping someone out?
Just when I see, sometimes we have tears. Sometimes it's, you know, you're just frustrated.
Yeah.
It may not even be something really wrong, or maybe you can't put it into words, But just seeing how they entrust me to give them guidance, or when they come back or say, hey, I told someone else about the class.
Yes.
Those are the biggest moments for me. And anytime that I have an opportunity to just give back to the community, it lets me know that I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah. How do you balance all that, your purpose and all that you give, with still pouring back into yourself? Because just like we said, you know, we wear this cape that, you know, we get it all done and we show up and we show out. But how do you take care of you as well?
Very carefully. But I am a spa connoisseur.
Come on.
So I try to go to the spa at least every other month. A full spa day, like
Okay.
I mean, like hours. I've incorporated a nap in my daily schedule each day. So
yes.
I block out an hour for my nap time.
Yes. I'm just learning that. I'm just grasping that idea, because I'm always go.
Yes.
I need this time. I got to use this. But the nap, the rejuvenation you feel after that, to be able to continue to go.
Yes.
It means so much. But I don't want to stop you. Go ahead.
No, but the nap is critical. Diet. You know, I eat a lot of whole foods. I drink my water, and most importantly, I pray. You know, I pray. And I just take a moment to decompress and sometimes just disconnect. Even if it's only 5 or 10 minutes in the day, it's important that you decompress and restart, because we all need a recharge sometimes.
Yes, absolutely. Not stopping with health equity, but including the justice of it. What ways do you think we need to continue to advocate to grow the change and you know, to help people desire better lives?
I think it starts with a conversation and acknowledgement, but I also think it's important for us as a people to come together and create our own opportunities first.
Yes.
So that we can have the conversations with us, so that other people will see, hey, this is a movement. They're serious about it.
Yes.
And we need to listen. And I think consistency is the key. I think we get tired. You know, we get tired. It's like, oh, 400 years.
Yeah.
We're still here. This, you know, but we have to just keep showing up.
Yes.
That's half of the job, to just show up. And then we figure it out once we come together.
Yes, yes, yes. What are you most proud of within yourself, your accomplishments? What are you most proud of? And it doesn't even have to be an accomplishment, but just within yourself, what makes you proud?
What makes me proud is being a mother and a grandmother and an auntie.
Yes.
I have little people that love me and they think that I can do anything. But I also just enjoy pouring into others, because I had so many people that poured into me, prayed for me.
Yes.
And so that makes my heart smile. Having opportunities like this to educate, empower, and enrich, these are things that say, hey, you did all right.
Yes. Yes, you're doing, and you're continuing to do. I want to close out today with asking you, what does Juneteenth mean to you?
Wow. Juneteenth is about freedom, freedom of expression, freedom to be able to embrace my blackness.
Yes.
You know, without apology. You know, Juneteenth is a movement. It's a revolution. And this revolution will be televised.
Okay. Okay. Oh my God, it's been a pleasure sitting here. I could sit here and talk with you all day because just within your whole persona from the first moment that we spoke, you know, it was very encouraging and embracing. You know, we embrace one another, and that's what I love about, you know, Black women, that we don't ignore each other, but we're here to embrace each other and to just, you know, give each other the courage and the inspiration that's needed to continue on. So I thank you for that. And before we close, what are the lasting things that you want to leave with the community? What do you want someone to take away from this message?
I want you to know that you matter. I want you to know that if we're not taking care of our health, if we're not getting adequate health care, we will not be able to see our loved ones grow. We will not be able to accomplish our dreams, or things might get cut short. So health care is important, but I also want you to embrace your mental health and mental wellness as a part of your health care, because we need people that are whole. We need people that are whole. But remembering that I can't do any of this without you. I need you, and you need me, and we need each other to survive. So show up for each other, embrace each other, and do it until we win.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Gabrielle Taylor, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
By this conversation. Dee, how are you?
You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and manifest that I'm doing great. I'm doing amazing. I'm highly favored and I'm blessed. How you doing?
I'm well. I'm with you on that.
Okay, all right. We're just gonna claim it today, tomorrow, and yesterday. Okay.
Yes. So I'm gonna jump in. I know that you have many different hats. I see, you know, poet, activist, educator, writer, community organizer. Tell me a little bit about you, and how do we get all of these different hats, and you know, who is Dee Dee?
That's a very interesting question. So Dee Dee, who is Dee Dee? You know, I think I grew up with a lot of family trauma, as most of us do, and so when I decided that I could no longer live in my family home, I moved out when I was 16. And then when I could, I legally changed my name to my given name, to who I am today. Because I felt like I needed to redefine myself. So it's very interesting, Kiara, that you asked that question, okay? And what I've learned about myself is that I'm some type of merlion unicorn or something like that, because I can shift, I can snap back. I could play my position. I could do a lot. And it's taken me, just turned 40 in February. It's taken me this long to figure that out. You asked about how all of my hats are interconnected, and I think about the amazing group Katani out of Albany, New York, and they asked, "Do you know how many hats I wear?" Right, and I think about I became a poet because my first child's father was like, "Yo, you have like this way with words. Like, have you ever thought about taking what you write and speaking it?" And I am the very outgoing person, but I'm an introverted extrovert. That's what they call it, right? I don't like people, but it's so interesting because I'm always around people. So I think that trauma that I told you about, I've learned how to like absorb people's pain and just be like, okay, no, we got to fix it. So probably somebody needs to tell me to go see like a codependency therapist or something. But I think also too, our interdependence and our need to be dependent from one another needs to have a balance struck. And we don't know that because a lot of therapists tend to be white men, and then under them, white women, right? And it's like, you can't talk to us, people that have been separated from ourselves, right?
Yes.
I think of John Henry Clark, you can't talk to us about us. So I remember he encouraged me to go to my first poetry slam. I was like, I'm not slamming. I'm not doing that. I'm very competitive. So I'm not doing that. And then I did it, and everybody was like, "You're fast. You're rising." And this happened at the same time that the um, the non-indictment of, I believe his name, Darren Wilson, in the Mike Brown trial, and then right after that, Eric Gardner, and then it was like the momentum, like our people was getting busy. The momentum was big, and somebody was like, "We need a poet." Black Lives Matter came to Boston. They was like, "We need a poet," and everybody was like, "Here you go." And then I couldn't stop. It just rolled into, I'm gonna keep using my mouth to advocate for myself as a Black woman, as a Black non-man, and I'm gonna continue to advocate for my people. We can't leave nobody behind. It feels good sometimes, like when you get involved and be like, oh, but it's like, I'm going to end right back up there if I leave community behind. So that's who I am. I don't know if I answered your question, but that's who I am.
Yes, you
okay.
did. And you know what? It really just gives me, it gives me the purpose. You gave us a lot of sense of purpose in what you said, that if I'm not here advocating for us as a whole, then what am I doing? Like I have to speak, I have to be that voice, and I have to use something that I might not have. Yeah, maybe I'm introverted in the sense that I don't like to be around in it, but it's bigger than me. It's bigger than what I'm feeling. It's bigger. So just you utilizing your platforms and your gifts it just speaks volume. So thank you for that. We
of
are
course.
Jumping into our topic for today, and I'm going to talk more about in depth of you and your businesses and what you have going on. But just jumping into Black maternal health.
Of course, let's talk about it. Let's get into it.
Black maternal health. Okay, so just for anybody who may be tuned in and watching us that are not familiar or can't put a definition with Black maternal health, can you give us some detail or background of what Black maternal health is, and where are we right now in society? And I have some other deep questions about quality of care and so many different things, but just what is Black maternal health? Let's start there.
Certainly. So to me, Black maternal health is a term that medical providers when I say medical providers, I have to be very clear. I don't mean just hospitals, doctors, nurses. I'm talking about midwives. I'm talking about doulas. I'm talking about our aunties and our uncles that have really been in the folds, right? When we talk about Black maternal health, people will be like, why you gotta make everything about race? I think it's important to talk about Black maternal health because when we talk about maternal health, there are categories, right? they do define by race how low birth weight happens. They define by race how preterm birth and labor happens, right? So when you start to look at the demographics of people of color, Black women and Black birthing people are 3 times more likely to have birth related complications, including death. So when you talk to me and you say, what is Black maternal health? I'm just talking to you about those statistics specifically, because maternal health is doing all bad, right? Like people want to all lives matter maternal health. But when we talk about Black maternal health in particular, we are talking about the very grave disparities. We're talking about the bias. We're talking about whether it's conscious, unconscious. We're talking about social determinants of health, how all of that affects Black people as a whole that are able to birth children. Even Black people, when we talk about maternal health, who want to rear children via adoption, via surrogacy. There's a lot of red tape and redlining that goes on in that. So when we talk about Black maternal health, please know that if someone didn't know what it was, I hope that that defines it for them. That we're talking about something that's sticking out, not just like a sore thumb. It's like a sore leg that needs to be amputated and like fixed. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's what Black maternal health is to me.
Just kind of piggyback off of the social determinants, right? And the social determinants of health and the socioeconomic status and, you know, education and how these things are categorized as far as like, you know, housing instabilities and just the access that Black people have, access to healthy food, access to, you know, the actual care that we get, the doctors. How does this impact the outcome for African American women, and like what needs to be addressed within that? Like what's that gap right there? The interventions, I guess, that are the real factors in what we're missing and what others are getting.
Right. That's a very good question. What are we missing and what are others getting? And so, you know, when we talk about social determinants of health, sometimes I feel like we do this thing, and especially when people who don't look like us talk about Black maternal health, because they talking about it, they just not talking about it in front of us, right? Because we talking about it. So when people get into rooms and they talk about social determinants of health, that's what we not getting that other people are getting, right? We are experiencing environmental racism, and Black, you know, white people will be like, how are Black people experiencing environmental racism? Well, you know, I really can't tell you how many times somebody has said, well, Black people need to recycle more. Baby, Black people have been recycling. When I was 8 years old, my mother told me to go get the spaghetti that was in the refrigerator. And I told her, I looked and I can't find it. And, you know, Black mom, she got up, she went in there and pulled out the country crock tub and gave it to me.
It's
and
right
was like,
here.
like I said, yo, we are very resilient. We the ones that got all the plastic bags underneath the kitchen sink. Like, don't play with us, right? Number one. Number two, I think also people don't understand environmental racism is transportation costs, right? And it's like, I really think, like, what do we not have? Like, I think about the bodega that's down the street. Like, what do you mean, what do we not have? It would be easier for me to pick up a cup and a soup, the oodles and noodles in the cup, a Kool-Aid jammer or a Pepsi or whatever, than to sit here and buy something nutritious that perhaps someone, you know, who had a little less melanin in their skin and a little bit more coin in their pocket could afford a green drink, could afford, you know, to get the fresh fruits and vegetables and they Cobb salad. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and this is what I mean. I love that question. I think that that's a beautiful way that you worded it. Like, what are we not getting, right? We're not getting food security. We're not getting, I think about that, the opioid crisis, right? Like, everybody's losing their mind to make sure that people are taken care of and they're good when it comes to heroin and and methadone and all of those things, methamphetamines affecting white neighborhoods and communities. But when
affirmation, I am designed. You want to make sure that you stay up to date with your legal requirements to maintain to somebody that can help.
Thank you for your information, Dre.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, as we close out, Dre.
Hello, my name is Athenia Rodney, and I'm the CEO and founder of Juneteenth NYC. It is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome each and every one of you to our virtual Juneteenth Summit. As we gather today from different corners of the globe, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your unwavering support over the
Continue to pour back into you so that you can continue to flourish and help.
And to somebody that can help.
Thank you for your information.
We're going to start with a modified burpee. Okay.
And to somebody.
Evil, God turned for my good. I don't care what it looks like.
No, she don't want no C-section. So what are we gonna do?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a problem. But why I had to get on the phone with my midwife at 1 a.m. in the morning, and she's like, no, just lean forward on the bed, like rock back and forth, like open your
To forming your LLC in another state. And
today, fear is all around us, confusion everywhere. It feels like you won't make it from the burden that you bear. You cried so there were no.
Can't use.
No, she don't want no C-section. So what are we gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a problem. But why I had to get on the phone with my midwife at 1 a.m. in the morning, and she's like, no, just lean forward on the bed, like rock back and forth, like open your hips this way. 20 minutes later, I felt my son move.
Yeah.
And I called the nurse, and she's like, oh, he's back in the same place. So they was already like prepping to give me a C-section.
Yeah.
You know, so I think I like how you say, you know, I think continuing to talk about it.
Yes.
Continuing to build initiatives, because we can't expect other people to build it for us. We got to build it ourselves. So that's why, you know, I think about organizations. I know there's an organization in Connecticut, doulas for CT. You know, so many people are locally building in their communities. I can't wait to see a network of like Black birthing centers, Black care. I saw something in the city that I forget what the name of the place was, but I was trying to raise money, see if I could do it. But people make decisions for you about what your level of care should be. I said, you know, these people are going to a birthing center, like a postpartum center for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and they're getting all their needs taken care of. And I know in other cultures, like in Asia, and I know in some parts of Southern Africa, I don't know about any other part, but they tell you can't go outside. What you going outside for? You can't go outside. They tell you to take 40 days, be inside with your baby, only go outside for the doctor's appointment for your baby. That's it. You know, everybody's washing dishes for you, making food for you. Like, those are people that really care. And then I think about us here in the United States. We're so fragmented from each other because of what we had to deal with the transatlantic slave trade. So yes, everything about race.
Yes. Oh my God. It's so much. And you know, just like you said, we could talk about this all day, and even just the process of the birthing process in its entirety, you know. And then after birth is, you know, the postpartum, or, you know, the post-kid, and it's so much that goes into having a baby.
Yes.
Outside of just physically having the baby.
Yes.
Your entire you're not the same person ever again. You're never gonna be the same person. You're never, you know, so it's just like let's identify with those things. And yes, let's give these people the resources that they need. Let's give them the care. Let's give them the extra love. Let's give them the extra help. Let's give them the extra resources. Let's really build community around the needs of what our, and just speaking for Black people, what our women need. Like, if, and just like you said, if we could do it together, if okay, cool, if I could do this and I can help somebody and then they could do it.
Right. Each person just got to be responsible for their own little. If we all talking about quilts and tapestries and all that stuff, all you need to be responsible for is your square. Because if everybody takes care of their square, then all the squares are connected. They're interconnected. That means we're all taking care of our individual selves and our collective selves. That's what I'm talking about. What happens is people try to start knitting on other people's squares and we get confused and caught up and conflict ensues, right? No, I really think that if we could just be accountable to ourselves on an individual level and then seek that community accountability, seek it. Because a lot of times we feel like, I don't need to be accountable to my community. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you say.
Yeah.
But even if God forbid something was to happen to me, the only person, I'm like, I'm the oldest of 11. The only people I really have to lean on is my community because they already know the work I do. So I'm hoping that they'll be like, nah, we can't let Sib out there like that.
Right.
You got to get back. Like, you know what I'm saying? And people talk about your why. It should be reciprocal. If I'm going to help you one day when I'm down and out in my luck, I hope you help me. Right. And so, I'm really trying to be about community. I'm really trying to be about building this up. And if doula work is the way I go about it, then that's my little corner. That's my little patchwork quilt. And here's my piece to give. So I think that's another reason why I wear so many hats, because I can only give pieces. People be like, stick with one thing. Nah, all I got for you, fam, is pieces. Pieces. I'm not giving you my 100%. I would be goofy to give you a pound of flesh. Like, no, we're not doing that no more. Black women are not mules. We're not doing that no more.
I love it. And talking about pieces, let's talk about one of your pieces. That tell me about the Didi Delgado experience. And then I know before we got on the call, you were talking to me about some other things that you're diving into. I'll let you dive into that. So please share with us.
Certainly. Thank you. So the Didi Delgado experience was something my friend had told me. She was like, you're like an experienced girl. So I was like, well, I don't know. Should I create a DBA for all these other things? So I just put it under one LLC, and I was doing keynotes for like Harvard and MIT and all these Unitarian churches and things like that. And then I said, you know what, let me get into nonprofit. I've been in the nonprofit industry for about 3 years. And as much as I really love the flexibility in which I could raise money for people that look like me, whether they're Black, whether they're Latinx, whether they're fat, whether they're cash poor, I really don't like a lot of the bureaucracy and red tape. I don't really like the way folks on my payroll still can't move through the world freely. So it's like I still be like, oh, I want to do it grassroots. And so I've left the for-profit to be like for like when people ask me to come speak somewhere, right? I leave it over there. But my doula work, I'm really hoping that an attorney will come talk to me and be like, I'm not charging you $500 for this conversation, right? My doula work, I want it to go under, or at least have a branch under the nonprofit, because I really would like it to continue to be grassroots. I don't want it to be for profit, right? I want it to be, you know what? We have a portion that's, we just go out into the community and sit with moms and support them emotionally, right? And then I want this other one to be like, okay, and I connect people to these organizations that, do this work. And so my organization is called Restore National Incorporated, and we can be found restorenational.com. And to date, because we've been working on social determinants of health, we have raised over $1.2 million on a grassroots level. Okay, don't play with me. I don't.
Yes.
This new nonprofit stuff is new. Before it would just be like, oh, y'all like to follow me for my social media commentary. Okay, so start doing something. Start giving back to these moms that be in my inbox. And so now we've turned it into a program that we were able to get some grants for. And every year, I wrote a post that said, It's, we talk about toys for tots, but really, if you think about the root of the problem, it's really rent for moms, because moms could buy the toys for their kids if they could afford their rent. So
Come on.
listen, so we've been paying the rent for moms. Like, we started off very small, just with Boston and New Jersey and New York. And then we've kind of branched out. So now we're working with, or we have worked with, Black Lives Matter Sacramento. We're working with Portland PDX folks. We're working with people in Detroit. We're working with people in Virginia, and Georgia had the most applications. We raised $100,000, and I feel like, woof, we need to do something better with this program, because I'm grateful we raised $100,000 in 45 days.
Yeah.
But the people in Georgia, we received over 890 applications, and when we totaled the rent, it was over $4 million. That's wild. That rent cost that much for 800 people. It's wild. It's unheard of.
Crazy.
People can't afford no $1,800 a month when you working at Target, and when your second job is at McDonald's. And even if I work in an office during the day, I have 4 side hustles, and it's not because I like Simone Smith earrings with Mary J. Blige. It's because at the end of the day, my rent $27.25. Somebody got to pay that, and it's not HRA. Like, you know what I'm saying? So let's talk about it. Like, when we talk about social determinants of health, if I'm in a good place, sure, that would be great. But it's like, I always got to, I'm the oldest of 11.
Yeah.
I got to help somebody in my family.
Yeah. 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 And that's huge. That's huge. Just to be able to cultivate such a large audience, but not just, okay, I got the people here, they just like you said, you're not just following me. No, I'm actually helping you. I'm actually, your people are actually being able to pour back into our business so that we can help these people in so many different places. And just like you said, it's bigger than the toys. It's what, let's go back to what the real problem is.
Right.
Rent ain't affordable. It's not affordable unless, I don't know what, you making 6 figures. All right, cool. Then you may be able to, balance that. But once you have child, rent, life within itself, food, or these things add up. So it's like, okay, now I'm picking and choosing what I'm going to spend the money on.
For a family of 5, like, I feel like it's a lot of money to raise a family of 5. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Even if both people have jobs, even if both people, then you got to pay for 3 kids daycare or support. I got a 4-month-old. I don't want him in daycare. So I have someone private, and that's a privilege to have someone private. But it also means I'm breaking my neck as a Black woman. I got a day job. I'm still gonna go speak at like a Ivy League university for Juneteenth. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta travel and be away from my family. It's just wild all day, the things we have to do in order to live comfortably, when there are people who do not look like us, who only have one job and have larger families, and nobody's talking to them about eugenics. Like, oh, can you support 7 children? like, you know,
that's real.
That's real. It's wild all day.
That's real. That's real. What keeps you motivated, and what even with the challenges of the wildness, just how do you stay afloat? What keeps you motivated, and how do you continue to pour back into you so that you can continue to flourish and help take care of so many others?
I feel like that's a good question. I also feel like I just interviewed Ijeoma Oluo, who is a Nigerian writer on the New York Times bestselling list. This is my 2nd time interviewing her. I asked her the same question. I've asked Feminista Jones the same question. I've asked so many Black women this question. And all of us just be lying to ourselves. We be like, oh, I engage in self-care. Like, I went to Tulum. I got my hair done, my nails done. But it's like, I think about, some of us say, like, our children. But I think about when people say, when I have said, like, if it wasn't for my kids, I wouldn't even be here. And I'm like, wow, so I gave a keynote speech about, trigger warning, briefly, suicide. I gave a keynote speech about your children being responsible for your reason to delay harming yourself, right? That's such a big role for children to have, even if they don't know that they have it, because then we get frustrated with them and we take it out on them, and it just becomes a mental health cycle, is what I'll call it, you know. And so I don't know what Black women can do amongst all of this weirdness in the world, right? All of this unfairness, all of this topsy-turvy capitalistic imperialistic mess. I don't know what we could do that would be caring for ourselves, because we constantly are in a position to care for others, you know. I think, going back to the pockets conversation, if I could find happiness in pockets, sis, I'm currently okay with that, because I know that that's what I have the time for, is to find a pocket of happiness. You know, I'm not trying to get emotional, but I just think that if something good happens in the day, or if I get on the phone with my homegirl, we just have a laugh. The girl at the front desk that's working with me today, we took like 20 minutes just to laugh our ass off about something. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it felt good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just having that release. If I could make love with my partner, if I could, you know, go home without the children immediately asking me 40,000 things, those might be a pocket that I could slide into real quick and be like, woo, felt good to take off my shoes and my bra without being attacked at the front door. Okay, like, you know what I'm saying? If a white person just play that position and don't try to talk about my hair and how different it looks and how long it is and can they touch it, that might be a pocket of happiness. Like, you know, like, I just feel like it's little things. I don't think it could be one thing. I don't think we could be like, oh, and I took a spa day, or I took the bath, because those are superficial when we bleed it inside. Like, it's I gotta find my pockets, sis. I don't know about you, but that's my self-care, is just finding them pockets and sticking in them for 5 minutes.
The level of transparency, I want to thank you for that, because that was just real on all levels, because that's really how it comes, you know. And you know, well, I'm just going to speak for myself, but I was able to relate with so much that you said, because, you know, it's not black and white when you come to find, like, it's so many different shades,
layers.
It's so much that you gotta peel back to even find those places sometimes. But the simplest things, you know, friendships, being able to laugh, you know, being able to share those are things, and it just made me feel a sense of completeness. Like, all right, cool. I'm not tripping, because on a regular day, what makes you happy? You know what I'm saying? You have to find those things, and that's going to keep you afloat even in this world.
Yeah. It will get better. Just hold on a little while longer. I came to encourage someone on today. Fear is all around us, confusion everywhere. It feels like you won't make it from the burden that you bear. You cried till there were no more tears to help you make it through. Hold on a little while longer, it's a test you're going through. I don't care what it looks like, you will get through. What the devil meant for evil, God turned for my good. I don't care what it looks like, you will get through. What the devil meant for evil, God turned for my good. When the way seems so dark and drear, God, I know that you're still there. You're a light unto my path, a lamp unto my feet. In you I have victory. In you I have victory. Yes, you will get through.
come to tell you, don't be discouraged, no matter what the people say. God will turn it. I don't care. We're gonna get through what was meant for evil. God turned it for my good, 'cause I read in His Word that there's nothing too hard for God. What He meant for evil, it's looking like victory, just like He did it for Job. And what about the Hebrew boys? Woo! Turn for my good. Turn for my good. Turn for my good. I don't have no doubt. He's already working it out. I'm walking in His favor. It's already looking better. Cancer. Things work together. Diabetes. All things work together, y'all. It's turning. Good, good, good. I don't care what it looks like. You're gonna get through. If it was meant for evil, it'll turn for your good. So you just hang on in there, 'cause at the end we're gonna win. If it was meant for evil, God will turn it for your good. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yes. Turn for my good. 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 I'm walking in His favor. It's already looking better. Cancer. Good, good, good. I don't care what it looks like. Hallelujah. We're gonna get through. If it was meant for evil, it will turn for your good. So you just hang on in there, 'cause at the end we're gonna win. What was meant for evil, let me hear you say it. God will turn it for our good. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hallelujah.
Hi, everyone. Deborah Dixon Anderson here from Goal Wellness Circle. And Goal Wellness Circle is a proud 501c3 as of 2023. However, we started back in 2020 in response to the pandemic. So when we started back then, we started doing Zumba classes via Zoom, as well as yoga, meditation, educating people about wellness, self-care, all those things that are so important right now, especially during this time. A lot of people are suffering from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, a lot of mental health issues going on out there. So we always like to celebrate peace, mental calm, wellness, and fitness and physical exercise. So we do have some wellness programming. Go over to goldwellnesscircle.com and you'll see a lot of what we've done. We've been able to do some phenomenal things over the past 3 to 4 years. However, we do need your help. So we do Zumba events. We raise awareness about breast cancer and how important early detection is. I'm a 6-year breast cancer survivor. We also educate about Alzheimer's and dementia. My mother actually had dementia and Alzheimer's, and she passed away in 2020. And part of what I do is also in her honor. And so both of these two serious illnesses intersected each other. Breast cancer for me, Alzheimer's for her at the same time. And so we really like to reach out and help anybody who's going through their own personal journey with either one. The third pillar of what we like to raise awareness about is also going to be food insecurity. A lot of people are suffering from that. We have a lot of young people whose families are either homeless or hungry. And we always want to reach out and help. And how do we do that? We partner with different organizations through breast cancer awareness. We partner with the American Cancer Society, and through Alzheimer's, we partner with the Alzheimer's Association as well to raise awareness and to do fundraising. This summer, we're working on our wellness programming that will include Zumba, yoga, Pilates, and meditation. We do have a concentration on Black and Brown communities. That's very, very important to us as well. And so we would love for you to either go to our website, if you get a chance to stop at our booth during Juneteenth, or go to our website at goldwellnesscircle.com. You can see a lot of what we've done. We also have a donation button there as well for anyone who wants to donate, or if you want to partner or sponsor any of our events that we have coming up, we'd love to partner with you. And we would love for you to participate in our classes and our workshops that we have. So thanks so much. Again, this is Deborah Dixon Anderson from Gold Wellness Circle. See you soon.
We are back with a HIIT training. So with HIIT, it is high intensity interval training. With that being said, we're gonna do 15 seconds of each exercise, okay? Where we're gonna burn more calories in less time, we're gonna increase metabolism and enhance our endurance, okay? So just follow with me wherever you are, and let's get this HIIT training in. We're gonna start with a modified burpee, okay? We're gonna jump up, arms over our head, step back, arms up, and tap out. Jump up, bring arms up. Again, from before, anytime we are working out, I want you to keep your stomach nice and tight and breathe in through your nose, out through your mouth. When you are just beginning the HIIT training, you can start at 15 seconds and then work your way up to maybe 30 seconds. But I want you to give it everything you have in this time. Give me your best, 15 seconds. Good. So now we're gonna do jumping jacks for 15 seconds, all right? Everybody should know what a jumping jack, but I'm gonna do it with you just so you have proper form. Arms, diamonds. If you cannot jump, you have any ailments, everything can be modified. Step out, but keep moving, y'all. Good. So in between, I'm gonna give y'all a few seconds. Just march it out. Keep your arms moving and your feet moving. Next, we're gonna do butt kicks. So the mission is to kick your butt, okay? We got 15 seconds on the clock. You can bring your arms over your head, and you are going to bring your feet up to your butts. Again, if you cannot jump or get tired, you can modify everything. Remember, core nice and tight. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Good. Y'all should be sweating, because I'm breaking a sweat, y'all. All right, let's march it out. I think I did everything, right? Oh no, how can I forget the high knees, y'all? High knees. Now, I want you to do running hands. I be running for a marathon, because what? The marathon continues, right? So bring those knees up as high as possible. And breathe, core tight. Again, if you can't jump, bring your knees up, high as possible. Keep those arms moving, and remember to breathe. Opposite arm, opposite leg. Give yourselves, all right, there's your hit.
we are going to talk fashion. I got Alyssa Luce in the building. We are excited about what is to come with, well, what we've seen at the fashion show. Fashion coordinator of the Juneteenth organization.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much.
You.
Hi guys, and you're so right about what's to come next year because it's only gonna get bigger and better.
Come on.
This year, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know you enjoyed it because our designers, our models put in so much hard work to make it happen for you all, and I'm just so proud of each and every one of them.
Listen, likewise. So let's backtrack a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about you. What is your background? How do we get to being a fashion coordinator? Tell me about
fun. Okay, so I have been modeling for about a decade, even though I look really young. Yes, I have that much experience.
Good genes.
I started to audition for Juneteenth back in 2023 as a model to walk for the show because, like, you know, I'm Puerto Rican, I got African roots in me, I'm gonna support the freedom of the culture because that's what it's all about, right? And I got blessed to have the opportunity to produce the show instead of just walking in the show.
Come on.
And I took it with full force. I kind of made it my little baby. I was like, you know what, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it right. I put so much heart and soul into it, you know, getting the coordination done in terms of the models, the rehearsals. You know, I know they were tired of me at the end because of the emails, the texting, the reminders. You know, we're gonna do it the right way. And, you know, event producing is just another one of those hobbies that it just makes me feel so good because when you're there in the moment and everyone's telling you how much of a great time they're having and you're making memories with people and history at the end of the day, I couldn't ask for anything better.
When you're passionate about something, it shows through your work. So I definitely understand and agree with that. So let's talk about how do we incorporate the element of Juneteenth in a fashion show? What is that? How do we even start with that? What does that look like when you're picking and, you know, going through designers? What are you looking for? Tell me about that process.
Yeah, so the process itself, we leave it open to any, you know, African American designers or Black designers to apply, including models. You don't have to be Black or African American, but we did want to capture the whole idea of being unveiled, right? The theme this year was returning to our roots, understanding the journey of where we came from. And, you know, if you know anything about Juneteenth, it's all about being emancipated as slaves. Like, we didn't have the right to do anything at all. So the fact that we have the right now to produce such big events, historical events, and showcase the contribution that our sisters and brothers have made to society through their art, through their hard work, through their creativity, it's monumental. Right? Like, really consider that all our fashion designers made their clothing by hand. You know, and there was a time where people made clothing by hand, but you were forced to. You didn't get recognized for that. You didn't get paid for that. It's like your master told you to make my clothes. You better do it right. And you spending how many hours at the sewing machine doing hard work. We didn't even have the technology we have today. We did everything by hand. You know?
And to really tailor to that amount of detail. It just speaks volume with, you know, the craft itself, but just the creativity that people have had, people in general, but especially Black people have had since the beginning of time, right? You know, so when we're talking about fashion, how do we see, because from a creative aspect, I know that, you know, you can look at somebody's brand and you might think it means something and it could totally mean something else. So raising awareness to, I guess, the creative process of fashion and you know, the eye-catching aspects of that designers use. What are some of the most important elements when you think about, like, fashion and, you know, creativity and, you know, being a designer as a coordinator when you see somebody's piece and you're like, that deserves to be in a fashion show. Like, what are you looking for? I guess that's what I'm trying to ask.
So this year, I really wanted to capture the Afrocentric, you know, culture of fashion. You know, the patterns, the colors, even the way that a garment flows, right? A dress, when a person walks in this garment, do they look like a goddess or a god? Like, do they really emanate that beauty, that confidence that a designer is really trying to achieve?
Yeah.
You know, if I talk to any of my designers, the first thing they'll say is, yeah, I want somebody who looks confident in my clothes, who looks like, you know, they can sell the clothes right off the runway. Like, the person watching the show is like, I need that in my closet right now.
Yeah.
You know, and in terms of the clothing aspect, we look for quality designers, people who also feel proud of their work, who actually put effort behind their ideas and, you know, make their creativity come to life. Because that's not easy. Many people have ideas, but they never do anything with it. You know? So the fact that our designers take the time out of their day to actually craft quality clothing and looks for 15 plus models, you know, this is one person making 15 different garments to showcase for everyone to see, and it captures who they are as a designer, because everyone has such different styles, and they may have like a similar like look in terms of it's a custom gown or maybe a streetwear, but there's no two designers that are exactly alike, you know? So definitely the uniqueness of the designer and the quality of their creativity and dedication to their work and their ability to really bring to life the person who's wearing the garment. You know, like their ability to capture like this model has this shape, they have this essence emanating from them, this look would be perfect.
Yes. And embarking in the fashion industry myself a little bit, I often take time to think, okay, what's the problem solution here? You know, as a designer, what do I want to see? What's catching to the eye? And how do I make somebody feel like, you know what, I think I want that. I like that. I want to wear, I can see, because that's the whole objective. We're not selling an item, we're selling a service. We're servicing people through fashion. So I think that is very important. And when I think about the role fashion plays in the community.
Right.
Like, let's talk about that a little bit.
Right.
You know, like this is a huge community event. We have people from all over coming out. The role that fashion has always played, especially in the Black community.
Right.
How do we, you know, how do we implement the correct message here? You know, what are we serving? You know, because we always serve it, but what are we serving, you know, as a whole? And, you know, let's just talk about that.
Yeah, I think that's so important that you bring that up, because in my personal opinion, the fashion of just the average person has declined. You know, if you look back at history, people would come outside just to go to the store in a freaking suit and tie and a dress. And now people come outside in their sweatpants and slippers like you just rolled out of bed. No respect, you know, if you're comfortable, you're comfortable. Like, you know, just it's respect out here. But at the end of the day, you gotta
go get dressed. Go get dressed.
I'm just saying, because you really gotta consider what kind of person you want to be. There's a saying, dress for the kind of job you want to have, right? So if you're out here dressing in sweatpants and slippers every day, what kind of job do you think you're gonna have? And our designers really do want to bring quality back to the community, right? They want to represent their roots and who they are. And they also want to showcase people who feel confident in their skin. So they're going to give them clothing and make clothing that embraces that confidence and elevates it, right? And not only that, but we really do want to capture the uniqueness of everybody. That's why everybody has a completely different style. You know, many people will try to look either really freaking extra and do like, you know, crazy hairdos, crazy different colors. And then some people, they're just very simple, but that's their style.
Simplicity works.
You know? Yeah, so definitely it's important to represent who you are as a person, and you also represent the culture, right? So many people will complain about maybe people that wear baggy jeans and they sag, or maybe, you know, they're probably wearing, you know, ski mask outside, and this represents a culture that you'll hear about in music that we listen to, and you know, things that we see on TV and social media. But when you associate everything else with that culture, it may not portray an image you want to represent. You know, versus if you're dressing in slacks, if you're dressing in a nice button-down shirt and a nice shoes and stuff, think about the image you're portraying. And this is really why fashion is so important in culture and society. because this is your first impression on anybody you ever meet.
Come on. And I say that, and I've always, even when I was a little girl, going to school, and I was like, we gotta wear a uniform. Like, I personally don't want to look like everybody else because I want to dress the part. I want to, wear something that represents me.
Right.
So that's what, I've always had a love for sneakers, but I think that's what made my love for sneakers so huge, because it was like, okay, I can identify with my style through, I gotta wear the same clothes, I'm gonna make sure I have on different sneakers. I'm gonna make sure I bring myself out in a different element, like, oh,
right.
Okay, that's cute. So when you say things like that, I can definitely resonate with that. And it just makes me, well, I want to ask you personally, what is your favorite style? What's your favorite era of fashion? What do you love? What are you going to in your closet?
Honestly, if I could dress like a princess every day with a big ball gown, I would. The hair, the makeup, that is me internally, okay? But I definitely am someone who goes for more comfort and style, right? So I used to be the sweatpants kind of person, and then when I was feeling like it, I would come out with the puffy sleeves, the silk blouse, the nice dream, like really go all out. And then just growing up and maturing, I was like, I want to look more sophisticated, more elegant, more put together. Like this just looks nothing like how I used to dress, but at the same time, I feel beautiful.
Yeah.
And I also want to bring out the importance of not just clothing, but how your hair looks, how you do your makeup. This year, we really put in the effort to highlight our glam team, right?
Yes.
Our hair and makeup artists. And the way you wear your hair, the way you put your face together, even if you're a man, the way you wear your beard, your facial hair, whatever, it really does speak to the kind of person you are.
Yes.
And that in itself is another aspect of your personality and your creativity and how much you really want to show people that uniqueness, right?
Yes.
So I really appreciate, the glam team that participated this year. We even had a hair show included with the fashion show. So it wasn't just about, what the models was wearing, but it was how did they rock their hair and makeup, how did they bring this art to life? Yeah. So it was beautiful.
Full production here.
Yeah.
Full production, okay? And definitely shout out to the entire Glam squad. You guys did amazing. All the models, everybody. I want to ask you, because I'm not going to hold you too long, but I absolutely want to ask you, what does Juneteenth mean to you?
Of course. So Juneteenth means to me personally freedom. That's what it was really based on. And within freedom, there's creativity, there's adventure, there's uniqueness, there's self-expression, right? There's pride, and not a vainful pride, but a pride of just being alive, of just being who you are, and acceptance, right? And all these things are important because these are morals and values that you pass down to future generations.
Yes.
And having the important sense that you are free to be and do as you please, as long as you cause no harm to others, is very important, because many of us are trapped mentally. Many of us are trapped.
Now you're opening a different conversation. No, but yes, definitely.
It's so true.
It's true. It's very true.
Very true. I personally didn't even know Juneteenth was a thing until maybe like 3 years ago. Hear me out. And I was one of those people who was trapped mentally. So really grasping that idea of being free in who you are, being alive, being a human being that can also create, that can also provide your essence to society, your uniqueness, and really elevate other people just by being you. That is so important, and we should really continue to talk about, Juneteenth and what it is.
Well said, and I absolutely agree with you on that. And it just speaks volume of just pouring back into yourself, you know, because we absolutely, knowledge is power, and what you, if you don't know, you don't know.
No.
So when you do know, it's just like, okay, I know better. You know better, you do better.
Yeah.
And that's just where we are with it. So I absolutely love that answer. I want to ask you lastly, what does the future of fashion look like to you?
Oh, snap. That's a loaded question.
Come on.
I pray the future of fashion, it continues to be creative and expressive, but in a classy way. I feel like modesty is really important in fashion because many times I see that people no longer care how they look, and I have a saying that I tell everybody: how you do one thing is how you do everything. So if you no longer care how you look, you can't really care about everything else you do. So when you care how you look, you put effort in behind how you appear in front of others, that really speaks volume. And at the end of the day, the industry is going to follow what the masses want. So if you want that modesty, you want that classiness, you want that elegance, that sophisticated feeling, ask for it. And the industry is going to follow what you ask for. And definitely highlighting uniqueness. I love vibrant colors. I love simplicity at the same time. So I feel like it could be
It's a range.
huge array of everything.
Yes.
But with that classy, modest look.
Well, we look forward to it. I mean, where do you see yourself in fashion? Where you trying to take it? I know we're doing a coordinating. I know you've been doing some modeling. Are we gonna get some designing? Like, what are we doing here?
Well, this year we had the pleasure of launching a workshop with Juneteenth. So we've invited some photographers, we've invited some designers, model coaches, we've invited some paid models, people that are in the industry making waves, to really showcase what it takes to be a successful model in the industry. And we look forward to continuing, producing those workshops. If you check out our Instagram, social medias, you should see the flyers there for that. If you want to apply to come, if you're interested in modeling in any way, shape, or form, come out, check it out. You'll get to meet people in the industry. And then for me personally, I do want to keep modeling. I love modeling. I love traveling the world. And I really love speaking about health and wellness because, when you're well within yourself, you could do well for others. So that's a little bit about me.
Listen, this is the start. You are doing amazing. I appreciate your time and you coming by.
Likewise.
Fashion show, amazing. Alyssa, everybody.
Juneteenth
Virtual Summit.
All right, thank you.
This is fun. Thank you.
Asking you, what inspired you to create Miss Spud, everything potato, no gravy?
Well, Miss Spud's came from my love for potatoes.
Okay.
I absolutely love potatoes, the level of versatility, all that it has to offer, its nutrition, it's one of the things that I love to make, from French fries to mashed potatoes to home fries, you name it.
The name is so unique within itself. I have to ask, where did you come up with that concept for the name?
Well, I had to come up with a name. So I wanted it to be relevant. I wanted to make sure people understood what it meant. A spud is another name for a potato. And I was like, what's playful? Remember Mr. Potato Head, right? So we created his counter, Ms. Spuds.
I like that. What is the concept behind your fast food outlet?
Well, the concept is to offer value food at great pricing. We want to make sure that when you have something from Miss Spuds, you're getting quality food that tastes great.
Hold on, wait. This is Miss Spuds on Fulton?
No.
Okay.
We are the original.
Okay, because I'm like, wait a second, because I was about to ask you, I'm like, okay, because I want to know exactly where you are located so that I can absolutely come, but not to stop you there, but I just had
no problem at all. So we are the original. We originated in 2012, starting as a local vendor throughout New York with a table and tent. As you see many small business owners that are popping up at these festivals, that's how we started, serving just French fries. Just French fries. And we expanded our menu, and we're very pescatarian friendly. We now have tacos, sliders, seafood fries, soup. So we run the gamut, and it's all potato based.
You don't know how much this warms my heart because French fries is my favorite.
Yeah,
it will always be my favorite. I don't care how old I get or anything like that.
I get it.
What ensures... Okay, so we talked about your menu just now and the traditional street food offerings that you're encountering within the things that you offer. What how do you ensure the freshness and the quality of the food all the time?
Yeah. So with our potatoes, it's a very basic vegetable that many farmers have as part of their in the market. So we purchase locally owned vegetables and produce. Yep. Yeah, we're good.
I'll take that folder. I'll put it
Thank
right here.
you.
Put the folder right here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. Hold on a second. Let me just clean that off. So that is present.
All right, so Pippi, I'm not gonna try no sauce because I don't eat sauce.
You don't?
No.
Can you fake it?
And
Yes.
this is your camera, yeah.
Okay.
As you introduce, and then he'll go to do a two-shot. So you say this is so-and-so.
Okay, I got you. It's the if it was just the ketchup, I would be able to fake it. It's the mayonnaise that always
okay.
Me?
Yes.
Yes.
Right there.
So what we can do is you can say that, right? Say, because there are people that don't eat mayonnaise, and you can say, listen, I would love to try because it looks good, it smells good.
Yeah.
Like play
I got
that
you.
up,
I got you.
and I'll say, well, why don't you just dip it in the ketchup? That still works. We're ready. Go ahead. Okay, let's play it.
3, 2, 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back again, and I'm excited because we have some food in front of us, so you know we're about to have a good time. Help me welcome the creative mind behind Miss Spud Everything Potato, No Gravy, based in Brooklyn, New York. I'm talking about Pippi, okay? Pippi brings a fresh spin to fast food with excellent cuisine, fun packaging, and an inviting atmosphere, providing a delightful outdoor experience for all. Welcome, Pippi. How are you?
I am well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. So I want to start off, well, let's start with the name because I love the name, Miss Spud, Everything Potato, No Gravy. Please tell me where that originated, where did that idea come from? How do we get that?
Okay, so Miss Spuds came from, number one, I had to come up with the name. I wanted the name to be personal. I wanted to reflect who I was. I wanted it to be meaningful and something that people could recognize, identify, right? So number one, I'm single, so it's Ms., right?
She's not married yet. Okay, come on. Okay, let's do it.
2, a potato. Another name for a potato is a spud, right? And I wanted to be playful. So remember Mr. Potato Head?
Yes.
So we had to find him a little lady.
Oh,
so we created
I
Ms. Spud's
I love
Everything
it.
Potato, No Gravy.
I love it. I love it. Okay. And the inspiration behind that. I know that's the name, but the inspiration behind what you provide at your restaurant. Tell me where that comes from.
Yeah. So we are a French fry company. We are potato based. I love potatoes. And one of the things I wanted to do was share my love of food with people. I'm a people person. I love dealing with people, feeding people, serving them. So I started a French fry company. And sometimes I have to remind my staff that we are still a French fry company, no matter how much people buy our tacos and sliders.
I was just about to ask the
We're a French fry
concept
company.
and the menu.
Yeah.
Traditionally, how do you keep the French fries first and then you add everything next? Like, what does the menu look like now?
Yeah. So the menu, first and foremost, is French fries. We have French fries with a variety of dipping sauces.
Okay.
They range from mild to sweet to spicy. We have Grandma's Original, mango chutney, peach apricot, garlic parmesan, creamy sriracha, creamy jerk. The list goes on and on.
It's lunchtime and you just running it on, and this all sounds
You
so
asked.
good. It sounds so good, and I'm loving it already because French fries is always going to be my favorite, and just for somebody else to share that love, it just lets me know that I'm not alone.
I knew I wasn't alone.
Okay,
That's for sure.
okay, we're a strong team out here. We are a strong team out here. How do you ensure the freshness and the quality of the products that you're using?
Well, lucky for us, we deal with the potato. Many festivals and small business farmers markets have potatoes. So we purchase locally owned potatoes and produce each and every time. Yeah.
The atmosphere, Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
It's Brooklyn. How do you create this atmosphere that's friendly, that's, it just gravitates the people to come in, and enjoy the experience? What are some things that's most important when we're talking about that?
What's important for us is that you stick around. Once you place your order, once you receive your food, we have outdoor seating for you. We have music. We have a great customer service team that will ensure that you get everything that you need. If there's anything we don't have, that may be with some other store, but you know,
Don't even worry about
we
that.
try our best to stick to our menu, but we do create a wonderful and friendly atmosphere that once you open that plate up and see the presentation, you're going to want to dig in. So we make it easy for you. We have outdoor seating.
Let's dig in here. What do we have here? What are we going to do today?
So what we have for you today, we're going to do a small demonstration of one of our biggest dipping sauce, one of our biggest sellers of dipping sauces. This is Grandma's Original.
Okay.
Grandma's Original dipping sauce is my grandmother's sauce. So you had a praying
grandmother. Come on.
I did too.
Come
but
on.
Grandma also fed the community when I was a little girl. So as a little girl, we had to show service by serving the community, right? And one of the things Grandma did, whenever we ran out of salad dressing, she would say, baby, get some ketchup and mayonnaise and put it together and go serve those people. And this became my favorite dipping sauce. I never dip French fries in ketchup ever again. So what we have here, we have mayo. You do 1-to-1 of mayo and ketchup. Something as simple as this is so tasty.
Yeah.
And we have a squeeze of lemon.
That's what I was interested about, the lemon.
It breaks up the oil and adds a little citrus.
Oh,
See that?
That looks good.
And this is also in line with Juneteenth because red is the significance of Juneteenth.
Yes.
Okay, from the watermelon and the strawberry. So ketchup is our participation. So once you mix this all together, we have squeeze bottles and we squeeze and make a really beautiful presentation over our French fries. But this is what we have today. This is Miss Bud's dipping sauces with the French fry. Now, I know that you do not eat mayonnaise, and that's okay. That's okay.
But you know what? What I will do is I'll take a fry and I'll dip it in the ketchup for you. Yes, I will.
Cheers.
Yes, I will. Cheers.
Juneteenth.
Cheers. Yes.
Baby, let me tell you something.
Something about French fries is it never gets old.
It never gets old.
It never gets old.
Even if it's cold.
Even if it's cold. Even if it's cold.
Delicious.
So I want to ask you, what is the importance of Juneteenth and what does Juneteenth mean to you?
Juneteenth is meaningful to me because it keeps the spirit of our ancestors alive. Those who did not have an opportunity to have their freedom when freedom was wrung for many, they found out 2-3 years later, and sometimes even longer. It's important for us to remember them, right? We're still in the struggle. We're still going through a number of things that are oppressing us today. I think when we're able to come together and really just a sense of remembrance, that matters to me.
Representation matters, right?
Absolutely.
And you're representing in a huge way.
Yeah.
How do you plan on continuing to grow? I know you said since 2012.
Yeah.
How do you just really plan out short-term goals, long-term goals, but where do you want Miss Spud, the ultimate goal?
This is the ultimate goal, and it hasn't changed since inception. The ultimate goal is to have one Miss Spuds in every borough of New York.
Come on.
Okay?
Come on.
And that's a starter.
It's coming.
So we're looking for sponsors. We're looking for,
Yeah.
you know, it's a struggle. It's a struggle for small business owners. So we're looking for people to support us.
Yes.
And if you can't support us in a major way, support us in the smallest way, the most significant way, is stop by.
Yes.
Stop by.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Check out the menu. Come hang out and tell a friend. You can find us on Instagram at Ms. Spuds _EPNG. Miss Spuds Everything Potato at Facebook. And MissSpuds.com. MissSpudsEPNG.com.
Come on. Listen, I got to come by. I'm definitely going to come by. I have to try some of the sauces. And I'm going to spread the word and share with everybody that I know.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for
being
having
here.
us. Thank you.
Miss Spuds, check it out. Brooklyn, we here. So we're in a world now where, everybody's a master at something, but to really master visual stories, you need this man right here that I'm about to bring to the stage. Dre Steinberg, he is the founder of Design to Conquer with a mission to empower 1,000 Black entrepreneurs through expert-driven LLC formation services, okay? Dre is making dreams of business ownership a seamless reality. Dre, What's going on?
What's up? I'm excited to be here and demystify and clarify a lot of information in regards to the LLC process here in New York to, like you mentioned, help 1,000 minimum Black entrepreneurs here to take their ideas and turn them into a fully functioning business.
This is much needed as an entrepreneur myself, a mompreneur.
Right.
You know, I know how much information the accessibility is not always there, right? And how much information is needed in order to run a successful business. So I thank you for this platform, and I'm going to step out the way and I'm going to let you do your thing, because I'm going to be over here taking some notes too.
Absolutely.
Okay?
I'm making it as simple as possible so that people don't get overwhelmed with the process. So yeah, definitely take some notes, and then most likely I'll be able to share what I presented today electronically with everybody so that they can all have the information accessible to them.
Absolutely. Take over. It's yours.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dre, like the doctor, and today I'll be talking about LLC Ready NYC, which is a LLC formation basics in conjunction with my company, Design to Conquer, as well as Forbes BLK. And today we're just going to be diving into the essentials of forming an LLC. And those obstacles are going to be naming your LLC, the publication requirements, operating agreements, filing your article of organization, and then you're going to get into your EIN and your taxes. By the end of this session, you'll be able to learn the difference between business structures, LLC benefits, foreign versus domestic LLCs, the common mistakes and how to avoid them. And then plus I'm going to give you a lot of free resources that'll be able to help you elevate your brand and your business. A little bit about myself. I am the creative director and owner of Design to Conquer, which is a LLC that originated from a affirmation. I am Designed to Conquer was an affirmation that I told myself during COVID once I lost my job and became depressed and withdrawn from my family and friends, not really understanding what my purpose was. So I found strength in the term I am Designed to Conquer, which inspired me to then go after my LLC and start my creative agency. And so with that, all the steps that I took, I put as much as possible into this presentation to demystify and clarify any kind of confusion, because a lot of people think you have to have expertise or you have to hire somebody. The LLC process may be too confusing, and I just want to let everybody know that that's not the case, and it is actually simpler to get these things done now in today's digital world than it was probably 5-10 years ago. So a little bit about my company. Design to Conquer is a dynamic and innovative creative studio that is obviously Black owned, and we are passionate about revolutionizing design. As a full service creative studio, our focus is on creating distinctive and impactful brand solutions for small businesses. And I personally try to emphasize a personalized approach to each project, creating a compelling brand story and innovating design solutions. As I mentioned, we're on a mission to help 1,000 Black entrepreneurs here in New York City obtain their LLC through LLC Ready NYC. So without further ado, I'm going to hop right into the LLC formation process. And you can think about the LLC formation process in 4 steps. The first thing will be research and name selection, followed by documentation gathering, and then you're going to draft up your operating agreement, followed by filing all your documents and any permits that you may need on the nyc.gov website. So we're going to start off by giving you a little bit of information about each one of the options that people typically use in forming their LLCs, their business structure. So we're going to talk about what is a business structure. A business structure refers to how a business is organized according to its legal status. The most common ones are a sole proprietorship, a non-for-profit, a LLC, and an S-corp. So you may be wondering, what is a nonprofit? A nonprofit is organized for public or charitable purposes. They receive a tax exemption status and are not designed to obtain or make profit, but to further their cause. Now, something a little more different than that is a sole proprietorship. And what a sole proprietorship is, it's the simplest form of business structure, where one person operates the business and it requires minimal setup, but it offers no personal liability protection. So sole proprietors typically are hobbyists, people that are taking an initial idea and then taking it a step further by putting in their own investment. You may be in the works of creating a logo or coming up with content for your idea. And in that beginning stage as a hobbyist, you may be considered also a sole proprietor. Then the next stage after that will be an LLC. And the LLC stands for Limited Liability Company. It's a combination of the liability protection of a corporation with the tax benefits and operational flexibility of a partnership. And the LLC is one of the most common things that business owners or entrepreneurs will go after so that you can have liability protection, as opposed to a sole proprietor who has no liability protection. LLCs provide you with the reassurance that you'll be able to keep your personal assets protected. And following that, the next stage up to that is a corporation, whether it be a C Corp or S Corp. And a corporation is a separate legal entity that offers the strongest protection against personal liability, but it comes with double taxation. As the company and as a shareholder, you would have to each file those at the end of the year separately. And so I know I just spoke about a lot of different things, so I'll basically summarize what each of them means. A sole proprietor is the simplest, but there's no distinction between the business and the owner. So there's full liability. If something goes wrong, if you get sued, they're able to attack you personally. A nonprofit is a not-for-profit, so they're not aimed to make money, but mainly to promote and advocate charitable purposes or public activities. Then you have a corporation, which is very complex, but it provides the most liability protection. However, you do get double taxations. And the LLC is a nice medium. It has the protection liability of a corporation, but it has the simplicity of a partnership where you're not legally obligated to do all of the complex filings like a corporation. So there's two different types of LLCs. You can have a domestic LLC or you can have a foreign LLC. The domestic LLC is an LLC formed and operating within the state that you reside in. So that would be New York. A foreign LLC is an LLC formed in another state, but registered to do business in New York. So with those two separations, we're just going to be focusing on a domestic LLC, which is a LLC formed in the state that you actually do business in. The three biggest benefits that forming an LLC have are your assets are protected. You don't have to worry about somebody directly suing you and taking your income. The second thing would be pass-through taxation, which is simpler. You really just file a Schedule C, which allows for your taxes to be combined on one file, as opposed to double taxation with a corporation. And then last but not least, it's flexibility. You're not required to do as much paperwork or meetings as if you were a corporation. So it's that flexibility that offers flexible management structure. Now that we've talked about all of that, we're going to get into the next step, which is choosing your LLC name. When you choose your LLC name, it must be unique and contain LLC or limited liability company and avoid restricted terms unless approved. And those restricted terms are terms that could confuse your LLC with an existing agency or government agency and require additional licenses. So my company is Designed to Conquer LLC. Something that would be considered a restricted term would be if you wanted to create something that used something like FBI, right? Like, so that already exists. You can't use a term like that to become an LLC. And the procedure for that is pretty straightforward. You can check and reserve the name through the New York State Division of Corporations. So when you are ready to file your LLC, you can either have it held or do all the process at the same time. Now, as I mentioned, my company is called Designed to Conquer LLC, but in documentations, I have something called a DBA, which stands for Do Business As. And since I have that, I'm able to hyphenate or shorten it to just Designed to Conquer. And the DBA allows a LLC to operate under a trade name that's different from the official LLC name. And the benefits for that is it allows the operation of multiple businesses under one LLC. Now, after we've discussed our LLC names, we're going to hop into something about the registered agent. Now, a registered agent role is someone who receives legal papers and government communications on the behalf of the LLC. This is very important so that all your documentations are stored in one location and you have a point person that can handle a lot of these things. There aren't a lot of requirements to be a registered agent. The only thing it is, you must be a resident of the state that you're filing or the business authorized to operate in New York. When people hear registered agent, they assume that they have to go out and find someone, but you yourself can be your own company's registered agent, which allows for you to handle all of the documentations yourself and have all of that in one place. The most important thing to take away from that is you want to have somebody that is reliable and capable of handling important documents properly. Now that we covered the LLC name and the registered agent, we're going to talk about drafting your operating agreements. An operating agreement typically includes details about the management, the allocation of profits and losses, and membership changes. As well as it's critical for defining the rights and responsibilities of members, management structure, and procedures for handling changes. All in all, operating agreement basically is a document that discloses how you plan on running your business, the operating aspect of what's going on, whether that be on a day-to-day, month-to-month, biannually, annually. It clarifies who is in charge of what and what those responsibilities look like. After we finalize all of that, the next thing that we're going to talk about is your tax registration and EIN. EIN is Employee Identification Number, and these are essential for tax administration, hiring employees, and opening business bank accounts. This EIN number is crucial for establishing your business tax identity. And once you receive your LLC, the next step is just going to the IRS and obtaining this EIN, which is 100% free. Now, one of the last things we're going to be talking about in forming your LLC is the Article of Operations. And this is what you will be getting online and paying for through the nyc.gov website. And the Article of Organization primary purpose is it's a legal document that's needed to formally register your LLC with New York State. The details are straightforward. It must include the LLC's name, the location, and the registered agent who is going to file it, as well as the business purpose. Here in New York, the filing fee is $200. So now that we've handled all of those initial steps in receiving and filing your LLC, we're going to just quickly talk about some common mistakes and how to avoid them. One of the most common mistakes is choosing the wrong entity. Some people go and start a business as a sole proprietor or LLC or a C Corp and may not know the correct form. So the best way to do that is to make sure that your structure matches your need. The second thing is ignoring state-specific rules. In New York, you must have a specific publication requirement after forming your LLC, and I'll touch on what that is in a second. And the last thing is poor financial management. You have to make sure that you keep great financial records and understand your tax obligations to avoid any penalties. So as I mentioned, the publication requirements. Publication requirements are, you have 120 days after receiving your LLC to have it publicated in any newspaper or magazine. The publication details are, an LLC must publish this notice in two forms, one being one daily and the second being one weekly. And you can get this completed at your county clerk of the location that you're going to be filing and forming your LLC. And as we wrap up, I just want to conclude with a couple tips. You want to make sure that you stay up to date with your legal requirements to maintain your LLC's good standing. You want to understand and leverage tax deductions specific to the LLCs. And you want to plan the future and consider how your entity choice affects expansion and financing. And lastly, I just have a whole bunch of free resources that I feel like are important for everybody to use, which includes using the business library that's located on 40th Street and 5th Avenue. You also want to use the Small Business Administration. Their locations vary throughout each borough. So depending on which borough you're in, you can look for the SBA, Google sba.gov. And then last and not least, you want to find a certified public accountant, also known as a CPA. And these are the people that are going to be handling your tax information and making sure that everything is all set when it comes down to filing your information. I want to say thank you to everybody that has tuned in, and as we conclude, I will make sure to include this downloadable presentation that I went through so that everybody has it. You can find all of this information at designtoconquer.com/LLC ready. And use that link, the URL, and make sure that you can contact me whenever, if need be, so that we can make sure that you are one of the 1,000 Black entrepreneurs that we help in New York City get their LLC.
Listen,
Juneteenth Virtual Summit. Next up, I have some amazing talent coming to the stage. We have Omari Span, who will be joining us, and we're going to talk about everything. What are we talking about today? We're talking about estate planning. We talk about life insurance. We talk about getting the people right. Welcome, 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 Omari. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Miss Ambi? I'm excited to be here to teach you guys some good stuff. This is what I call the good stuff, so I'm excited.
I came with my pen, and I got some note cards here. I'm ready to learn something today.
Okay. Hopefully you guys take away a thing or two today. I'm excited.
So before we jump in, I'm gonna give you a chance to give us a little bit of background about you and all that you provide.
Yeah. Awesome. So again, my name is Omari Span. I'm actually one of the top senior brokers working out of Texas right now. Okay. I was recently located in New York. That was a journey. It was really, really fun. But the biggest thing about it was I wanted to be able to teach more people about finance as far as life insurance, estate planning, being able to do things that we weren't necessarily taught, right? Yeah. So I'm actually currently licensed in about 45 states to teach financial literacy and break down different life insurance plans, estate planning, wills, trust, family banking, when it comes to car insurance, getting out of debt, because I realized a lot of people struggle with that, right? Yeah. So they're like, work, and then they still look at their bank account and it's still pretty low, right? Or life happens to them and they don't even have money in their bank account to actually do something about if life happens to them because it's unexpected, right? So a little bit about myself. I just want to change the world. I got into the financial arena because football, I was like, I want to go to the NFL. I want to play. And clearly, didn't make it, right? So football was fun, but I wanted to help more people. I got into accounting. That was great work and stuff. But the reason I got into accounting is because growing up, we were always taught, hey, do something where everybody needs you, right? And I'm like, perfect. Let's get into accounting work because everybody needs an accountant. But what I realized, our people can't afford accountants sometimes. It can get expensive. It can be like, hey, I got this little bit of money, but I really don't want to give it to you. So I'm gonna go to H&R Block, TurboTax, which is nothing wrong with it. But sometimes if you don't properly know how to do things, it can actually hurt in the long run. So I said, okay, as I'm giving people back their tax returns, yeah, they put a smile on their face, they're excited, but what happens next? And as we go, what do you typically think happens next? We spend the money, right? And when we spend that money, we tend to spend it on wants instead of necessities. So I got into the financial arena a little bit more to teach people how to diversify their portfolio. So that's why we're here today to go over a couple of key concepts that could benefit going into the rest of the year, the second half of the year, finish 2024 pretty strong.
I love it. So can we start off by breaking down the definition of what estate planning is, what is life planning, what is life insurance considered, and how do we even, where do we even start if we want to obtain those things?
Okay, awesome. So that's a really good question. When it comes to life and estate planning, it's essential, right? I tell everybody I sit down with, it's not that you don't like life insurance. We don't necessarily understand it, right? Because growing up, like, think about this, Ms. Amby, what were we taught life insurance was supposed to be used for?
Well, from my knowledge of growing up, I knew life insurance to be like, if somebody's passing away, this is what we're going to use, and that's almost as far as my understanding went until my later adult years of really tapping into it and understanding for myself, like, okay, if I got phone insurance and everything else, I really need to know what this life insurance is about and how is this a benefit for me.
Yeah. And you're absolutely correct. So many people I sit down with, we were taught life insurance was supposed to be used when we die. What I want everyone to write down today is it's called life insurance and not death insurance. You can actually utilize it while you're alive, right? But the problem is when we don't know what we don't know, we can't do the things that we need to do. So what I tell people is this: the number one thing you want to do, if you can, is get life insurance 15 days old, right? That means if you have a newborn, anyone you know with children, 15 days old, that's as soon as you can get the policy. Why is that? Because you can actually use that policy later on down the line. And it's pennies on a dollar, 15 days old. Where life insurance gets tricky, people actually want to buy it when they're 70, 60. When they're younger, they're like, oh, I don't need life insurance. I'm good, I'm covered. Which, yes, but we all can agree we don't know what's going to happen. So what I want to break down, I want you guys to write this down. There are 4 competitors in life: death, disability, sickness, and old age. With those 4 competitors, I always tell clients, what do you have right now that you can protect that money, God forbid it knocks on your door? You know what most people tell me, Amby? They have insurance on their job. That's a start. But I always ask them, do you plan on working there for the next 20, 30 years?
That's the real question. Right.
Most people say, no, I want to retire yesterday, right? They're like, listen, I want to be done. And if you don't plan on working there 20, 30 years, let's do a little math really quick. Let's say you're 30. You're like, listen, I don't want to work there for 30 years, but if I do, I'll be 60. In some cases, when you no longer work there, you're no longer covered. How much is insurance going to be from 30 years old to 60 years old?
That's a drastic thing.
Let's 10x it. You can probably go from 60 to 600. Now, this is the catch though. When you go from 60 to 600, most people, when they retire, Amby, you know what they do? They're on a fixed income. Where are you going to get the 600 from? Now, you don't have the 600. Life happens to you. GoFundMe.
We was gonna get to that. We was gonna get to that. Absolutely. That's a heightened thing in our communities.
How do you
That's
think
what
we
people
can
go
fix
to.
that? How do you think we can fix that?
This information right here. Come on. Come
Bingo.
on.
Because GoFundMe is a begging site.
Yeah.
Come on, you can save. Think about it. I want you to write this down, Ambi. $30 a month is $1 a day. $1 a day. I always ask people, how much do you feel like you're worth? You know what they say? It's unlimited. It's uncapped. Great. So why is it that you spend more money on car insurance than you're doing yourself?
Yeah.
Because I need to use that car to get back and forth to work. That's powerful. That's good. I like it. But now what if you can't go to work? The car's going to sit there. You still got to pay the car insurance.
Yes.
But now this is the fun part. What if you can't pay the car insurance? You miss 2 payments there. It lapses. And in certain states, if you don't have any car insurance, they may take your car.
They're coming to get that. They're coming to get that. So you're in
You were
trouble.
living a good life. You were living the good life. Life happened to you. That's the part that's so important. And now when we talk about estate planning, that's powerful.
Yeah.
The reason why estate planning is because people don't realize when you're alive, they're called bills. This going on. You got this going on. But the day you die, a lot of your accounts are frozen. Savings accounts, checking accounts, they're frozen. Why? There's something called probate. We see these celebrities, they have great money, big money. But I want you guys to understand this. Just because people make money don't mean they know what to do with it.
Now that's the real truth.
Imagine having all those zeros in your bank account. Life's great. Boom, life happened. Your account is frozen because they got to pay all your debtors and creditors first. That's where life insurance comes in. I want everyone to write this down. When it comes to life insurance, it's called probate avoidance. Life insurance is one of the things, if you do it right and you structure it correctly, it's a tax shelter. Most people don't know you can use life insurance to buy a car. Come on now.
Come on, break that down. Break that down.
Most people don't know you can use life insurance to open up a business.
Wow.
But we don't know. You know, we were taught, Emily. I said this earlier. Go to school, get a job, retire at 65. Study to become financially free. What does that even mean? What are we studying?
We just had this conversation. It's so funny that you say that because it's a reoccurring conversation that I have. And it's so important because it's almost systematic to the point that this is robotic to okay, you do this, you do assembly line of things that we need to do. But it's okay, if something goes wrong on that line, then what? If it doesn't work out like that for you, then what? What do you fall back on? What's your second option? What's your third option? And we're taught to kind of have this tunnel vision that you go to school, you get a job, you work, you retire, and it's it doesn't happen like that for everybody. It doesn't happen like that for everybody.
And it's funny you say that. You brought up a good point. It's that saying of, I want all my ducks in a row. You ever seen every duck in a row?
No.
There's always that one straggler, right? And look around a little bit, and we're all our ducks in a row. Life happens.
Yeah.
So many people, they thought they were going to go to work today. Next thing you know, they ended up getting sick.
Yeah.
So many people are like, man, I don't want to work anymore, but I don't have anything to do. But then we work because when we get these jobs, they're called benefits.
Yeah.
Number one question I ask people is, who's it benefiting? What do I mean by that? I'll give you guys a gem, right? Most people don't know you can use life insurance to retire. I don't know. I hope y'all caught it.
Drop the gems today. Come on.
Y'all can use life insurance to retire.
Wow.
There are some people that got big money. They're using life insurance to retire. But we were taught, go get that benefit plan. Go get that 401k. Go get that 403b. Go get that 457. Go put your money into a pension. Since
Yeah.
1980s, since the 1980s, a lot of companies are getting rid of pensions.
Wow. So now this money is just
But we
obsolete.
didn't. Then they said, oh, don't worry about it. You still got a Social Security. The average Social Security is not going to pay for a mortgage. Sorry. I got to tell you. The average Social Security is not going to pay for a mortgage. Think about it. We go to Walmart, Lowe's, Home Depot. Why is there so many older people going back to work?
Yeah.
You think they miss work? They don't miss work, Ambi. They miss the money. I talk to a lot of them. When we break down this information, when we sit down with them for a consultation, they say, I did not know that I can use life insurance to build a home. I didn't know that I can use life insurance and collect a check for the rest of my life as income.
Wow.
How come my job didn't offer me that? How come the bank didn't offer me? How come this is not on TV? Because most people who know this ain't watching TV. You know what they're doing? I'm gonna give y'all another gem. Start becoming readers.
Yeah.
There's a book. Now, I'm giving y'all a lot of gems today.
Come on.
There's a book called What Would the Rockefellers Do?
What would the Rockefellers do?
Chapter 11. Go buy that book. Any doctors who's listening right now, there's a book called The Wealthy Physician. Go get that book. They talk to you. In that book, if you read that book, if you got any doctors on the call, anyone listening to this information, any medical people, anybody in the medical field, lawyers, go watch The Wealthy Physician. Go read The Wealthy Physician. In that book, it states that you can use life insurance to supplement your income.
Wow.
Why? A lot of medical practices, a lot of medical physicians are prone to lawsuits. Where do you put the money? Where do you put it? Or you work really, really hard. There's some taxes that come out every year.
Yeah.
Where do you put it? It's a tax shelter. There's a tax code. I might have to stop. I'm going to give y'all a tax code, right? 7702. The tax code is 7702. Look it up. It allows you to use life insurance as tax-free. It has to be structured correctly, though. Now, you asked me a question earlier, where do you go to get it? The right person? And what do I mean by the right person? Y'all use Google. Y'all use YouTube. Y'all use social media. You'll see.
Yeah.
There's a lot of life insurance agents out there doing it for commission. Over here on this side, we don't do it for commission. We do it to make sure our people is okay.
Yeah.
Why? Because it's the mission. I want you guys to know something. It's the mission before the commission. The mission is to change the world one person at a time. Let's go get more people to become financially free. Think about this. What if everybody walking had $1 million in coverage? Do you guys really want to learn how to create wealth? The easiest way to make your child a millionaire is through life insurance. Just pay the bill. Think about it. Ambi, if you had $1 million on your name right now, God forbid life happens to you. We all got an expiration date. Your family gets $1 million. What? You're telling me if something happens to me, my family gets $1 million?
Wow.
I have 4 different life insurance policies and I'm not done.
Yeah.
Because I understand how it works.
Yeah.
They say, oh, I want to be able to do this and do this and do this. And you know what we're taught? Go to the bank and take out that loan. What's the average interest rate right now? The average interest rate is high. 10, 20, 18, 28%. So you telling me you want me to go take out a loan and go get a $300,000 loan and I got to pay 28% of that back? And that's compounded interest. Compounded 28% of $300,000. Oh my gosh. But we don't know that we can go, okay, depending on how the policy is structured, you can take $300,000 out of your life insurance policy. I hope y'all caught it. Watch this, drop this gem for y'all while you're still alive.
It's called life insurance, guys. It's called life insurance, not death insurance. Come on.
While you're still alive. Those of you who stayed on so far, I'm going to give you guys something. After this, I want you to think about this number one question. Why is it that, Ambi, when you drive a car, depending on where you live, It's mandatory to have car insurance. Mandatory.
Yeah.
Most states, you cannot pull that car off the lot
without having that
without
insurance.
insurance. Okay,
Yep.
no problem. Let me protect it. I'm in real estate. You say, yeah, I'm a real estate agent. I'm a real estate investor. I got multiple properties. Those of you who got multiple properties, what you got to protect your assets? What if your tenant, come on, we're going to get deep today. What if your tenants don't pay? What if your tenants don't pay? Let's dive a little bit further. Okay, well, I don't have tenants. I fix and flip. There was something called 2008. I'll put a pin in that. What if it gets so bad that people can't pay for the home? You sitting on it. You can't get into real estate and sit on no property unless it's some land. Or you rent it out so you can have them pay it. So therefore you can get a little equity in there.
Yeah.
So now you go get this home, you put home insurance on it. You said, listen, this is my investment. I'm gonna go put home insurance on it. So now we put insurance on our car. We put insurance on our homes. But it costs money to pay for those things, Abby.
And not a little bit.
The best advice I'm gonna give you all today is to think about this. If it costs money to pay for those things, how come they never taught us how to put insurance on our money?
That might be the number one question of this session right now.
How come they never taught us? The number one question I have is, how come they never taught you how to put insurance on your money? Because understand this, the definition of insurance is transferring risk. What if we transfer the risk of taxes? What if we transfer the risk of losing money in the market? What if we transfer the risk of our retirement plan? You know, the average retirement, these are all public numbers, by the way. The average retirement has less than $200,000 in it.
Wow.
What if you were so used to living off of a six-figure income? You're now 67. They're trying to move the retirement age up to 70. You're now 67. You're now 65. How can you survive off of $200,000?
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. And just as you said earlier, we don't know what we don't know, right? And these are not things that we're taught, from early on. These are not things, even within our communities, grandma and grandpa, like these are not things that they were taught. These are not things that's generationally passed down, or traditions, or, common knowledge amongst us that we share with one another. If we have somebody who's, knowledgeable in this area, cool. It almost seems out of reach, if I may, in certain places. And just to have this conversation, it just brings the awareness that it's all doable. It's all doable. And if we put the importance on those things that are tangible, our cars, our house, our homes, why are we not investing back into this? And I feel like that's the most important thing. And even with that, it brings me to this question that I wrote down that I want to ask you. How can estate planning and life insurance help address the historical wealth disparities and empower the future generations within our Black community?
Powerful. So the best way to answer that question is, because think of Chase Bank, right? JP Morgan Chase is what? That's a person, if we think about it. JP Morgan Chase is a person. But how can we use life insurance to do what JP Morgan Chase does? How is that even possible? How can we empower our next generation? Because in the generations that we've seen come before us, the generation we're in now and the generation after us, the number one problem is finances. The number one stress in the world is finances. Finances lead to stress in the home. Finances lead to stress in children.
Yeah.
There are a lot of children, they don't want to be bad kids. We're going to talk about it. It's Juneteenth. We're going to talk about it.
Yeah.
They don't want to be bad kids. But you know what they want? They want money. But now guess what? That kid is going to do anything in their power to go get money. How do we change that? How do we change that? Parents, proper preparation. There are 5 P's. Let's write them down. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. What does that mean, Amari? Let's prepare for our children. We're talking about, oh, I work hard for my family. That's the problem. We're working hard for the family. I need you to have that money work hard for the family because you're not always going to be able to work.
Yes. Yes.
When you retire, you're not working hard for the family no more. Well, Amari, I'm putting in 30 years. These are conversations I'm having with people. I'm putting in 30 years. What do I do now? Knowledge is the new currency.
Yes.
But this is the catch. Knowledge is only the new currency if it's applied.
Come on.
It's
Come
only
on.
the new currency if it's applied. So what I'm going to give you right now is to apply this knowledge. Let's talk about it. Let's say, let's use a scenario. We have a young couple, right? We have a married couple. They're in their 30s. 2 beautiful children. They're working hard. They're both making 6 figures. Got a beautiful dog. Life's great. And one day, the dad goes to work, gets into a car accident. Really, really bad car accident. There are 2 children. Dad gets into a car accident. Dad's no longer. He didn't make it. Lived a good life. Didn't make it. But when the dad he's gone, the dad doesn't have any life insurance. But dad was making breadwinner. Mom was making 130. Dad was making 130. They both was breadwinners, but this is the catch. The dad's no longer here. That 130 is gone. Wow. We don't think about what happens when that 130 is gone. Now the mom, you went from a $260,000 household in income to 130. How's the mom going to raise the 2 children? Struggle. She was used to that other 130. She still got to pay a mortgage. She still got to pay both cars because dad had a car and the mom had a car. The children are 5 and 7. Now children are going, no parent, only one.
Yeah.
Children got to go to college. The mom can't pay for it. What if the dad had $1 million policy though?
Solution, problem, solution.
What if the dad had $1 million policy? Let's use a different route. Both couple, married couple, they're living a great life. Got good money saved. This is the traditional life that we see in our household. Money saved. We got money under a mattress. Let me tell you guys something. Money under a mattress isn't safe. I don't know what you were taught, but money under a mattress isn't safe. It's safe up here mentally. But write this down. It's not safe when it comes to inflation. Inflation rises around 3% every year.
Yeah.
How do we fix generations? We need to fix generations by teaching them that college planning. And I'm not talking 529. You can use life insurance as a college plan. I'm sorry. I wasn't supposed to tell you that, but I'm supposed to tell you that.
Give it to us.
You can use life insurance as a college plan. And guess what? It doesn't flag FAFSA. It doesn't flag financial aid. And it's tax-free. But we were taught, put our money in a bank account. The married couple put that money in a bank account. The child goes to college. The child doesn't finish college. Now the parents are upset because they blew their money. But what if the child never wanted to go to college? What if the child wanted to open up a business? Life insurance. There's something called $1 million baby plan. If the life insurance policy is structured correctly, because you asked me how can we affect generations, right? If the $1 million baby plan is structured correctly, do you know when that baby turns 65 years old, they'll have $1 million in retirement? That's how we change generations. So now imagine the baby having $1 million in retirement. The death benefit is $3 million now. Something happens to that baby. They're now transferring wealth of $3 million to the next kid. You just affected 6 generations after you. The problem is we always try to affect ourselves. We selfish. If we gonna have these children, we're gonna have these generations, we got to plan for it.
Yes.
And that's how I answer that question.
Yes. And I think that, the lack of education that plays a huge part on our mental and our outlook on these things. You know, it's almost common behavior to have these selfish ways, if I may, and the importance of that, you know, and just the tools of building for generations and building wealth and security and equity and all of these things. That's where it starts. You know, that's where it starts. And with that, you know, how does somebody, okay, I'm interested now. Now I got to take it to the next step. Now I got to hear more. Now, what do I do next? Now I realize that this is the problem that I have. I got to get my family some life insurance. I need to, you know, figure out some estate planning. Where do I go? I don't know who I should reach out to. I don't know what I should do. What would you advise them to do next?
I like to be unbiased. And what I mean by that is when I sit down with individuals, everything we do is complimentary. You guys are welcome. Everything we do is complimentary. Why? We got to change the world. I mean, I've sat down with people 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours, don't charge them a thing. My job is to help you. So most people, when they ask me, when I do seminars and conferences, they'll say, hey, like, how do we get this information? We have a team of over 50 to 100 people. The goal is to have 100,000 licensed agents doing this information.
Yeah.
Why? Because everybody needs it. If you walk in, you need it.
Yeah.
So how do we get this information? My LinkedIn is down there for you guys to take a look at it. Make sure you reach out. Why? It's free. Get a free consultation. Sit down with somebody. Let them show you. Sit down with a professional who's licensed to do this. Let somebody say, like, the problem is when we go seek this information, when we seek it in the wrong areas. YouTube, Google. YouTube's great. YouTube University, you'll learn a lot of things. But last time I checked, when we were in school, you couldn't research from Google. That wasn't a site.
Come on now.
You can't research from Google. You got to sit down with somebody who knows what they're talking about. The problem is when we sit down with these people, they try to make a sale. I'll give you guys something. I don't make sales. I make friendships. So one thing I want to break down is I'll pull up my screen and I want to go over a couple of things really quick to answer that question. And the number one thing is this. I want you to look at this. Banked ranked my life insurance. Look at that. The last time this was updated was December 31st of 2023. Ambi, what's the first bank you see?
Bank of America.
Come on. How much they putting into life insurance?
Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. Some of you listening to this right now, you see your bank up there. Why they putting the money there? This is public information, by the way. A book.
Brilliant. Wow.
Take a picture of it. Money, wealth, and life insurance. How the wealthy use life insurance as a tax-free personal bank to supercharge their savings. I don't just talk about it. I give books. They're free.
Yeah.
After you're done with me, you're gonna have they call me a Google Drive of books. I gotta give you the information because I need you to know it's real. Come on, it's called COLI, company-owned life insurance. It's the #1 bestseller. You see the company you probably shopped at. For the ladies on the call, Avon's up there. For the guys on the call, Nike's up there. For y'all who like shopping at Bed Bath & Beyond, it's up there. Nike, Adidas, AT&T, Johnson & Johnson, Walt Disney, Outback Steakhouse, Pfizer, Office Depot. Why are they putting their money there? Let's read it. In the book, The Pirates of Manhattan, the author indicates that over 68% of Fortune 1000 companies use life insurance to fund supplemental executive retirement plans. While it has many other benefits and uses for businesses and corporations, it's interesting to note that in order to fund an employee's retirement plan, they use cash value life insurance, its ability to provide the stable growth necessary. Come on, let's read it again. The stable growth necessary to create a predictable, not unpredictable. That's the problem with retirement today is unpredictable. A predictable income is one of its most powerful features, as you'll soon discover you can too create a predictable income down the road. So if you guys want to learn more about this information, the #1 thing I want you to do, the QR code, you can schedule a free consultation, take a screenshot, a complimentary financial plan. If you're not tech savvy, the phone number is there for you. It's okay. If you don't have anything to scan the QR code, take down the phone number. Why? Reach out, send a text message. Call. However, we will get in contact with you. I get super busy. But if I can't help you, I promise I have a team of very, very highly qualified people who will take care of you the same way I can. Because the number one thing I believe is this: if my job is to help you free of charge, why not do it to the best of my ability? Because the best way to do it is to do it right the first time.
Yep.
Because I gotta help us. Ambi, I'm glad you guys are doing this. This is powerful. I'm excited to hear the other speakers. We gotta help more people.
Yes.
They need this information. What if we could just host seminars, Ambi?
The people, listen, this gap of what is now, we'll eliminate that one by one. We'll be eliminating that because the wealth, the knowledge, it'll be there, and that's what we need. That's what we need. The representation, somebody to say, "Yo, listen, come close. I got the school. Let me tell you how. Let me show you how. Let me do it for you." That's what we need. That's what you're doing.
And that's the goal. That's what y'all doing. I'm loving it. I'm excited to be here. I'm so grateful, man. That's what you guys are doing. I'm just here to plant a seed. That's all.
I gotta ask you before I let you go.
Yeah.
What does Juneteenth mean to you?
That's powerful. It means a plethora of things, but the first thing that comes to mind is life-changing. It's the start of something big that I don't think people are ready for.
Mm-hmm.
And for so long, we were put in a box. It's over now.
Yeah.
And in order for us to stay out that box, we got to stick together.
Come on.
How do we stick together? Let's do something big. I tell everybody that. And I'm going to give you guys a couple of things that I want to do. What does Juneteenth mean to me, man?
Come on.
Man, I'm going to tell you. So I want to open up a financial school for children. And how does that compare to Juneteenth?
Major.
It's going to be in the school for sure. Juneteenth is going to be a big holiday in that school.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because children need to learn this information. Children need to learn the right things to do. Children need to learn their culture.
Yes.
They need to learn with their lineage. Juneteenth is something that we bigger than just a day.
Of course. Of course.
This is part of something great.
Yes.
Because it's going to go from a day to a week to a month, and we taking over.
Come on.
Because one thing that is very important to me in my journey of helping others is to create Black wealth in our community. Number one way to do it, education.
Yeah.
I don't sell anything. I'm an educator because if you sell something, you can return it. But if I educate you, you can't return knowledge.
Ooh, what's this? There, yes.
It's there. I just need everyone who listens to this information today. Let's go return this knowledge to our children. Yes. This recording, everything that I want to break down, let you guys know. Give it to somebody. Tell somebody to tune in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, replay it. This is powerful. Watch it again.
Yeah.
We need to, come on, let's get this out.
Yeah.
And that's what Juneteenth mean to me, to start of something big.
I love it. I love it. And you said it. I couldn't have said it any better, because once your brain starts to expand, you can't retract that. Like it can only get bigger. So when you allow it and you're open and you're teachable, and you can receive this and really utilize it, that's when the change starts. That's when the change starts. What is one thing that you want the community to take away from today's session? And then follow that again by giving them your information so that they can follow up with you as well. So
the biggest thing I tell people is, after I'm done, please take this information and apply it. I can't stress it enough. It's free.
Mm-hmm.
It's complimentary. Sit down with someone. Let them show you the way. Let them take you from point A to point Z.
Yes.
Like, if I can take you from point A to point Z, we in business.
Yeah.
Because the problem is, most people, when they sit down with this information, they don't take you from point A to point Z. What do you need? What are you looking for? No. Let's sit down, Amby. This is a lot. This is literally what we do. Let's sit down. What are you looking for? Let me get to know you. I don't want to know what you got. I don't want to know how much money in your bank account. That don't matter to me right now. Who's Amby? Who are you? What do you want in life? Where do you see yourself at 65? Where do you see yourself at 45? Where do you see yourself at 32? What do you want to be doing in retirement? These are questions. These are conversations we don't have.
Yeah.
Because finances are taught where? In the household, not the school systems.
Yep.
We're not taught how to properly plan 10, 20 years from now.
Yep.
We can only think about today. Some people can't even think about tomorrow. But you know when they think about tomorrow? When the bills come. People stress over the 1st and it's the 15th.
If I had a revival, like a instrument or something in here to play, I'll be playing right now under you preaching right now, because this is real. It's real. It's real.
It's important.
Yes.
It's powerful. The number one thing, go use this information. Go apply it. Tomorrow isn't promised to anybody. So once you hear this, act on it. Don't wait. Because remember, I'm going to give you guys something. The four procrastination is what? Death, disability, sickness, and old age. Those are the 4 competitors. There's a 5th one. The 5th one is procrastination. Procrastination is one of the number one things next to stress, next to finances, that hurts our community. I got tomorrow. I got the next day. You ever tried to pay for a medical bill with no money?
That's not possible.
So as I share my screen to pull up my information again, think about it. Imagine paying for something with no money. You can't. That's why we do things complimentary, because we don't care if you got $100 or $100 million. I don't care if you got $20. Let's sit down. Let's meet. Let's connect. I know a lot of people. I may be able to get you a higher paying job. Let's connect. Let's go bring some wealth into your family.
Yeah.
That's what I want people to take away from this. Let's go actually create wealth and not just talk about it. All this is too much. We're done. That's over. We're not talking about it anymore. We about to do it. Let's go do it. Let's go change lives. Let's go help more people. Let's go impact communities. Let's go put our names, our faces on billboards. Let's go crazy. That's what I want everyone to do. And that's how I answer that question, Ms. Hannah.
I love it. Oh my God. Once again, tap in, get active, use this information. Okay, the time is now. The time is now. Like, this is not by accident that you caught this. This is not by accident that you're tuned in today. Like, Omari has given us so many gems, The books, he said, please go add those to your cart, your Amazon, your Audible, whatever you're doing right now, however you're reading, tap in with that. Knowledge is power. This message, this sit down has been beyond powerful. Omari, I thank you again. We absolutely needed this. Make sure you understand and really grasp this idea. Like he said, catch it. If you're watching it, DVR and run it back. Catch it, okay? We need this. Omari, it has been a pleasure, and we will absolutely connect. And thank you for joining us for this virtual summit. It was amazing.
You're welcome. And anybody who text the complimentary financial plan or schedule a consultation, guess what? I got the books for you. I told you. I don't care if you got $50 or $25. I'll send it to you in PDF form. It'll go straight to your email. I have a Google Drive full of books, from the Rockefellers to the Money, Wealth, and Life Insurance, to Retirement Miracle, to Financial Pocket Knife, to Saving Your Future, whatever, the Power of Zero, whatever it is, we can send it to you. Why? Because we want to spread this knowledge. So that's all I got for everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm super excited.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Again, everybody, Omari Span. Thank you.
Feeling unprotected, trapped in a cave, looking for ways out, but nobody came. See, all I have left is a promise, and this I believe I will receive. Never letting go of what you say, not backing down like a true saint. It might be ugly, but I know you still love me. I'm coming to the one I create. I'm committed to loving you, even when things don't change. See, you're not alone. Take your eyes off the problem. I'm committed to showing you things are changing. Listen. If the tides aren't moving fast enough, I'll be praying for your success. It's like everywhere I go, wanting you to know that our God is able. You don't have to look back, fulfilling old labels. Never letting go of what you say, never backing down of what it, it might be ugly, but I know you still love me. Yes, sir. To the one I create, I'm committed to loving you, even when things don't change. See, you're not a... Take your eyes off the problem. I'm committed to showing you things are changing. See, I'm coming home. I'm coming to the place where I belong, to the place where I should be. I'm coming home. See, I'm coming home to the place I belong. I'm committed to loving you when things don't change. See, you're not alone. Take your eyes off the problems. I'm committed to showing you things are changing. I'm coming home. Committed to showing you things are changing. Coming home. Committed to showing you things are changing. Coming home. Committed to showing you things are changing. coming home. Committed to showing you things are changing. Coming home. Committed to showing you things changing. Coming home. Committed to showing you things changing. Coming home.
And jump up, arms overhead, step back, arms up, and tap out. Jump up, bring arms up. Again, from before, anytime we are working out, I want you to keep your stomach nice and tight. And breathe in through your nose.
Committed to showing you.
Juneteenth Virtual Summit, Kiara, I am here and I am just in awe of all the people that I get to sit across from, including this brother that I'm about to bring up right now. Messiah Ram Kasoon. He is a former Black King recipient, so congratulations on that.
Thank you.
He is the founder of Black Fathers Are Necessary, because they absolutely are. He is an associate executive director of the Youth Justice Network, which is dedicated to breaking cycles of incarceration and promoting equity in the justice system. His mission is empowering young people through advocacy, mentorship, opportunities for growth, and ensuring that no youth spends another night in jail. Welcome, Messiah. How are you?
Thank you for having me. I'm well. How are you?
I am well. I'm excited to sit here and talk to you.
It's a blessing to be here.
Likewise. I was doing my research when I got your bio, and I said, okay, I gotta come with some packed-filled questions, because I have so much passion for the youth. And when I speak to people who feel the same, even in different fields, it just brings joy to my heart. So I want to start with the Youth Justice Network, right? Can we start with what is the primary objective for the Youth Justice Network?
Yeah, thank you for asking. The objective is really breaking the cycle. When it comes to mass incarceration, the cycle is so layered when we talk about, what perpetuates the cycle. So it's really about connecting young people with the resources, but before we even get there, it's really connecting them with the right mentorship, right? The right conversation.
Yes.
Change starts in the mind. So, before someone can really act on the resource, we have to get to a place of acceptance,
yes,
a place of readiness, and a place of action. So, we have youth advocates, we have mentors, we have program and service providers who work around the clock really to be that liaison between these young people coming home in the 5 boroughs and whatever their respective needs and wants are post-incarceration. So the really ultimate goal, I would say, is breaking the cycle and taking a holistic approach. It's not a one-size-fits-all, but really individualizing each young person's background, where they're coming from, what the inadequacies are, what the inequities are, and making sure that we do our best to fill those loopholes and be that support for each individualized young person who connect with us.
And just speaking of support, I know that support is particular to the individual, right?
That's right.
Because support for everybody might not look the same.
That's right.
What are some examples and some ways that you guys aim to support? Like, how do you support people that might need it in different ways? What are some ways that you guys support?
Yeah, great question. So, the needs are very, I would say, nuanced when you talk about, the young people that we meet. So just to give you a little bit of background, we have a team that's on Rikers Weekly.
Okay.
And pretty much, we were founded 34 years ago on the school floor of Rikers Island, right, as the first nonprofit in New York to exclusively focus on young people coming out of the jails. So with that being said, we have a team of what we call youth advocates. We don't use the term social worker. We're very much mindful of language. We don't use the term intake. We actually call it an enrollment. So when you think about that, enrollment in college, enrollment is something greater than, the clinical or traditional jail terms, rather.
Yeah.
Right? So our team of advocates who on Rikers Weekly, when young people get to Rikers, they connect with one of our advocates within the first 24 to 72 hours of incarceration and the spaces within the jails that we're assigned to, right? So, once that advocate connects with the young person, they identify what their needs are. Right? And so once they identify that need, they begin to build a bridge and a youth plan to support that need. But the real work really starts when they come home, right? So the weekly visits to Rikers is really to continually build that trust, continually build that community around the young person so they know, hey, I just spoke to your mom. I told her that you're okay. We're working on such and such for you. We also have a court advocacy team that works alongside the youth advocates that are working in the courts every day of the week alongside the attorneys to expedite release and minimize the impact of certain charges that young people land. So we're really holistic in nature, but one of the things that I think is exciting, during the pandemic, the jails closed their doors to all service providers. So we didn't have access to Rikers, and we knew this was the worst time for young people to not have access to their resources in a pandemic where the needs are heightened more than ever. So that's when we became innovative and we created a model called Shifting Gears. And what we did with that, we purchased a mobile bus, wrapped it up with our bright logo, says who we are, what we do. And now this vehicle goes into a different borough each day of the week, into neighborhoods that most of our youth come home to. So we're really meeting them at the doorstep, right? And so we're not just connecting with the young adults, we're connecting with the families. We have mothers, fathers, aunts, uncles who approach the bus and say, hey, I have a son, I have a nephew who needs the service, they've been formerly incarcerated, can you help them? So, you know, we're very much compartmentalized by borough. We have a team that's really allotted to each borough to focus exclusively on the young people coming from that borough.
I love that. And speaking about young people who were formerly incarcerated, the recidivism rate is, I was doing my research and I'm looking at the stats and I'm like, okay, nearly 4 out of every 10 people that are released from prison go back within the next 3 years. That's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge, you know, and the rehabilitation programs and, you know, just the support services like this. If they had that and access to that, and with having access to that, that changes that narrative.
Absolutely.
That changes that narrative. So what the role in advocacy, I guess I want to ask is, you know, the access to the education, the job placements, the mentorship, how, I mean, I know that, how do you see that working?
Great
and,
question.
Continuing to grow?
Well, I will say this,
what's lacking
just to have a really transparent conversation, you know, mass incarceration is a business, right?
Yep.
Prison is really a perpetuity of enslavement. When we look at the 13th Amendment, they said slavery was only abolished with the exception of being punished for a crime. Being punished for a crime doesn't mean that you're guilty of that crime. But we look at young people who may even be guilty of crimes. We have to look at framework as far as, you know, intergenerational inequity, right? The young people are being born into conditions that they're being held accountable for that they themselves did not create, right? So when we look at how we really break the cycle, you know, as a society from a more hierarchy lens, we have to really invest proactively. So the work that I do in the reentry field and everything is very essential because if one of our sons or nephews or cousins were on Rikers, we want to know that there was some intervention there to support them with breaking that cycle. But how do we stop them from landing there in the first place? Right? Proactively, we have to really think about how dollars are allotted. We just saw how many millions and billions just got sent overseas for war to support an international war crisis, right? In a country that incarcerates more of its people than any part of the world. So we would have flipped that coin and really realized if we can have every young person from elementary, if we could invest in mentorship, right? So regardless if they have a single parent home or not, they have a mentor who's there to support, hold their hand. So we have to invest in the programs that you're speaking about, right? The arts is a very powerful conduit. A lot of our youth are very right brain oriented. They're very attracted to creativity and art. So what I started doing was treating my art as a lesson plan. So sometimes I'll be in the jail, I may be performing, and they'll be like, ooh, I catch it, but then we'll stop and say, let's have a conversation, right? So I may say something like, you know, from the streets where life beyond 18 is iffy, more black men in jail than slaves in 1850. And then when they respond to it, I said, hold on, we're not here to entertain, we're here to really break the cycle. So we'll put those words on the board and have a real conversation about what that means. So it's about really not just providing the resources, but giving our young people the framework as to what this is, letting them know that you're a pawn in somebody else's game, and they not only intend this for you, they intend this for your children and your children's children. So it's important and imperative that, you know, they take ownership of their own process, even though we're there to support and be a guide along the way. So it's about turning those thinking caps on so they understand the game and know it for what it is, and that way they can make necessary adjustments.
What I love most about what you said just now is meeting somebody exactly where they are. Right? So if I know that you'll be able to grasp this concept a little bit better if I deliver it to you in this way, and now I got you. Even if I gotta say it in, you know, in a poetic form, the way that you're listening now is different. You know, you're able to grasp what I'm saying, and jail doesn't have to always be the answer. You know, if we approach, even if we approach crime, because we have sentencing, fair sentencing, and you know all these different things, racial injustice. You might get this amount of time for something that is like, really? That person didn't even have to go to jail for that. They could have did community service, or they could have, you know. So how do we change that narrative of and even I think as a society, right? When somebody comes home from being incarcerated, it's like we kind of they're secluded in their own way of like, oh, he was in jail, so, you know, you almost count them out. We almost count them out without even giving them that opportunity. If I'm at a disadvantage already, if everybody's counting me out. So now I have to work on a normal day. As a Black person, I gotta work 5 times as hard. Now if I come home and I'm a Black male that just finished, I gotta work 20 times as hard. How do we change this whole, like, what are the steps? And you're doing it, and us having this conversation is doing it, but to really dig deep, like, nah, we gotta start here. Like, is there even a pinpoint that we can put somewhere with all of that I just said?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very layered question, but I will say in a nutshell, we have to change the narrative as far as how we advocate. I'm not really someone who advocates for reform. I advocate for abolish, right? Because if we look at, you know, back to what I said initially about prison being perpetuity of enslavement.
Yeah.
Imagine me being on the plantation in the 1700s saying we should reform slavery. I would sound very crazy. Harriet might have hit me with a shot for that, right? So we gotta gotta look at it from the lens of, you know, these systems were never made to rehabilitate or heal our people.
Yeah.
Right? People actually come out of these systems more institutionalized, more conditioned, right? And so the healing part is just so important. So when we talk about folks readjusting to society, you know, it's not just about coming home and getting the job. If you walk through the halls of Rikers Island and you speak to young adults and you ask them, hey, what is your main thing that you need upon coming home? Of course, they're resource oriented. So they're going to say, hey, can you help me get money? Can you help me get a job? Right? But the healing piece, right? Because a lot of times people get these opportunities and they're not able to sustain them.
Yeah.
Right? Because of that intergenerational trauma that they've been holding on to. And healing is not really the coolest conversation in our community, because when you tell somebody, you know, they should think about healing, oftentimes, immediately they think you're trying to put them in a victim box.
Yes.
It's like, I'm all right, what you need to heal? Like, you know, even though you know they done lost like 5 loved ones, they done been through it, you know, within the last couple of years, and these are things that we all are affected by coming from the communities we come from. So I think we really have to embrace healing from a holistic lens.
Yes.
But also empower the people who are really closer to the problems, those with lived experience who've turned their lives around and are now in community doing the work. You know, I know that, you know, the mayor, no disrespect to him, but it's a big intent on investing in law enforcement, right? But these officers don't come from the communities we come from.
Yeah.
Oftentimes they're afraid of our people. But when you invest in the credible messengers, when you invest in those who are doing the youth work, who've been out there for a long time and really understand the art and science of advocacy and engagement, then you see a different outcome, because they're speaking the language of community. They're not afraid of the community, right? And we see that reciprocity in the way community responds to them. So that's where it comes from as far as solution. You know, we have to think about where the investments are, and salute to those who are doing it, you know, with no money, right? I know when I started this work, we just would go into jails and speak out the love and do the best we could to be a lifeline to these young people. But, you know, when we look at the resources that are being invested in upkeeping the system, it's very disproportionate to the resources that are being invested to undoing the system. And that's why we have to also be real about, you know, even politicians who say that they're anti-mass incarceration, but when we look at the resources they pour into undoing it, it's a drip in the bucket, right? So are you really anti, or are you just doing this for a good public relations look for re-election season to make people think you did something? But did we really undo or dismantle a system, or even make an incremental step that was effective in that direction? And I think that's the conversation that, and the mindset we need to be having when we talk about folks coming home and how we're able to best, you know, have resources and assets to empower them. So their process is more effortless.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That answer, I know that was a packed question, but that answer almost answered every part of that question, so I appreciate that. Black fathers are necessary.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, Black fathers are necessary. So it all started with a song that I wrote, you know. As a hip-hop artist, as a poet, you know, my music is always tied to purpose in some form or fashion. You know, I see myself as just a vessel, a conduit in that way. And so I was really creating a project called The Eye of Freedom, right? And I was I was very meticulous about the subject matter I wanted to engage. I wanted to keep a tight frame as far as, you know, the conversations within that project. And when we think about Black fathers, like I said, for the last 17 years, I've been working with the youth coming out to prison, started off in Baltimore and DC jails, and for the last 12 years, Rikers Island. And oftentimes, a lot of the young people, when they come home, they're calling me for support. They're calling my team for support, but they should really be calling the fathers.
Yeah.
But many of them don't have the father in place, or may not even know who the father is, right? So when we think about the ills that's affecting community, not just locally, but nationwide, you know, wherever the head goes, the body follows. So when you detach the head, once you behead that person, you know, the body falls apart. And the head is the father, right? So we need the head to be back on its square. And so I wanted to create a record to really empower that subject matter. At the time when I created the record, and we did the video and had the conversation through music, we didn't know that it would be a merch line that would come out after it, you know? So eventually, once I got into the e-commerce thing, I thought about quotes from my music that I wanted to put, and this was actually the first one that landed. A sister I went to Howard with did the actual graphic design for Black Fathers Are Necessary. And we've been doing this for about 3 years, taking the conversation forward through fashion, through panels, through different forms of media and content to really shift the narrative and make it the new cool for men to be the lead of the home, to step up and be fathers, champion those men who are doing it, but also encourage those men who could be better, right? And while we're waiting for more funding from government and policy reform and these other things, it would be ironic to see the change that we can make on our own from a do-for-self model as it relates to the father just stepping up and being the king of his home. Because that's what we're born to be. So we just coming back to our true selves, and that's what this is about, you know? And I really believe that once we do that, we're gonna see a big shift as far as community, culture, family, youth, everything that we're talking about right now.
Last question, because we could sit here and talk all day, because you're just filled with so much information. What does Juneteenth mean to you?
Wow, Juneteenth to me means so many things, you know, but, you know, like I said, my project is called The Eye of Freedom, and the work that I do it as far as, you know, young people in the prison system and advocating for them is tied to freedom. So when I think of Juneteenth, I think of it being along the same hub when we talk about freedom, right? But also when we talk about those folks who didn't know that they were free and finding out later on, I think it's important that, you know, we look at it from a modern lens, not just an ancient lens, right? Because a lot of our people, even though they're physically in the free world, still operate from a mindset of enslavement, right? So the chains haven't fully come off mentally. And that's the work, I think, of Juneteenth New York as far as bringing these conversations to the forefront. That's the work that we do at Youth Justice Network. We talk about Black Fathers Are Necessary. It's really giving our people the framework to break the mental chains and really operate from a space of true freedom and justice and equality. But it really takes having that love for self and also having that empowerment, because after we get the love, we also need the resources, right? So thinking about the collective economic empowerment model, how we're pouring back into community with our resources, right? How we're giving our youth opportunities to really rise through information, education, exposure, you know. So when I think of Juneteenth, I think it all ties back to freedom in so many ways.
Well, I'm happy to be free sitting here across from you. Please tell the people where they can follow you, stay in touch, join the movement, all of that.
You guys can follow us at Black Fathers Are Necessary, right here. Also, too, Youth Justice Network. You can check out the website, youthjustice.org. blackfathersarenecessary.com. And also you can follow me at Messiah Ram Kissoon.
Thank you so much, Messiah. Listen, the conversation
Thank you for having
is
me.
had.
Appreciative to be
We're
here.
going to keep growing. We're going to keep working.
Looking
Make
forward.
this happen.
Looking forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Peace. Love.
Hello, everyone. My name is Harry Ajua Owusu Kusi, popularly known as DJ Ohima Weyeje. I'm coming your way from Ghana in West Africa as part of this year's Juneteenth New York City Festival celebration in America. Okay, so where I'm standing currently is the James Fort, the Jamestown, British Accra. And I have history from here of how blacks were sold into slavery. And it doesn't end here. We would also go to the Elmina Castle. I have more to tell you. Follow me. Let's do this together. Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah, was jailed and imprisoned here by the British colonial masters. In his quest for freedom for Ghana, he was fed water and food through this tiny hole up here and had this small window for an obviously poor ventilation. Over here, slaves that were sold and did not get access into the ship were kept in suspense of waiting for the next ship. But truth be told, they had to wait until they die, one after the other, and their bodies were offered to vultures as meal. But the British colonialists had a proper burial place for themselves. They are not taken back to the trade center for fear of informing slaves at the trade center what goes on at the door of no return, and then also onto the ship towards the new world. Here is the female prison. This portion is also the slave trade center, which has the chain locks to display slaves set for marketing purposes. The gate size you see is made extremely small and short in order to render whoever that comes through it to bow to the slave master's supremacy. No matter the spirit you possess and the status you bear, when you get here, you bow to their supremacy due to the size of the gate.
And then have you seen this yellow building over there, which is called Bible House? Bible House. At first, Bible House is office of the slave masters. If you want to order a slave, it's inside over there. But now they are selling Bible over there.
This building is the former place for the official slave trade transactions here at the James Fort, but now turned to a Bible sale shop. Okay, people, so where we are standing now used to be the British Governor's Court, and then later it turned into the King's Palace. Until date, it is the English Alata Manche Palace. Do not forget, this used to be their symbol. The lion. The lion was the British governor's symbol, displaying their strength. So that is it, as you can see.
1922. North American. He is the master of supercargo. He was called Joseph Davis.
So the cargo that transport the slavery, he was the one in charge of that side.
Yeah.
And his name again?
Joseph Davis.
Joseph Davis.
Yeah.
The American who was in charge of their supercargo,
yes,
died in 1820 and was buried here.
Okay, so at the moment where we are now is what they call the lighthouse. That's the tower you see. And it was built in 1871. It was built in 1871. This provided light, since here happens to be the first harbor that
was built, or that we had, that was made before it later moved to Tema. So this lighthouse provided light to direct the ship to the harbor.
We're exiting from the Accra British Jamestown, James Fort, en route Elmina Castle. So let's go. Hello again. My name is Harry Ajua Owusu-Kusi, DJ Ohima Weyeje as popularly known. And I welcome you now from the James Fort to the Elmina Castle, popularly known by that name, but it is St. George's Castle, which was built by the Portuguese in 1482. At the initial stage, the place was used for trade and also for the spread of Christianity. They were trading in gold, ivory, spices, and other items. The gold exchange was more. Due to that, the Portuguese now called the place Almina, meaning the mine, but was mispronounced as Elmina by the natives. 1471 was the arrival of the Portuguese on the coastal land with their normal trading, which they were doing with the natives. In 1600, they shifted their attention to human trade, or let's say slave trade. They started the slavery with 1,000 enslaved Africans, which out of it, 400 were women and 600 were men. But don't forget, the number increased afterwards, and also the children found in the dungeons were not counted to that of the adult. In this dungeon, 150 women out of the 400 were held here, but don't forget, the children were not added. So meaning, more than 150 women were held here, urinating, vomiting, feces, and menstrual cycle were all done here. And this was the same place they were sleeping and eating. This was their source of water for domestic use. They also used the same water to wash the women they abused sexually around that time. Up here is where the governor stands and selects the woman he wants to abuse at the time of slavery. This is a secret staircase to the governor's bedroom where they walked the women to be abused. Some of the women got pregnant. They were then separated. The pregnant women were separated from the dungeons until they gave birth. After those abused women who got pregnant delivers their babies, they separated the children from their mothers, and then they send the mothers back to the dungeon and take care of the children. Those are the mulattoes' children. That is why there are a lot of European names on the coastal line. The clothes you see here were used by some students to reenact what happened. The student messed up at the dungeon as part of the program. Unfortunately, the scent was still there out of the mess for almost 3 days. And that painted the exact picture of what our ancestors went through for years. This small entrance here was meant for the enslaved women who survived in the dungeons when the ship came. That was where they walked down to the door of no return. And this is where they had to also walk the men to the door of no return. Okay, so this is also the saddest point, where the enslaved Africans would have to go through the door of no return. At this particular place, families or friends within could see themselves for the last time. This is the door where every enslaved African had to bend down whilst being shackled to forcefully walk to the ship. This extremely heavy cannonball you see here was used to punish the women who refused to allow themselves to be abused sexually. They were shackled to it until their punishment was over. For days, So whether rain or shine, they ought to be there for their punishment. That's the door of no return. That is the original size of the door of no return. No matter how the enslaved Africans were in size or shape, they made sure everybody goes through it. So what they did to the enslaved Africans in order to ensure they all go through this door size was that the food they gave them was only to sustain them and also kept them in a hard condition in the dungeon in order that they reduce weight and then be able to go through the door. The slaves were branded with hot metal on their chest before taking them to the New World. They were chained. But with the chains, do not forget that the chain got rusted along the line because of the sea breeze. And so infections killed more of the slaves as an outcome. All the doors and windows seen here were dungeons for the enslaved men. 600 men were all divided to be held in here. But don't forget about the fact that the children were not counted. This was their church, Catholic Church for the Portuguese, while the side and side of the church was also the male dungeons. So one would ask, what at all were they preaching and worshiping? At that time, they put other people in such harsh conditions. These two rooms here are prisons, one for the enslaved Africans and the other one for the European soldiers. Question: with the unpleasant condition in the dungeons, why would they also have prisons here? With this prison, they meant it for their own European soldiers who went beyond the rules of the place. Some of them drank and misbehaved. Those people were kept here, but released them when the punishment is over. This was meant for the enslaved Africans who were fighting for their freedom. They were sent here to be killed. No food, no water until they all die. But don't forget, by nature, we all cannot die at the same time. So if one person dies in here, meaning those that were not dead would have to look on the dead and wait till their turn to also die and join. What you see here is a secret step that led to the female dungeon and also goes up to the governor's bedroom. This is where the secret steps lead to. That is where the woman to be abused sexually had to walk up to the governor's bedroom. The top here is where the governor will stand to select or point the woman to be abused sexually by choice. This is the entrance to the governor's kitchen. The governor's kitchen has its original floor. You can compare the floor of the kitchen and the sleeping place of the enslaved Africans. That is the governor's bedroom. And this is the steps going to the governor's bedroom. This is the living room or the sitting room for the governor. These were the cannons they used in fighting or should there be an attack. The white building up there that you see is a fort. Saint Jago Fort, meant for the soldiers for the protection of the castle. The square diagram showing here is a compass. It also serves as a sundial. They put a stick in the middle and use the shadow of it to tell the time. There are moats at where the coconut trees are. They rises up as a way of protecting the place in the evening when it gets filled with seawater. At this juncture, I believe you have enjoyed the historic narratives from the James Fort and the Elmina Castle. My name is Harry Ajwa Owusukusi, DJ Ohima Oyeje, and I want to wish the whole of America, New York City All Blacks, a great emancipation, happy Juneteenth, New York City, and a big one to Athenia, the CEO of Imoja event. God continues to bless you, and then may you have a very successful event.
Welcome back to Juneteenth Virtual Summit. I'm here for a very insightful conversation when we discuss healing we have to dig deep. So I brought somebody who I know will absolutely feed that. Gina Joof, she is the founder of Sankofa Sojourns, dedicated to healing the trauma of the transatlantic slave trade through travel, arts, and meditation. As a daughter, a sister, a mother, and a creative healer, Gina's mission is to foster healing and communion through transformative experiences. Welcome, Gina. How are you?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm well, thank you.
So I want to jump right in because just healing and travel, just hearing those words together, it resonates well because when I travel, I feel like, it's something that ignites my soul of being somewhere different, experiencing something different and just being able to just feel free, if I may. What inspired you to establish Sankofa Sojourns and embark on the journey of healing?
Wow. What inspired me was honestly inspiration. I had been getting visions and hearing messages for years, and I didn't understand them. I was busy with life and just ignored them and just said, okay, I don't know what that means. I would see flashes of people, images, and not really know what they were. One day, I love to travel. I love to travel, so I would try to go as many places as I could. One day I was 50, I had turned 50, so I took my bucket list trip to Venice, and we were then going to the Bahamas with a family reunion on a cruise.
Okay.
And I just woke up one morning and it was a clear message that you, Gina, have to reverse the transatlantic slave trade by boat.
Wow.
And you have to take your community with you.
Wow.
And of course I said, no, not me, God. You're not really talking to me. I have a job, I have kids, I have things to do. Like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Right.
And it was just crystal clear. It was just crystal clear that this is what you have to do. So I just went on with my life. I put it away and I said, I don't know what that was about, but that's not something for me. And then I went through all the list of the things that I am not, and all of the roles that I don't hold, and why I wasn't qualified for this assignment.
Yeah.
But through time, through people, sharing it with people that I trust, and then reflecting back to me, oh, you finally found your purpose. Here I am.
Oh my God, it's very deep and so meaningful. Just from the point of view saying sometimes when we're giving purpose, when we hear God's whisper and he's telling us, yeah, this is for you. The fear of change sometimes, we try to talk ourselves out of it. But what, of course you said the people around you, they encouraged you, but what was the real factor? And once you got that encouragement and really deciding that I'm gonna take this mission, this is where the mission is gonna go, this is what I have to do, this is what it's gonna look like.
Oh, that didn't happen for a few years. So really what happened was, again, like I said, I shared it with people and people that I know and trust. And one of the people that I shared it with was one of my good friends. And that was in 2018. And then the pandemic hit in 2020. And during the pandemic, she started an incubator for Black businesses in rural North Carolina.
Okay.
Now, I'm up in New Jersey. I don't have anything to do with that, but I'm cheering her on. Great, go, go.
Yeah.
One day she invites me on a call. The world was on Zoom. She invited me on a Zoom call with the collective of people that she was with. And she just said, oh, my friend Gina has an amazing business that she's gonna tell you about. And I said, what? But I didn't want her to look bad in front of all these people, these donors and investors and counselors. So I just started talking and I shared that vision. And that's really when it became a real thing. Beautiful. She just kind of pushed me out there. And it was either I could let my friend down, or I could step into this role.
Step into the faith.
And so I took that step. And from then on, I understood, okay, you've now proclaimed it. So you have to actually live it and walk it.
integrating travel and arts and movement and meditation and communion into healing processes. What does that look like? How do we do that? I love all of those things, but how do I, turn that into a healing process for me?
Okay, so when we go to places, we're going to places that are deep and things have happened there. We went to the African burial ground in Manhattan, right? Lots of people have never been there, even though we might have been born and raised right in New York City.
Yeah.
And it's a place of trauma. It's a place where terrible things were done. And then terrible things happened to the remains of the people who lived there.
Yeah.
People don't even know we had slavery in New York City, let alone that people are buried here. So it brings up a lot of trauma.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that I've understood is that part of the mission is you have to have joy. So in one of the visions that I got, that was one of the most powerful visions, was women dancing on a slave ship in all white. And I didn't know what that meant, and I didn't want to deal with it because I was saying, how can they be happy? Because they were not faking. They were not faking that joy.
Yeah.
They were joyfully dancing, and I didn't understand. When I finally embraced the vision, I understood you have to have joy in the vision. You can't, you go into places of pain and trauma, you have to create joy. You have to bring joy to those spaces.
Yes.
So when we went to the African burial ground, for instance, we had a group, and it was everybody from like a 4-year-old, up to women in their 60s. So we had a wide, variety of ages. We had, we saw some of the graves, some of the actual burial mounds. We did the tour. We just looked at all the art, and then we came together and we did some meditation together.
I love that.
Right. So we do, depending on the sojourn, we might do some preparation work first. Because sometimes you have to be prepared to go into that space.
Yes.
You can't just walk up in there because you'll be triggered.
Yeah.
Because it's traumatic.
Yeah.
So, and then you always have to do some healing work either there, right on the spot, or when we come out of the space. Yeah. So in the African burial ground, we created poetry. After we went to see, after we did the museum tour, we all gathered together, we did some meditation, and then we wrote. We wrote poems. I call them flykus, right? Because I like the word fly because I'm black. So I like fly things.
Absolutely.
And haiku, meaning the poems that are structured with 5 syllables, 7 syllables, 5 syllables. So we do flykus. So we did 2 syllables, 7 syllables, and 6 syllables. And we just had people sit down and write reflections, write your own flyku on what you just saw. The baby who was with us, she was 4, she couldn't write. She drew a picture, an amazing picture of a mommy and a baby, because one of the things that we saw, unfortunately, was a baby's remains. It's not like, bones. So she understood that in her 4-year-old self, that this is something bad that happened to a baby, like me. So she drew a picture of a mommy and a baby and a son.
So powerful.
So we use those experiences to create beauty, to bring joy, so that we can heal.
Yeah. Yeah, that is so powerful. And expression at any age, and that's what's going to continue to make the difference, is that you're not excluding anybody. Everybody can come and you can still express yourself, because we all have feelings, we all have emotions, we all need healing, we all going through things, growing through things. So that's very important. As you continue to grow, personally and in business, everybody can come and you can still express yourself, because we all have feelings, we all have emotions, we all need healing. How do you want to continue to connect and grow through things? And what ways are people involvement in St. Kufa sojourns going to continue to grow the business, so to speak? Just connect, getting it out there, continuing to get it out there, and how does that look for you, or what are you aiming for?
Well, what I'm aiming for is to continue to grow. One of my coaches, when I, started with my friend's incubator, she gave me a coach, and the coach said, okay, well, before you take people all the way across the ocean on a boat, maybe you need to start working with just taking people little places closer to home.
Yeah.
So we do our healing excursions. Like I said, the African Burial Ground. We went to Alabama to a place called Africa Town. Where
Said,
we
okay,
met
well, before you take people all the way across the ocean
on a boat,
supposedly, the last,
maybe you need to start the people who came over in captivity
little places
in
closer to
1860
home.
from Africa. Their descendants are
Excursions,
still alive.
like I said, the African Burial
Ground, in a town that those Africans created when they were emancipated, called Africa Town. Descendants, they couldn't go home. They wanted to. Supposedly, the last. They were willing to bring them here, but nobody was willing to finance a trip back home for them, right?
Yes.
So they had to cast down their bucket where they were. They said, okay, well, if this is where we are, we've been here for 5 years now, this is going to be our home. But we're going to run this like an African town. We have our own judges. We have our own, everything. We run our own businesses. So we went there. So we go to different places where we can go there, and then we do healing work while we're there too. So my goal is to continue to do these smaller journeys, make them a little bigger each time, so that when it's time for us to go home, we all are, ready to do it, and we're not so afraid because, we're afraid.
Yeah.
They're traumatized.
Yes.
Even when I went to Alabama, I was gonna fly into Florida because it was much cheaper. Fly into Florida versus flying into Mobile, and I was gonna drive from Florida 2 hours. But then I thought of Sandra Bland, ready to do it. And I said, as a black woman, we're afraid. Am I safe on the road in the deep South by myself? Even when I went to get lost, what if I turn off on the wrong road? Because it was much cheaper. Am I going to make it home? Am I going to make it to Mobile? So I flew into Mobile, and it was a nice and easy trip.
Yeah.
But so we want to get people feeling safe traveling.
Yes.
We want to normalize travel. We want to make people understand we can all do this.
Yeah.
We can go places. We're allowed.
Yeah.
We're entitled. It's our birthright to see the world.
Yes.
And we created everything.
Yes.
And we have a right to enjoy it and go and see it for ourselves.
Oh my gosh, it's giving me chills because it's so powerful and it's so needed. It's so needed. And just the information in Africa, that's what we need amongst the entire, that's what we need to do as a whole, as Black people. We need to stick together. We need to help each other. We need to grow within ourselves. So it's just very powerful, everything that you're saying. And on this platform, I have to ask you, what does Juneteenth mean to you?
I've been thinking a lot about Juneteenth in connection to what I do. And for me, I see a very clear line from Juneteenth and events like that where, our history was erased, our rights, they didn't tell these people that they were free for 2.5 years. So do you think that those people felt safe to leave? They held you there for 2.5 years knowing that this was illegal.
Yeah.
Do you think they felt safe to just get up and say, okay, well, I'm free, I'm leaving?
Absolutely.
No, they were stuck in a place. Now many people took the risk and left. Many people did, but many more people stayed. And I'm sure if you go to Galveston, there's a lot of people who've been there for, 300 years. Their blood is in that town. They don't go away. We don't move. We don't move. And I feel like Juneteenth, we celebrate the Jubilee, but we have to recognize the trauma. We have to recognize what was really done to people in addition to holding you here in captivity, then keeping you here in captivity when legally we were supposed to stop.
Yes.
So healing is needed around all of our travel, in my opinion. Healing, we have to go places where we have to heal. So for me, Juneteenth is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to reflect, to recognize not just those folks in Galveston, but all of our ancestors across the world, because it's not even just an American thing.
Yes.
This happens to Black people across the world.
Yes.
And let us always remember, Juneteenth was one day that people found out they were free. It is not the last day that people found out they were free. Right? There are people who were still held in bondage in the 1950s and 60s, had no idea that slavery ended, because it's a generational thing. And if you don't tell don't tell the parents, they won't tell the children, and no one will have to know until freedom riders found them. They didn't know that slavery was over. So for me, I have to go places where there's some trauma because we have to heal.
Yes.
But we also have to celebrate. Yes. And I feel like Juneteenth is a culmination of both. You know, yes, we understand this was terrible, what happened, but then we took our freedom. We took our freedom. And I feel like travel is liberating.
Yes.
Travel is freeing you. And knowing now that travel doesn't, anything you do that's good for you, you're healing 7 generations at least. Because now the research is saying you're going deeper than 7 generations back. And you're sending healing 7 generations ahead of you. So you are healing those people who were held against their will.
Yes.
And you are protecting your descendants from going into that by you liberating yourself. And I feel like traveling is a great place to start.
Oh my God. You don't know how healing this conversation is. It is so good to know that, you know, somebody is taking on the responsibility. And I thank you for answering your calling because it's what we as Black people need to absolutely invest in, and that's just ourselves, you know? So magnifying that and really focusing on how do we do that? Let's go to these places. Let's talk about these things. Let's not keep it a secret, but let's heal from it and let's do it together. You know, where 2 or more is gathered, let's do it together. So I thank you for that. I thank you for your platform. Please tell everyone where they can join you and experience a Sankofa sojourn.
Okay, so if you want to experience a Sankofa sojourn, you can reach out to me at sankofasojourns@gmail.com.
Okay.
And I'm also on all the platforms. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, whatever, as Sankofa Sojourns. You can look up my YouTube channel, Sankofa Sojourns, and you can see some of the things we've already done and some of the places we've been together. And yeah, if it's something that you're interested in doing, which you need to be interested in doing it.
Yes.
Because it's not really optional. It's a responsibility. If you've been blessed with the means to do it.
Yes.
And I mean, then you need to do it.
Yes.
You need to do it for yourself and for those who came, you know, who you came before you, and for those who might be coming down after you.
Yeah.
So it's something that we do together. So yes, I'm hopeful. You can always email me if you have any questions, sankofasojourns@gmail.com, and I will get back to you as soon as I can. And that's how you can reach me. And I do hope to see people joining these sojourns.
Listen,
yeah.
I had a praying grandmother, and it's with all due respect, I have to, you know, embark on these experiences and do the work, you know, because they've done the work for us to be able to be here to have this conversation. So again, I thank you. We thank you for joining us today. And yes, Sankofa Sojourns.
Okay.
Gina.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Andy.
you.
Thank you.
Us to be able to be here. We thank you for joining us. And yes, Gina.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Juneteenth Virtual Summit. I am your host, Kiara, aka MBG. I am here with another special guest, Miss Anessa Smith. She is the visionary behind Thick and Thin Swimwear, okay? Yes. Based in New York City, Anessa designs quality swimwear for women of all sizes, empowering them to embrace their bodies with confidence and style at an affordable price. Welcome, Anessa. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks for
and
having
we have
me.
your lovely daughter Anita with us today, right? Antone, I'm sorry. We have Antone with us today. Let's start off with just the swimwear. How do we create Thick and Thin Swimwear? Where did you get that concept?
It started from me having a love of all things beach and vacations. Ooh. I vacation a lot with my friends and my family, and I like to shop for swimsuits. Mm-hmm. But since I'm in the plus size category, shopping for swimwear was difficult. I would go to the store, and the styles in my size would be in drab colors, gray, navy, black. While I love a good sexy black swimsuit, I didn't want all my swimwear to be black. I want to wear the fun colors, turquoise, purple, red, yellow, the bright, pretty colors that make a woman feel young, fun, and sexy. Yes. So one day I was shopping for a swimsuit for a big birthday. I won't say the age, for a big birthday.
You look great. It doesn't even matter. 21.
Yeah. And I went to my favorite little ritzy store, which is not too far from here, to buy some swimwear. And the stuff I liked that I could fit had a price tag of $300. So that's not in my budget, even if it is my birthday. Right. It's not in my budget. So that day, I decided, because in the so-called normal section, had the bright, pretty colors that I like and the styles that I like, but in the plus size section were not the styles that I like or the colors that I like. Yeah. So that day, I decided I'm going to create my own line of swimwear for women like myself.
Yes.
That want to look sexy, feel young, feel confident, feel comfortable in a swimsuit on the beach without showing everything that they have to offer.
That's what matters, the representation and taking on the responsibility, if you may, to bring your vision to life. I love that. In creating, what are some of the key things that you wanted to make sure that these bathing suits had that maybe you've seen in other bathing suits, or material-wise and things like that? What were some of the most important key points to you?
Definitely good quality. Mm-hmm. Now, I've purchased swimwear online that when I got it, you could see straight through. My whole back crack was shown. So
I know exactly. I've had some of those experiences as well. Yes.
So definitely good quality.
Yes.
Good stretch, but not too much. Hold you in, but make you feel comfortable at the same time. Bright, pretty colors at affordable prices.
Yeah. Yeah, and quality matters. I mean, I'm a shopper. I may shop a little too much sometimes, but if the quality, and the affordability matches, you got me. I'm sold. You got me right there. So, what makes Thick and Thin Swimwear unique in the style of design that you choose to do?
I design styles for women of all sizes, from thick to thin. There's a lack of body-conscious style swimwear for all women on the market, because women of all sizes have body insecurities. Yeah. Thin women as well. Yeah. The numbers over 50%, and when it comes to wearing swimwear, it's over 70% of women have body insecurities. So I created styles that will look great on every woman, no matter what her size is, from thin to thick.
I love that. I love that. So aiming to address, and you said an important word, insecurities. Us as women, sometimes, even if we don't voice it, we might have it within our head. I know sometimes I'm like, nah, I'm not. After I done had my daughter, I'm like, oh, no, I'm not wearing that no more because my little stomach, or, something like that. But how do we turn these insecurities or how do we turn these insecurities into positive things and not being, shame about it, but being proud of it and, embracing it. And, that's what it seems like that's a huge part of your message. But what do you think are some of the key points of somebody changing that?
We want women to embrace their bodies. That's why, and people ask me, why do you show women with regular bodies in your advertisements? Like, why don't you show model women to advertise your stuff? I could show model women, that's fine. But what I'm showing you is a real woman.
Yeah.
Real women have stretch marks. Real women have cellulite. And women will see that on their self and say, I can't wear a bathing suit because I don't want my cellulite to show, or I don't want my stretch marks to show. I want women to embrace their bodies just the way you are. Embrace what you have and just show the world you're beautiful, not because society tells you that you should be beautiful if you're this size or that size. Feel beautiful in the skin you're in and put on that bathing suit and go on vacation. I have so many women say to me, I'm gonna buy a bathing suit when I lose weight. Girl, you're not losing weight. Buy that bathing suit, put it on, and go have fun and live your life. Enjoy your life while you're here. Enjoy it.
Yes, embrace these moments and embrace the time that we have.
Right.
I love that. What do we have here? I know we have a sample of can we get I love it. The color, first of all, is amazing.
Thank you.
The two-piece is lovely. I'm gonna let you explain it because I'm doing the explanation, but go ahead.
Yes, this is it's called the Monet suit. All my swimwear are named after women I love.
Oh, I love that.
This is a Monet suit. She's a two-piece. It's a little high-waisted because a lot of women we don't want our bellies, if you got a little belly, you're at the all-inclusive resort and you want to eat all day and drink all day, you're good. There's no coverage. So
I love it.
Holds you in, makes you feel comfortable.
Very good material.
Seamless.
Yeah.
Just, sometimes I want to cry when I'm describing myself, but
listen.
It's gorgeous.
Right, and it's your work. And listen, talk about it. Yes.
It's made for all, whether you're thin, whether you're thick. We go from sizes small to 3XL. So you can wear this.
Yes, you
women, ladies, you can wear this at the beach, at the pool this summer. It's for everybody.
Yes. The affordability.
Yes.
What would something like this cost?
These are, mostly all my swimsuits are $50.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely good.
Yes, and I do have sales, so ladies, sign up for my newsletter on my website, so when I have sales, you'll know about it first.
Yes. How does, or how do you envision thick and thin swimwear becoming a lifestyle rather than just a swimwear? What do you see futuristically, and how do you envision and plan on continuing to grow?
It's a lifestyle. It is a lifestyle.
Yes.
Because what I don't have on my website is a separate size chart. It's one size chart from small to 3XL. One size chart. There's no normal size chart. There's no plus size. So you're saying if I'm plus size, I'm not normal? No. We're all normal. We're all beautiful. It's a size. There's no such thing as plus size. I aim to get that term out of the industry vocabulary.
Yeah.
If I could.
Yeah.
But that's what I feel is unique and will make me stand out from my competitors is we're all one. We're not separate size. We're not normal or plus. You're just a size. You're beautiful no matter what size you are.
And it's so crazy because I don't want to say we're almost brainwashed to believe these things, but until you just said that, I never even thought about it in the way of it's categorizing. Okay, this is plus size. It really is all sizes.
Right.
So we should all be able. just to be able to combine. And not make somebody feel excluded because they may have to get a bigger size. So I love that idea. I second that opinion on canceling that, that term out, and let's just all embrace sizes as a whole. What are you most proud? I know you said looking at your stuff, it just makes you want to cry. What are you most proud of so far with accomplishing everything you've accomplished in thick and thin swimwear?
I had a couple of celebrities wear my items, and that was like some of my proudest moments. And just see when women send me their pictures, their vacation pictures, I just want to cry because I'm like, oh, they look so nice. Look at them. And they always tell me, everybody gave me compliments. They said this is so nice and I look so nice in it. And that makes me, that's everything to me. That's everything. When my customers are happy and they share with me their vacation pictures in their swimwear, nothing makes me happier.
And it really just, it magnifies your purpose and what you're doing, it matters.
Yes.
So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Any well, I don't even want to say collaborations, but in fashion, I know sometimes people do collaborate. You might say, okay, I'll do a collaboration with this person, or, I might work with this company, or I might aspire to join a line with somebody one day. Do you have any of those futuristic plans or anything like that?
I would love to. You guys can reach out to me, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Victoria's Secret, you can call me.
Okay.
But I would love to in the future. I would love to do that. I would absolutely. I would love that.
Yes, that'd be great. Please tell the people all the places and all the platforms that they can find you.
Yes, we're at. You can purchase our swimwear www.thickandthin, the letter N, thickandthinswimwear.com. Follow us on Instagram. That's my favorite social media platform. That's my platform of choice. But I'm also on Facebook and TikTok. But look us up, follow us on Instagram. We want our followers to grow. And you can purchase us, like I said, at www.thickandthinswimwear.com. If you need to speak to me, get in touch with me, you have questions about sizing or anything about our products, on my website, you can email me, you can even text me. I believe my phone number's on there. And just reach out. I'm here.
Yes. And lastly, I would be renounced if I don't ask this. What does Juneteenth mean to you? The significance?
It's funny because I was raised by my grandfather, and he would always say, I would say, like, are we having a cookout on July 4th? And he would say no. And I'm like, why? He said, because Juneteenth is the emancipation of the colored people. And that's what he used to say, colored people. And I would say, but isn't that July 4th? No, it's not. He would say it's June 19th. June 19th, emancipation of the colored people. And I would say to myself, this man crazy, because when I go to school, they told me it's July 4th. And we don't, that's a holiday. But it wasn't until he was long passed away and I grew up and realized
Grandpa was
right.
Okay. Okay.
He was right.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Well, we thank you for being a part of our virtual summit. We absolutely want to stay in touch. Please let us know what you have going on, any way that we could continue to collaborate. And get your swimwear, okay? Because I'm about to get me some.
Get your swimwear, ladies.
Thank you so much.
Summer's coming fast. Get your swimwear.
I hope y'all ready to get some moving and grooving now. We're gonna move just a little bit. We're gonna dance a little bit, but we are going to still work out, all right? So what I want you to do is start marching in place. Just follow me. Remember, core tight. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Bring your arms over your head. Arms out. This is my favorite warm-up, y'all, because we get to move and groove. Arms up and out. Reach across your chest. You can move and groove however you want. We're gonna go over our heads, over. Remember, breathe, y'all. Let's push it out, push. Keep going. V-step. We're gonna walk forward, back, forward, back. Let's add arms, up, up, down. Let's go, y'all. Don't get tight on me now. Let's march it out. We're gonna step. Bring your arms up. Back. Out to the side. To the back. Squeeze those back, y'all. Good. March it out. Hope y'all feeling motivated and inspired right now. Breathe. Let's grapevine. Let's clap. March it out, knees up. When you bring those knees up, crunch. Arms up. March it out, last time. Remember, get fit with D-Fit, y'all. Movement is medicine. Movement is medicine.
Team Virtual Summit, Ambi, I am back and it is time to shift into some music. Okay, let me tell you who I'm about to bring to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Stick Bones. He is a Brooklyn-born musician who stands out in the New York area. Okay, I got to talk to this brother today and I'm excited for this conversation. With roots in jazz and hip-hop, Sticks has toured. He's done plenty collaborations, De La Soul, Most Def. I'm just name dropping just a little bit. His debut album, Groove Like This, topped Smooth Jazz, okay, .com charts, okay. So you know we're talking about some real good music right now. And he is just a guy that is in the industry taking it by storm. Okay, what taking it by storm? I'm just gonna tell you how it is. That's it. I'm just gonna tell you how it is. How are you? Welcome.
It's good to be here, Queen. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I'm ready to get into some. You know, we spoke a little bit, but I said, oh, now you talking my language. Let's talk. Let's talk. So before we get started, I wanna, before we deep dive, I want you to give us a little bit of your background, your upbringing, how we get here today, all of that good stuff.
So I'll give you some fun facts, Queen.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm calling you Queen, short for Queen Ambi.
Come
So
on,
let's just be clear.
I'm
you know what I'm saying?
with
It's
it.
an honor and a privilege to be here with Queen Ambi right now. So salute to you.
Likewise.
You know what I'm saying? So just some fun facts that I graduated with a degree in jazz music.
Okay.
You know, but what people don't know is I failed my first semester with honors, like F+++++.
He said with honors. I just loved it so much I wanted to go back.
Yeah, so I went to SUNY Purchase, which is upstate in Purchase, New York.
Okay.
And before they even had a jazz program, I was there. And when they implemented the jazz program, the dean was like, yo, you will be a part of the jazz program, which technically saved my life because I was failing in classical music. Like the closest thing to classical music I knew, hands down, word up, I'm going to keep it 100 with you, was Tom and Jerry. Don't tell me you didn't know classical music before Tom and Jerry.
No, you might be right about that.
All right, let's just keep it 100. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
So, thank you to everybody, to my dean who was like, you will study jazz.
Yes.
And that right there is really how I started to take off. Going into my first year, actually my senior year in college, is when I toured with Rozelle, from the former member of The Roots.
Okay.
Shout out to Rozelle, the godfather of noise, and there was a poet group called the Vibe Chameleons.
Okay.
Where we went over to Europe and we toured. And that right there was like really like the humble beginnings. And then I teamed up with this extreme dope sister, Jessica Caremore. You know, she was the first female poet to win 5 times. Remember Showtime at the Apollo?
Yes.
Did you stay up late to watch that show?
Come on now.
Come on, Brooklyn.
Come
we was
on.
all up.
You better rub that before you get. Let's go. Y'all better act like y'all know.
Yes. You exactly. You on it. So she was the first to win 5 times back to back.
Dope.
And then her career launched, and I was the drummer for her. You know what I'm saying? So we toured this country, just me and her, opening up for great acts. I met Gil Scott-Heron. I met Abi Adoon from The Last Poets. Like so many iconic people. Like she was such a deep sister.
Yeah.
And that really paved the way and opened the doors for her brother.
No, that's fire. That's fire. So along this journey, so we got school.
Yes.
Start touring.
Yes.
Taking things over. You're doing a tour. How did you get the tour with Rozelle? Let's start there.
It was like a phase. Shout out to Walter Mudu, Brooklyn native. He was a manager at the time, and Rozelle, The Roots was about to take off, and Rozelle was in that camp, and they was like, "Yo, we need somebody who can fill in these shoes."
Yeah.
And just the sight of Walter Mudu saw the talent in a young kid. It was like, "Yo, this is the guy," because he can rock. I was rocking without a band. It was just me, just beats and lyrics, beats and words, beats and poets. You know what I'm saying? You got lyrics, you got words.
See, I when you talk poetry, now you talking my language.
Really?
Now you talking my language. Remember I told you about my book earlier.
What's the book?
It's a book
Remind
of
the
poetry.
people.
So I had a praying grandmother.
Okay.
It is it's an embodiment of poetry.
Yes.
But it's about everything. We're talking about life. We're talking about love. We're talking about relationships. So I take you on. So when you hear I had a praying grandmother, just a reflection of our cultural background, generational love,
Uh-huh.
generational prayers. I wouldn't be here sitting with you if my grandmother wasn't praying for me, if her grandmother wasn't praying for her. So during the transitional phase of my grandmother passing, I had to tap into what I like to do. I love to write.
Okay.
And poetry has always been my thing. So when you said I'm
Yeah.
like,
But see,
we connected earlier, but I didn't even know. I'm learning.
But this is the deal. So you know, you went really deep. See, for
Yes.
me, poetry, I didn't have that as deep skills as you had. I only had the nursery rhyme poetry. You know, roses are red, violets are blue. I like ice cream. I hope you do too. Like that was my poetry. You know what I'm saying?
That's still.
But these brothers, like y'all was like, what's black is black. The sky is black. The moon and the stars is, you know, y'all went deep. So just rocking with Walter Muda, he hung out with all of those types of poets, and but he wanted to have this element of hip hop that kind of coincide with the lyrical part of it, right?
Yeah.
And that is really how it all stemmed for me, connected with Rozelle and the whole team.
No, that's dope.
Yeah.
That's dope. That's dope. And when we first connected earlier, we started off talking hip hop. And when you talk about hip hop and its connection to jazz and, you know, just the music and it's all, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do we convert, you know, from our love, or how did you convert and combine the two, so to speak, with hip hop and jazz?
The funny thing is, the producers of hip hop, they grew up listening to the music of their parents.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that right there is soul music.
Yes.
Back then, you had Bob James, you had Herbie Hancock, you had the Incredible Bongo Band, you had Dennis Coffey, and so many others, where the parents was listening to this type of music. And I believe the producers, as they got older, they took the favorite part of those records,
Yes.
looped those bars,
Yes.
and implemented into the beats for the artists that they were hired to produce for.
Yeah.
And that right there was really the bridge. But before the producer, there was the DJ.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying?
Come
and
on.
the DJ from my brother, my older brother, I'm the youngest of my siblings. So my
Okay.
brother, he was one in the parks, but you know, traveling all 5 boroughs, wherever the scene was. And you would see the DJ just, you know, keep spinning just that one part on 7 Minutes of Funk, or
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
Let's Dance to the Drummers
Yes.
Beat, burn and
Come
burn
on.
and burn
Yes.
and you know, and
Yes.
they just go in on that. So that right there is really what bridged us. Thank you, DJs. Thank you. Salute to the DJs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, who actually took those records and let it be known towards the new generation, which was that hip hop culture, that birth of that hip hop culture
Yeah.
and generations. And that right there was really where we found ourselves as musicians, having a new generation of people to speak to.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Having somebody else to, especially for the drummer, it was a new way for us to exploit our gifts to a far beyond what we knew when you had to have it within a band.
Yes. Yes.
If that makes sense.
Absolutely.
It's- yeah.
Because as we was also talking about sampling, you
Yes.
know, and music today, just identifying and it makes me smile when I'm listening to certain records and they've sampled something from back in the day. And my mother like, oh, it's like, wait a minute, this is
We're
not
trying to hoodwink
what
me.
is happening? This is not. But it's bridging the gap between, you know, just like you said, culture, you know,
Yeah.
history, and it makes me feel that, you know, we ain't lose our way yet. It's still hope. It's still
Yeah.
alive. You know, the creativity is still here, and it's okay with me, especially as a DJ, because I'm like, all right, we need that. You know, we need, and not even that it all has to be sampled, but just let's not forget the essence of these, you know, of this genre.
Yeah.
Just period. You know, so I love that, and I want to transition and move into groove like this.
Okay.
How do we, you know, that's your first full length
Yes.
album, right?
Yes.
Smooth Jazz.
Yes.
How do we get there? How do we come up with that concept? I love the title. Like, tell me about that.
Yes. So
What
groove like
inspired it,
this.
rather?
So groove like this, I have to say, came upon something where the business side of music came into play.
Okay.
There's music and then there's business.
Yes.
And there's more business than there is music.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So
yes.
it came in a time when the agency that I was managed under was taking a shift, because music was taking a shift at that time. It was told to me by my mentors, like, listen, if you want to stay relevant in this game, you have to start writing. And I was like, okay, well, how do I do that? Because I'm playing right now for these artists. And writing wasn't something that, in my going back to school, I was a major in jazz performance.
Yeah.
You know, not in composition or songwriting.
Right.
So it was like, well, how do you do? And then I went to the studio with a producer, and I saw his machine. And this is the riddle me this, Batman. How do you get into the studio without your drums? And it was like, okay, how do I do that? And when I saw these producers, they had these SP1200s and the MPCs, and they had their drums in that, and they was like playing the drums with their fingers. And I was like, oh, snap. And they sampling. You had all these records that they would just place on the record player, take the snare, take the kick, and they would make something new. And I was like, that's how I get into the studio.
Yes.
So I was like, all right. But here was the problem. Jazz wasn't ready for groove like this.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? It was still, you know, the traditional forefathers of jazz, the Miles Davises, the Dizzy Gillespies, and all of them. And really, people were complaining about the new sound of jazz at the time. So I was like, wow, it's too soft to have a rapper on it, but it's too hard for jazz to accept it. What do? I said, instead of having a rapper on my record, I'm going to have a saxophone player or a trumpet on my record. And this is the new groove. So I want y'all to groove like this.
Yes.
Like you gotta be trendsetters.
Yes.
You gotta make your own lane. You gotta groove like this. And that is how that was born.
Yes. Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
And that's, if you know anything about music, if it makes you move, you're grooving.
That's,
you know?
Come on, poet. Come on, poet.
You move, you
Let
grooving.
'em know.
So that within itself, that's ingenious. I love that.
Yeah.
Memorable moments. Let's talk about that. Okay, before we even get to that, I know we have the Bone Squad.
Yes.
Right. So tell us about the Bone Squad.
So my full name is Sticks Bones. And whenever I'm influenced by bands like Kool and the Gang, you know, I'm influenced by that because, you know, your team grows with you, and then life gets into place. So I didn't want to just have, you know, the Sticks Quartet or, you know, something like that. It had to be, and, you know, with Hit Squad, Def Squad, Terror Squad, you know, hip hop had this squad name going on amongst it back in the 90s. So I was like, all right, let me use squad as opposed to trio and quartet, because I didn't want to be confined amongst the traditional type of jazz.
Yes.
But Bone is actually an acronym. Yeah.
Tell me about it.
So the brothers that I have on stage is the letter B, which is brothers.
Got it.
Right? They're outstanding fathers, they're outstanding sons, they're outstanding husbands, as well as outstanding musicians.
Yes.
Our character is noble. And on top of being brothers, on top of being outstanding, being noble, we like to operate in excellence.
Come on.
So my full name was Sticks, Brother of Noble Excellence. And the S is what became the squad.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? You
You talking about me with poetry. Okay, he talking about me.
So shout out to my brothers, the Bone Squad. We are the brothers, outstanding, noble, excellent squad.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that. I love that. So I was chiming in on the memorable moments. I know you guys had the chance to perform at the Paradise Theater.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that. I know you opened for Charlie Wilson and Shaka Khan. Well, like, what does that night feel like? What is that like?
So Groove Like This opened that door because at the time, Derek Sanders and shout to Shelby Joyner, they had a company called On the Rocks Entertainment.
Okay.
They were the owners of the Paradise Theater. It was the vision of Derek Sanders who was like, listen, we drawing a crowd of 3,000 people. I want to have something in place to entertain them before the headliner.
Yes.
And they was like, well, what about a band? So Derek heard my Groove Like This record. And was like, these are the guys that got to be here. Every time there's a show, they will be the official Paradise Theater house band. So before you saw Charlie Wilson, before you saw Babyface, before you saw Next and everybody else, you saw the Bone Squad.
Come on.
Yes, and that is how that happened.
Yeah, you heard him before
New York City, everybody who came to those shows.
This is why I introduced you the way that I did. Come on, this is exactly why.
Still a humble young man from Brooklyn.
Taking the approach in the creative process of creating music, what is that like when you how do you get in the zone? How do you know that today I'm feeling it? I think I'm going today is one of those days I'm going to create something. Or is it like how does that process work for you, the creative process?
For me, my creative mind is where I want to be with my family. Where I want to be with your family. What I would like for you to be able to enjoy a good time with your family listening to.
Yeah.
And that is the core of my writing process.
Yeah.
It's based on family oriented. I think of Memorial Day weekend. I think of Labor Day weekend. And the type of music that no matter the age group that's in presence, that this record can play and be well received amongst that audience.
And I love that you said that because it just bridged the gap between, just like you said, when you think about these times and culturally, as Black people, we get together. It's a celebration. We're gonna celebrate from the youngest to the oldest, to the matriarchs of the family. It's a celebration. And if you could get grandma and grandpa on the dance floor, and it's some good music that makes the difference, and that makes the events
even like your two-step, like this is all you
got.
If this is all you got, you know what I'm saying? That's all you know. And then if you want to get all choreographic with it, you got that too.
That's all you need.
But that's all we need.
A little fat, little bit of one too.
Just a little small part of the barbecue, and then you can turn up and twerk out and whatever it is y'all do.
That is the truth. That is the truth for sure. So to somebody that may want to break into this industry, somebody that loves music, somebody that's trying to find their way, or a young adult that's like, you know what, I love jazz, but I don't know how to embark in that industry. I don't know what to do. What would you advise them?
Real talk, fill out a real job application first. This is something that you gotta love. You gotta love to do it without the money. If you're all about the money, do not do this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's all about money, do something else. Because there's times where the Bone Squad got paid and I didn't. Because those are my brothers, and I love what we did. We accomplished our goal, but the business side didn't add up to what we needed.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to break into this, whether it's a singer, whether it's a writer, first educate yourself on what it is you want to do, because there is music you can consider to be an ocean with so many fish.
Come on.
How do you want to swim in this ocean? Where do you want to swim in this ocean? So educate yourself on your talents or your gifts. Find out what it is that you can do well, flawlessly.
Yeah.
And then build on that, present that to somebody, and try to put it to the point where somebody would take you on and present you to the public. But if you really want to get into this, first it got to be something that you love, not something that you like. It got to be something that you're willing to sacrifice for. And you have to not be in a box.
Yeah.
You have to educate and change. Now that we have technology, the music industry is not the same as it was in 2021, like right after the pandemic.
Right.
The music industry has changed. It's changed again. Every time Silicon Valley comes out with a new company, it's going to change all of what we do. So be acceptable to change. Be one of the people who understands it and willing to make change. And most of all, you just got to love what you do.
I love that answer because it's very real. If you don't love what you do, listen.
Man, if it's just go to work, go home, you better find something else.
You have to love what you do because, it brings out, it shows. It shows, it definitely shows. And with loving what you do, I want to ask you about the evolution of your career. Where do you see yourself, within the next few years, and what so far has been one of your favorite moments of your career?
So where I see myself going is leaving records behind from when my time has come. Leaving so much more for people to find out about me. Thanks to recording and thanks to people like you who are journalists and making these moments, my kids get to know who Luther Vandross was.
Yeah.
My kids get to know who James Brown was, right?
Yes.
So I want to leave something. I want to do as much as I can
Yes.
so that those coming up after me will be like, wow, this brother did this kind of move, right? And what was the other question?
What is one of your favorite memorable moments of your career so far?
Well, I think I'm living in one of my favorite memorable moments because the Bone Squad now is working with an Olympic champion who won. Remember the picture with the fist up?
Yes.
That was the 1968 Mexico Games. We have on our new album, Olympic Soul, on percussion, the long jump world Olympic champion playing percussion on our record right now. And he still holds the title to this day. Shout out to Mr. Bob Beeman. Yes. So I never thought I would
Talk
be
about
working with that.
history right there.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm with Moses, man. Come on, Moses. He's showing us the way. Yeah. So it grows and changes, and he just slid right into our unit, and he teaches me, he mentors me at the same time he learns from me.
Yeah.
And that right there, I'm living a memorable dream right now.
No, that sounds amazing, and I can only imagine what that feels like. So congratulations on that.
Yes.
You know, continue to soak that in and really be in the moment with that. I absolutely want to ask you, what does Juneteenth mean to you?
So the key word to Juneteenth is free, right? I wrote a song that's on the Olympic Soul album called The Price of Freedom. So it's one thing to say, I can't wait to get out of this. I can't wait to be free.
Yep.
But the thing we fail to realize is that that freedom comes with a price.
Yes.
So yes, Juneteenth, you know, when Abraham Lincoln made the proclamation that on January 1st, 1863, we will be free. But do y'all know what that price is? You know what I'm saying? That's the question y'all got to remind yourselves. What is the price of this freedom?
What price?
We have to take life sacredly. Like, I don't know where we are, but the mass shootings, the violence that we see,
yes,
we're not taking the price seriously. You know what I'm saying? Life in itself is so precious. We have to continue to educate ourselves for what we're called to do. We have to we have to protect.
Yes.
We have to provide.
Yes.
We have to do these things because now that we're free, there's nobody there to do it for us. We have to continue to respect, have some form of grammar. You know what I'm saying? These social media platforms do not show respect for what we grew up in to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you this one point and I'm done with this. The freedom of having Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving used to be sitting around a table with your family. Now you just got to think because the giving is going to the store to buy what's going to be half off in the next couple of hours or hit the club. So you're not giving it back into the family. So the price of freedom, man. Juneteenth means to me freedom, but I ask, at what price are you willing to accept that freedom?
I love that answer. And you know what I get from that? Everything that you just said, it kind of brings me to generational responsibility, right? And I use the word generational a lot because just like you said, what's the price that come with it, right? We walk around and everything, like, it's just like, oh yeah, like we're not even thinking about it. But generational, like this, they did it so we could be able to be here So when I think about responsibility, it's generational. I think about love, that's generational. Like, we have to really take pride in those things and not just talk about it, but be about it, you know, and live what you're talking about.
Yes.
Be the example, you know. So with you creating this legacy and creating history in the making, and you know, crafting music in this such way, is like, okay, this is this guy taking his responsibility and, you know, purpose. If you make, like, this is what I was supposed to do. So I thank you for that. I want to end off by asking you, where do you see music, specifically jazz? We could keep it with jazz, but music as, you know, as a whole, with, and you kind of touched on this with, you know, technology, and, you know, AI is able to, all they need is a little clip, and, you know, they're able to mimic that. And so just the organic feel of music, how do we keep that alive? Where do you see, you know, technology taking us in a good way, or, you know, in a, I don't know if harmful is the right word, but kind of like losing its essence. But how do we keep music organic, I guess?
Music is in a tough spot. And this is a conversation that we might have to have another day.
Listen, I'm all here for it. I'm all here for it, because it's a real conversation, but that's a real answer. Yeah, for sure.
All I'm going to say is those of us who do it, we're held accountable for what we put out.
Yes.
So take on that accountability. You know what I'm saying? We're responsible for those that's coming up after us. So.
Listen, I thank you for sitting here with me today. It has been a pleasure.
Yeah.
We definitely going to take this conversation, because I need to know, I need to hear some more. I heard a little bit of, like, I know we're going to get a little snippet of something. So let's do this. Let's do this. Sticks, everybody. Yes. Juneteenth Virtual Summit. We are in studio, and I am super excited about this one. Earlier, but I didn't even mention to y'all that I was gonna actually be with the whole squad now. Okay, so we got the Bone Squad in the building. What's going on? What's going on? All right, so we're gonna start on my right, and I'll let everybody introduce themselves.
I am Maestro.
Hi, Maestro.
Good.
And you do?
I play keys. So on the keys.
Heavy on the keys. I mean, the man that needs no introduction, but go ahead.
Sticks Bones, the funky drummer, the one and only. Salute.
Yes.
My name is Sean Taylor, and I am the trumpeter, or you could call me the Mick Jagger of the squad.
I am Al Brisbane, known as Big Al, on the bass.
Hold on now. So listen, I was sitting here and I was catching up with the fellas, and they said, "Oh, now we the Wu-Tang of the jazz." So I'm excited to be here today. I want to open the floor, fellas, by just posing a question, and whoever wants to chime in, please do so. How does the Bone Squad infuse the elements of Black culture and history in music? I know we talked about, we got all different kind of angles here. You know, everybody's doing a little bit of something. So please, let me know, how do we infuse, you know, the structure and the history of Black culture?
Go ahead, leader.
So the way we infuse that is we have soul in our music. You know, soul is, to me, the champion genre of music, because it sustained so many decades, and so many people have used that to influence their music.
Yes.
You know, regardless if it was disco, if it was hip hop, if it was R&B music, like the soul portion of gospel, where we all can feel up in here, is really the foundation of that situation.
Yeah. Don't let months.
Yeah. Want to piggyback off of that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's all about the soul. When, as Maestro would say, you know, music is meant to be felt and not just heard. And so that is in alignment with the soul piece. And I mean, look, we're 4 Black men. I mean, that culturally is profound.
Yes.
I think about our record, Be Thankful, which is a cover, of course, but You know, it's a record where we took soul and, you know, we infused it with the jazz and the swing jazz and the elements that really define who our band really is.
Representation matters. And we talked about generational responsibility earlier. Just with that in mind, the essence, right, of the angles that you will bring, and I'll give the platform to you all to really elaborate on what it is that you bring and what you do. How important is that? And, you know, how much do you love it?
I love it to, like, my life. It's just everything to me. To be able to have genres of music and those genres speak to different cultures of people, you know, whether it be Latin music or our Hispanic families or even like European, Asian, African, you know, when you use those different genres and you put them into the music, people can grab onto them like, hey, I recognize this thing and it's familiar to me. And, you know, the fact that they can put it in their music is very meaningful. So I enjoyed it because I love that our music touches all of the planets.
Yes, Gex.
True, and yeah. Well, it's like cooking. It's like cooking. So you have a Latin community, African American community. Correct. It's like cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody seasons their food, and it's not you taste it, but it's eat.
Yeah.
You know. So it's like cooking. You know, you get a little season on everything. Everybody has their way of seasoning food, but it all comes out to be good. You know, for our soul.
The recipes.
For the soul.
That's what the recipes and that all, you know, the ingredients make up.
Yeah.
What's so special about the dish? If you want to use the analogy of cooking, that's why we love our favorite dish, because of what it's made up from. So I really love that kind of influences. What were some of you guys' influences?
Start with Big Al. Go with Steve. Some of my influences, I would say Louis Johnson and bass, Larry Graham, Stanley Clark. Locally, since you have, you know, they're incredible bass players and musicians. It'd be like Tony Stevenson, Jerry Brooks, Gary Foote, Ron Mott. You know, a lot of the local guys. You know, you could sit down and like cooking, you share. You know, and you pull something from everybody, and you make it your own. You know, yeah.
Indeed. For me, I'm definitely inspired by the legends, the trailblazers. I think that if anybody's listening to me play, they can hear these three trumpeters in particular: Miles Davis, Louis Armstrong, Clifford Brown, and I would say that my sound is definitely inspired by those three musical giants, and that's just on the trumpet end, and so I just leave it there.
All right. Well, wait.
This could be instrumental right now.
I got you. I got you.
For me, the influence was more from a DJ standpoint than it was from a drummer standpoint. But if I did mention two drummers that I did take a liking to, one of them was Elvin Jones, and then the other one was Dave Weckl. So those guys, but my core influences to how I get down and do my thing, that is DJ Scratch, that is DJ Rob Swift, DJ Maceo, you know, those guys of that caliber, because they are not only just showmen, but they know how to move the crowd for real.
Yeah.
I guess for me, think of Joe Sample, Kirby Hancock, but you know, the way that I play stylistically, I think of the bigger picture. So I like composers, people like Quincy Jones, Henry Mancini. Yeah, I think those are like maybe four, maybe 100 people that I think that goes.
Legendary. So many names mentioned and Sonic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How could you not? You know, that like it, and that just speaks volumes to. I always say that music is the universal language in the world. Like, it don't matter where you come, what language you speak, or cultural background, where you from, what religion. Like, music is the universal language of the world, and navigating between the balance of, you know, what the standard is. I think sometimes with tradition, you know, that's kind of like the standard, or it sets the bar of what we do now. I wanted to ask, like, how do you guys balance being creative, you know, and creating something new, but still upholding that standard at the same time?
The main balance for us is to listen to each other, offer the support from each other. Like when I'm writing in the studio, I'll call Maestro, so how can you make these chords out? You know, when I'm in the studio, I'll play a bass line. So a lot of times, you know, Maestro steals Big Al's job because he'll play the bass on the keyboard and women can play it over just to get his around, you know. And like, come on, then you're like, y'all still taking my job, you know what I'm saying? Right. But Al has these bass lines that he come up with that we're like, oh, you know, how am I supposed to write over that? And then the icing on the cake, of course, is Sean, you know what I'm saying? So, but I reach out to these guys, and whenever they put their ingredients in the pot,
yeah,
man, the kitchen just smells, the aroma just smells so awesome. So that, you know, that, and then bouncing off of each other's ideas. Because this man right here has so many ideas, and he's like, I didn't even think of that. Right.
That was only the part one that I got.
Exactly.
So, I mean, it's happening in the part two, right? Like,
well, if you want to tap in, I mean, what I would add on to what Six is saying is that amongst this brotherhood is that there's no ego. You know, whether we're rehearsing, whether we're just shooting the breeze, or whether we're on stage, you know, we do. If I had to make an analogy to basketball, it's like, look, whatever it takes to get the win. You know, if it's a night where Al is on fire, yo, Al, take it. Bring us home.
Yeah.
If it's a night where Sticks is on fire, yo, Sticks, you got it. Or if it's a night where we're all just like super cohesive and we're in the stratosphere, musically speaking, then that's just what it is. But we definitely feed off of each other's energy. And to tie into your question, musically speaking, you were talking about the tradition, right? So, you know, we speak of how can we keep the integrity of the music. I mean, we speak about soul, yes, and we talk about jazz and things of this sort. But when I think about our audiences, if we have people, it doesn't matter, red, yellow, black, white, people who are 10, 5, even up to 80, and everybody is just, as things would put it, moving and grooving. Everybody's enjoying themselves, and that's because it's literally about the vibe.
Yeah,
you know, we're not thinking about, oh well, we gotta match this jazz standard.
Yeah,
no, like I mean, what is the standard anyway? I think with music, it comes either bad or good. Come on, and I got that from Sean. Like, on one of his records, it's like music is either bad or good. So you're gonna enjoy it, or you're not. Or you're not. Then we're just happy that a lot of people enjoy our music.
To be honest, and just piggybacking up on what you said, and as a DJ myself, one of my main things that I always tell clients when they call me a booking, I'm like, I'm not a DJ. Like, yeah, I am, but I'm a music curator. My job is when you come here, you forget that you have the problems or whatever. You're so in the moment enjoying yourself.
You're the vibe curator.
That you forget whatever is going on outside, and, you know, you really enjoy and make this a memorable thing. And I think, you know, well, not even think that's what you were saying, but absolutely what you were saying. And I know that resonates on any stage that you guys touch, because I could feel it. Even when I walked down the hallway, I was like, I told Six, I said, I know exactly what room because I felt the vibe as soon as I hit the prayer, okay? As soon as I hit the prayer, I was like, okay, I know exactly where they are. They didn't have to tell me the room, so that within itself, it holds a lot of weight. The approach to the creative process, where do we start? Is it like, do you guys have a normal method? Is it like, let's just, we create their practice sessions? Like, how does that work?
Becca. Yeah. I start writing with each part, with each of them in mind, on how they're going to be featured on the record. And then, I send them the demos and I give them the dates. Like, this is our recording date. And, they come in, they sit with it for a little bit, and then they come in each. You would think at the end of the record that we're all in the room at the same time. Technically, no. Technically, we're one-on-one because everybody has their own space. And thanks to technology, which works in a good way, where they're able to send, Al may be able to send his bass lines by the time, Maestro's ready to come in, or I would have recorded Maestro and Al already before Sean comes in. But yeah, the formula is me brainstorming on who's going to be featured on what and what are they going to say to the audience on this particular record.
I like that. I love that. And then clearly it works.
It works. Yeah. It's working.
It's working. Let's do it. It's working. I want to ask you guys, in what ways do you believe jazz music can serve as a vehicle for celebrating the resilience and the triumph in the context of Juneteenth? We're here to talk about Juneteenth, and I'm going to ask you individually what Juneteenth means to you. But, what ways is jazz, guided us?
Sticks, I think I get snuck this one off. Okay. I would say that, in my opinion, jazz is the grandfather of hip hop, and that it is it was the voice in its, I guess you could say, the early 1900s, or in its inception. It was the voice of the voiceless.
Yeah.
It was the music of the disenfranchised, or it would be considered rebel music, right? Where it wasn't meant to be put in a box. It was just how we expressed ourselves musically. It was how we honestly communicated. It's actually a deep connection to Africa, like how we would communicate just through drums.
What?
Right? It's the same thing like with jazz. I think, I don't want to butcher the quote, but I think Louis Armstrong once said that if you gotta ask me what jazz is, you'll never know. It's just something that you just feel and you know what it is. And so I would say that how jazz connects with Juneteenth is that it's our liberation.
Yeah.
It's our history, literally. It's there. So it's like every time I'm gonna go real, it's kind of going deep, but it's like, well, at least for me, whenever I play, I'm not thinking about being the best trumpeter in the world or anything like that. I just know that when I'm on stage, I'm in the moment, I'm with my brothers, we're having fun, but going deeper, I know that who stands behind me are millions of ancestors who have paved the way for us.
Yes.
And so what do I have to fear about? I have nothing to fear. We're blessed to have a platform, and whether it's 10 people in the stage or whether we have 10,000, we're gonna bear our soul through our music.
Want to that. And back to what we were talking about, we were talking about prior to coming with the guys. We were just talking about, just as you just said, generations. We talk about generational wealth and, those things. Yes, cool. But the generational responsibility, the generational love, the generational, they they paved this way for us to be able to do this with ease, you know, like, now go and shine. We created this, you know, in the midst of the time where we didn't have the freedom
to do so. Yeah.
But the time is now.
Yeah.
You know, and the time is in your hands, and just like you said, what you gonna do with it?
What you gonna do with it? It comes with a price. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about music, when it pertains to Juneteenth, is keep in mind for 400 years, our people use music to get them through their day. That's why they were enslaved. They sung the songs to get them through what they was going through in that time period.
Right.
And when you listen to those songs today, you still feel what they went through during that time. You know what I'm saying? Like, those spirituals are real.
Yeah.
You know, it really tells the story. And if you're ignorant to it, shame on you. You know, but now that you have the freedom, what are you going to do? You're responsible for it. You know what I'm saying? You are responsible to maintain the integrity of what they went through in those 400 years. Come on. You are responsible now that you have the freedom to really let it go throughout the world. Okay.
Good piece. I wanna, because I'm not gonna keep y'all long, because I'm ready to kick. I'm ready to like jam out. But I want to ask you, what does the Bummer Squad mean?
It's here. And said, brother, each of us in this group has experienced some heavy light things. And we all, whoever it is, we're gravitating to that person, and we're giving that person. We give each other love regardless. We always contact each other throughout. We all see each other. Hey man, how you doing? How's the family? How's life? But it's the music is pure. The character of each member is, and I'm gonna say something that Sean said. You talked about 4 black. So you're talking about 4 positive black men that are about it, and it extends far beyond the bandstand.
Yeah.
Right. You know, right. And that's important. You know, I've been in situations where you see each other, you do what you do, and then you go home. This here, this is a family.
Yeah.
This is a family. And it comes through with the music. I think for me, it's good for people to see. And just from the things that I've felt from people, they feel it. You know, they feel that brotherhood. And I think it's great for people to see and know it is real. So that's what they're my brothers.
Definitely. And phone is the acronym for Brothers of Noble Excellence. So these guys are more than just musicians. We're more than just musicians. We're their fathers. Sean and I were educators. We worked with kids teaching them music. You know, we carry so many hats, but to do it with the quality and the style and still be relevant to other people, I think we take a lot of pride in that.
I appreciate that.
I would say that we are a walking embodiment of what unity amongst brothers are supposed to say.
Yeah,
that part. Without even saying it, we are living testimonies of what brotherhood is supposed to look like. Six will check me in a second. Your Six will be like, yo, Sean, man, I know what you can do. Kind of drop the ball right here. I'm not gonna be tight. I would say like, you know what, bro? You're right. I needed to hear that. Go back to the drawing board. The next time I'm gonna get better. Because that's what brothers do. That's what family's supposed to do. You know, and there's no ego, in the way, because we're all on this pursuit to become better with in each and every day. You know what I mean? So to me, the Bone Squad, I would say, not only for the acronym Brothers of Noble Excellence, but to me, it does mean a brother. And for the word I would say is that it is authentic. We live in a world where toxicity runs rampant. We live in a world where fake has become the new real.
Yeah.
We're living in a time where lies are considered the truth. And I would say that we stand everything aside from that. You know, we are authentic in every sense of the word. There's also the term I would also say is classic, that we are classic and we are authentic, and that we are true to who we're true to our families, we're true to our roots and culture, we're true to our art. And I would say that the music that we do, or whatever we bear our soul, or I think just when people see us, it's transformative. It's transformative. You know, to see, like I said, to see 4 Black brothers who work together, who are in community with one another, and who are always building each other up. You don't see that promoted heavily in the press and the media. And so that's what we stand for, and that's what Bone Squad means to me. We're bringing transformative music to the world.
Everything that they said, they summed it up, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, Bone Squad is family, it's brotherhood. But most of all, it's brothers that want you to enjoy life through music, through song. You know what I'm saying? We come together to help you cast your problems aside for a moment, whatever that moment is, and enjoy life.
I might ask one more question, and I feel like I almost got the answer, because you guys are just being authentic, very transparent, and the energy, just like you said, you feel like. So what will the Bone Squad legacy be on this all summer?
That's a good question. Only time will tell. I love that. We're not finished.
Far from the finish.
Yes. Well, I know I'm gonna get you guys loud and direct, right? This is a Juneteenth Virtual Summit exclusive. We got the Bone Squad here. They far from finished.
That's it. Let's get into that shit.
Yeah,
let's go.
It's my honor and my pleasure to bring to you the Bone Squad.
We're the first band that got their own original line dance. And we call this one the Promenade. I'ma show you how it goes, alright? You can do it at all the barbecues and parties this summer. Go a little something like this. Check it out.
real quick. Can we talk about it real quick? That was amazing. See, you ain't teach me the line dance before the fact. I would have been Come on, hold on. All right, we gotta catch this. All right.
So it's 1, 2, and 1,
Okay.
2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Got it? 2, 1 and 2, 3, and next time. 1, 2, and 1 and 2, 3, and 4. And turn it out, and up, and turn it out, and 1 and 2, 3, and 4, then turn it up again. 2, 1 and up, 3 and 4, and turn around.
I'm gonna have it ready. For the summer barbecue, I'm gonna have it ready. I promise you. The Bone Squad, one more time, ladies and gentlemen. That was amazing. Josie? One is not enough. Not from these guys. So we got another set. Something special. Stay right there. The Bone Squad.
We go 1, 2, 1, 2, hop.
Oh my God. Did the building just like erupt? Did the ceilings fall down? The Bone Squad came through, tore it down. Fellas, we thank y'all. Thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all. Please follow these brothers. Check them out. The truth, the real deal, the definition. The Bone Squad. Once again, thank you so much, the Bone Squad Juneteenth Virtual Summit. This is an exclusive. We in studio. Thank y'all.
Alright. We were signing in, and now we're signing out. Got my big bro, Sticks Bones. Good job, guys. You got Maestro.
You already.
You got Big Al on bass. Alright. Respect the musicians. We see what's going on.
Thank you,
Nationally
neighbors.
syndicated. Bring it home, bring it home. Come on,
Come on, neighbors.
It's a wonderful day. Would you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you be my neighbor? My neighbor.